Part 1, Chapter 6C of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Julia Albert. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 6C, Devil's Work concluded. It was close upon 1 o'clock in the morning when Jimmie Dale stopped again, this time before a fashionable dwelling just off Central Park. And here, for perhaps the space of a minute, he surveyed the house from the sidewalk, watching, with a sort of speculative satisfaction, a man's shadow that passed constantly to and fro across the drawn blinds of one of the lower windows. The rest of the house was in darkness. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale, nodding his head, "I rather thought so. The servants will have retired hours ago. It's safe enough." He ran quickly up the steps and rang the bell. A door opened almost instantly, sending a faint glow into the hall from the lighted room. A hurried step crossed the hall, and the outer door was thrown back. "Well, what is it?" demanded a voice brusquely. It was quite dark, too dark for either to distinguish the other's features, and Jimmie Dale's hat was drawn far down over his eyes. "I want to see Mr. Thomas H. Carling, cashier of the Hudson Mercantile National Bank. It's very important," said Jimmie Dale earnestly. "I am Mr. Carling," replied the other. "What is it?" Jimmie Dale leaned forward. "From headquarters, with a report," he said in a low tone. "Ah!" exclaimed the bank official sharply. "Well, it's about time. I've been waiting up for it, though I expected you would telephone rather than this. Come in." "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale courteously, and stepped into the hall. The other closed the front door. "The servants are in bed, of course," he explained as he led the way toward the lighted room. "This way, please." Behind the other, across the hall, Jimmie Dale followed, and close at Carling's heels entered the room, which was fitted up, quite evidently regardless of cost, as a combination library and study. Carling, in a somewhat pompous fashion, walked straight ahead toward the carved mahogany flat-top desk, and, as he reached it, waved his hand. "Take a chair," he said over his shoulder, and then, turning in the act of dropping into his own chair, grasped suddenly at the edge of the desk instead, and, with a low, startled cry, stared across the room. Jimmie Dale was leaning back against the door that was closed now behind him, and on Jimmie Dale's face was a black silk mask. For an instant neither man spoke nor moved. Then Carling, spare-built, dapper in evening clothes, edged back from the desk and laughed a little uncertainly. "Quite neat. I compliment you. From headquarters with a report, I think you said." "Which I neglected to add," said Jimmie Dale, "was to be made in private." Carling, as though to put as much distance between them as possible, continued to edge back across the room, but his small black eyes, black now to the pupils themselves, never left Jimmie Dale's face. "In private, eh?" He seemed to be sparing for time, as he smiled. "In private! You've a strange method of securing privacy, haven't you? A bit melodramatic, isn't it? Perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me who you are." Jimmie Dale smiled indulgently. "My mask is only for effect," he said. "My name is Smith." "Yes," said Carling. "I'm very stupid. Thank you. He had reached the other side of the room now, and with a quick, sudden movement jerked his hand to the dial of the safe that stood against the wall. But Jimmie Dale was quicker. Without shifting his position, his automatic, whipped from his pocket, held a disconcerting bead on Carling's forehead. "Please don't do that," said Jimmie Dale softly. "It's rather a good make, that safe. I dare say it would take me half an hour to open it. I was rather curious to know whether it was locked or not." Carling's hand dropped to his side. "So," he sneered, "that's it, is it? The ordinary variety of sneak thief?" His voice was rising gradually. "Well, sir, let me tell you that—" "Mr. Carling," said Jimmie Dale, in a low, even tone, "unless you moderate your voice, someone in the house might hear you. I'm quite well aware of that. But if that happens, if anyone enters this room, if you make a move to touch a button, or in any other way attempt to attract attention, I'll drop you where you stand." His hand, behind his back, extracted the key from the door lock, held it up for the other to see, then dropped it into his pocket, and his voice, cold before, rang peremptorily now. "Come back to the desk and sit down in that chair," he ordered. For a moment Carling hesitated, then, with a half-muttered oath, obeyed. Jimmie Dale moved over and stood in front of Carling on the other side of the desk, and stared silently at the immaculate, fashionably groomed figure before him. Under the prolonged gaze, Carling's composure, in a measure at least, seemed to forsake him. He began to drum nervously with his fingers on the desk and shift uneasily in his chair. And then, from first one pocket and then the other, Jimmie Dale took the two packages of banknotes, and still without a word pushed them across the desk until they lay under the other's eyes. Carling's fingers stopped their drumming, slid to the desk edge, tightened there, and a whiteness crept into his face. Then, with an effort, he jerked himself erect in his chair. "What's this?" he demanded hoarsely. "About $10,000, I should say," said Jimmie Dale slowly. "I haven't counted it. Your bank was robbed this evening at closing time, I understand." "Yes!" Carling's voice was excited now, the color back in his face. "But how? Do you mean that you are returning the money to the bank?" "Exactly," said Jimmie Dale. Carling was once more the pompous bank official. He leaned back and surveyed Jimmie Dale critically with his little black eyes. "Ah, quite so," he observed. "That accounts for the mask. But I am still a little in the dark. Under the circumstances, it is quite impossible that you should have stolen the money yourself, and—" "I didn't," said Jimmie Dale. "I found it hidden in the home of one of your employees." "You found it where?" "In Moyne's home, up in Harlem." "Moyne, eh?" Carling was alert, quick now, jerking out his words. "How did you come to get into this, then? His pal? Double-crossing him, eh? I suppose you want a reward. We'll attend to that, of course. You're wiser than you know, my man. That's what we suspected. We've had the detectives trailing Moyne all evening." He reached forward over the desk for the telephone. "I'll telephone headquarters to make the arrest at once." "Just a minute," interposed Jimmie Dale gravely. "I want you to listen to a little story first." "A story? What has a story got to do with this?" snapped Carling. "The man has got a home," said Jimmie Dale softly. "A home and a wife and a little baby girl." "Oh, that's the game then, eh? You want to plead for him?" Carling flung out gruffly. "Well, he should have thought of all that before. It's quite useless for you to bring it up. The man has had his chance already, a better chance than any one with his record ever had before. We took him into the bank knowing that he was an ex-convict, but believing that we could make an honest man of him, and this is the result. And yet—" "No," said Carling icily. "You refuse? Absolutely?" Jimmie Dale's voice had a lingering, wistful note in it. "I refuse," said Carling bluntly. "I won't have anything to do with it." There was just an instant's silence, and then, with a strange, slow creeping motion, as a panther creeps when about to spring, Jimmie Dale projected his body across the desk, far across it toward the other, and the muscles of his jaw were quivering, his words rasping, choked with the sweep of fury that, held back so long, broke now in a passionate surge. "And shall I tell you why you won't? Your bank was robbed tonight of $100,000. There are 10,000 here. The other 90,000 are in your safe." "You lie!" Ashen to the lips. Carling had risen in his chair. "You lie!" he cried. "Do you hear? You lie! I tell you, you lie!" Jimmie Dale's lips parted ominously. "Sit down!" he gritted between his teeth. The white in Carling's face had turned to gray. His lips were working. Mechanically he sank down again in his chair. Jimmie Dale still leaned over the desk, resting his weight on his right elbow, the automatic in his right hand covering Carling. "You cur," whispered Jimmie Dale. "There's just one reason, only one, that keeps me from putting a bullet through you while you sit there. We'll get to that in a moment. There is a little story first. Shall I tell it to you now? For the past 4 years, and God knows how many before that, you've gone the pace. The lavishness of this bachelor establishment of yours is common talk in New York, far in excess of a bank cashier's salary. But you were supposed to be a wealthy man in your own right, and so, in reality, you were, once. But you went through your fortune 2 years ago. Counted a model citizen, an upright man, an honor to the community. What were you, Carling? What are you? Shall I tell you? Rogue, gambler, leading a double life of the fastest kind. You did it cleverly, Carling, hid it well, but your game is up. Tonight, for instance, you are at the end of your tether, swamped with debts, exposure threatening you at any moment. Why don't you tell me again that I lie, Carling?" But now the man made no answer. He had sunk a little deeper in his chair, a dawning look of terror in the eyes that held, fascinated, on Jimmie Dale. "You cur," said Jimmie Dale again. "You cur, with your devil's work. A year ago you saw this night coming, when you must have money, or face ruin and exposure. You saw it then, a year ago, the day that Moyne, concealing nothing of his present record, applied through friends for a position in the bank. Your co-officials were opposed to his appointment, but do you remember how you pleaded to give the man his chance, and in your hellish ingenuity saw your way then out of the trap? An ex-convict from Sing Sing? It was enough, wasn't it? What chance had he?" Jimmie Dale paused, his left hand clenched until the skin formed whitish knobs over the knuckles. Carling's tongue sought his lips, made a circuit of them, and he tried to speak, but his voice was an incoherent muttering. "I'll not waste words," said Jimmie Dale in his grim monotone. "I'm not sure enough myself that I could keep my hands off you much longer. The actual details of how you stole the money today do not matter now. A little later, perhaps in court, but not now. You were the last to leave the bank, but before leaving you pretended to discover the theft of $100,000. That, done up in a paper parcel, was even then reposing in your desk. You brought the parcel home, put it in that safe there, and notifying the president of the bank by telephone from here of the robbery, suggesting that police headquarters be advised at once. He told you to go ahead and act as you saw best. You notified the police, speciously directing suspicious to the ex-convict in the bank's employ. You knew Moyne was dining out tonight, you knew where, and at a hint from you the police took up the trail. A little later in the evening, you took these 2 packages of banknotes from the rest, and with this steamship ticket, which you obtained yesterday, while out at lunch, by sending a district messenger boy with the money and instructions in a sealed envelope to purchase for you, you went up to the Moines flat in Harlem for the purpose of secreting them somewhere there. You pretended to be much disappointed at finding Moyne out. You had just come for a little social visit to get better acquainted with the home life of your employees. Mrs. Moyne was genuinely pleased and grateful. She took you in to see the little girl, who was already asleep in bed. She left you there for a moment to answer the door, and you, Jimmie Dale's voice choked again, you plod on God's earth, you slipped the money and ticket under the child's mattress. Carling came forward with a lurch in his chair, and his hands went out, pawing in a wild, pleading fashion over Jimmie Dale's arm. Jimmie Dale flung him away. You were safe enough, he rasped on. The police could only construe your visit to Moyne's flat as zeal on behalf of the bank. And it was safer, much more circumspect on your part, not to order the flat searched at once, but only as a last resort, as it were, after you had led the police to trail him all evening and still remain without a clue, and besides, of course, not until you had planted the evidence that was to damn him and wreck his life and home. You were even generous in the amount you deprived yourself of out of the $100,000, for less would have been enough. Caught with $10,000 of the bank's money and a steamship ticket made out in a fictitious name, it was prima facie evidence that he had done the job and had the balance somewhere. What would his denials, his protestations of innocence count for? He was an ex-convict, a hardened criminal, caught red-handed with a portion of the proceeds of robbery. He had succeeded in hiding the remainder of it too cleverly, that was all. Carling's face was ghastly. His hands went out again. Again his tongue moistened his dry lips. He whispered, Isn't there some way we can fix this?" And then Jimmie Dale laughed, not pleasantly. "Yes, there's a way, Carling," he said grimly. "That's why I'm here." He picked up a sheet of writing paper and pushed it across the desk, then a pen, which he dipped into the inkstand and extended to the other. "The way you'll fix it will be to write out a confession exonerating Moyne." Carling shrank back into his chair, his head huddling into his shoulders. "No!" he cried. "I won't! I can't! My God, I won't!" The automatic in Jimmie Dale's hand edged forward the fraction of an inch. "I have not used this yet. You understand now why, don't you?" he said under his breath. "No, no." Carling pushed away the pen. "I'm ruined as it is. But this would mean the penitentiary, too." "Where you try to send an innocent man in your place, you hound. Where you Some other way, Carling was babbling. "Let me out of this. For God's sake, let me out of this." "Carling," said Jimmie Dale hoarsely, "I stood beside a little bed tonight and looked at a little baby girl with golden hair who smiled as she slept." Carling shivered and passed a shaking hand across his face. "Take this pen," said Jimmie Dale monotonously. "Or this." The automatic lifted until the muzzle was on a line with Carling's eyes. Carling's hand reached out, still shaken, and took the pen, and his body, dragged limply forward, hung over the desk. The pen splattered on the paper. A bead of sweat spurting from the man's forehead dropped to the sheet. There was silence in the room. A minute passed, another. Carling's pen travelled haltingly across the paper then, with a queer, low cry as he signed his name. He dropped the pen from his fingers and, rising unsteadily from his chair, stumbled away from the desk towards a couch across the room. An instant Jimmie Dale watched the other, then he picked up the sheet of paper. It was a miserable document, miserably scrawled. "I guess it's all up. I guess I knew it would be some day. Moyne hadn't anything to do with it. I stole the money myself from the bank tonight. I guess it's all up. Thomas H. Carling. From the paper, Jimmie Dale's eyes shifted to the figure by the couch, and the paper fluttered suddenly from his fingers to the desk. Carling was reeling, clutching at his throat. A small glass vial rolled upon the carpet, and then, even as Jimmie Dale sprang forward, the other pitched headlong over the couch, and in a moment it was over. Presently Jimmie Dale picked up the vial and dropped it back on the floor again. There was no label on it, but it needed none. The strong, penetrating odor of bitter almonds was telltale evidence enough. It was prussic, or hydrocyanic acid, probably the most deadly poison and the swiftest in its action that was known to science. Carling had provided against that some day in his confession. For a little space, motionless, Jimmie Dale stood looking down at the silent, outstretched form. Then he walked slowly back to the desk and slowly, deliberately picked up the signed confession and the steamship ticket. He held them an instant, staring at them, then methodically began to tear them into little pieces, a strange, tired smile hovering on his lips. The man was dead now. There would be disgrace enough for some one to bear, a mother perhaps, who knew, and there was another way now, since the man was dead. Jimmie Dale put the pieces in his pocket, went to the safe, opened it, and took out a parcel, locked the safe carefully, and carried the parcel to the desk. He opened it there. Inside were nearly 24 little packages of $100 bills. The other 2 packages that he had brought with him he added to the rest. From his pocket he took out the thin metal insignia case, and with the tiny tweezers lifted up one of the gray-colored, diamond-shaped paper seals. He moistened the adhesive side, and, still holding it by the tweezers, dropped it on his handkerchief and pressed the seal down on the face of the topmost package of banknotes. He tied the parcel up then, and, picking up the pen, addressed it in printed characters. Hudson Mercantile National Bank, New York City. District Messenger, some way, in the morning, he murmured. Jimmie Dale slipped his mask into his pocket and, with the parcel under his arm, stepped to the door and unlocked it. He paused for an instant on the threshold for a single, quick, comprehensive glance around the room, and then passed on out into the street. At the corner he stopped to light a cigarette, and the flame of the match spurting up disclosed a face that was worn and haggard. He threw the match away, smiled a little wearily, and went on. The Gray Seal had committed another crime. End of Part 1, Chapter 6C.
Part 1, Chapter 7A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 7A. The Thief. Choosing between the snowy napery, the sparkling glass and silver, the cosy shaded table lamps, the famous French chef of the ultra-exclusive St. James Club, his own home on Riverside Drive, where a dinner fit for an epicurean and served by Jason, that most perfect of butlers, awaited him, and Marlianne's, Jimmie Dale, driving in alone in his touring car from an afternoon's golf, had chosen Marlianne's. Marlianne's, if such a thing as bohemianism, or rather a concrete expression of it exists, was bohemian. A two-piece string orchestra played valiantly to the accompaniment of a hoarse-throated piano, and between courses the diners took up the refrain. And, as it was always between courses, with someone, The place was a bedlam of noisy riot. Nevertheless, it was Marlianne's, and Jimmie Dale liked Marlianne's. He had dined there many times before, as he had just dined in the person of Jimmie Dale, the millionaire, his high-priced imported car at the curb of the shabby street outside, and he had dined there, disreputable in attire, seedy in appearance, with the police yelping at his heels, as Larry the Bat. In either character, Marlianne's had welcomed him with equal courtesy to its spotted linen and most excellent table d'hôte with vin ordinaire for 50 cents. And now, in the act of reaching into his pocket for the change to pay his bill, Jimmie Dale seemed suddenly to experience some difficulty in finding what he sought, and his fingers went fumbling from one pocket to another. Two men at the table in front of him were talking. Their voices, over a momentary lull in violin squeaks, talk, laughter, singing, and the clatter of dishes reached him. Carling! Commit suicide? Not on your life! No, of course it didn't. It was that cursed Gray Seal croaked him, just as sure as you sit in that chair. The other grunted. Yes, but what did the Gray Seal want to pinch 100,000 out of the bank for, and then give it back again the next morning? What's he done 100 other things for to cover up the real object of what he's after? Retorted the first speaker, with a short, vicious laugh. Then, with a thump of his fist on the table, the man's a devil, a fiend, and anywhere else but New York he'd have been caught and sent to the chair where he belongs long ago, and a burst of ragtime drowned out the man's words. Jimmie Dale placed a 50-cent piece and a tip beside it on his dinner check, pushed back his chair, and rose from the table. There was a half tolerantly satirical, half angry glint in his dark, steady eyes. It was not only the police who yelped at his heels, but every man, woman, and child in the city. The man had not voiced his own sentiments, he had voiced the sentiments of New York. And it was quite on the cards that if he, Jimmie Dale, were ever caught, his destination would not even be the death cell and the chair at Sing Sing. His fellow citizens had reached a pitch where they would be quite capable of literally tearing him to pieces if they ever got their hands on him. And yet there were a few, a very few, a handful out of 5 millions, who sometimes remembered perhaps to thank God that the Gray Seal lived. That was his reward, that, and she, whose mysterious letters prompted and impelled his, the Gray Seal's acts. She, nameless, fascinating in her brilliant resourcefulness, amazing in her power, a woman whose life was bound up with his and yet held apart from him in the most inexplicable, absorbing way, a woman he had never seen, save for her gloved arm in the limousine that night, who at one unexpected moment projected a dazzling impersonal existence across his path, and the next, leaving him battling for his life, where greed and passion and crime swirled about him, was gone. Jimmie Dale threaded the small, crowded rooms. The interior of Marlianne's had never been altered from the days when the place had been a family residence of some pretension, and reaching the hall, received his hat from the frowsy-looking boy in attendance. He passed outside, and at the top of the steps paused as he took his cigarette case from his pocket. It was nearly a week since Carling, the cashier of the Hudson Mercantile National Bank, had been found dead in his home, a bottle that had contained hydrocyanic acid on the floor beside him. Nearly a week since bookkeeper Bob, unaware that he had ever been under temporary suspicion for the robbery of the bank, had, equally unknown to himself, been cleared of any complicity in that affair. And yet, as witness the conversation of a moment ago, it was still the topic of New York, still the vital issue that filled the maw of newspapers with ravings, threats, and execrations against the Gray Seal, snarling virulently the while at the police for the latter's ineptitude, inefficiency, and impotence. Jimmie Dale closed his cigarette case with a snap that was almost human in its irony, dropped it back into his pocket, and lighted a match, but the flame was arrested halfway to the tip of his cigarette, as his eyes fixed suddenly and curiously on a woman's form hurrying down the street. She had turned the corner before he took his eyes from her, and the match between his fingers had gone out. Not that there was anything very strange in a woman walking, or even half running, along the street, nor that there was anything particularly attractive or unusual about her, and if there had been, the street was too dark for him to have distinguished it. It was not that. It was the fact that she had neither passed by the house on whose steps he stood, nor come out of any of the adjoining houses. It was as though she had suddenly and miraculously appeared out of thin air, and taken form on a sidewalk a little way down from Marlianne's. "That's queer," commented Jimmie Dale to himself. However, he took out another match, lighted his cigarette, jerked the match stub away from him, and, with a lift of his shoulders, went down the steps. He crossed the pavement, walked around the front of his machine, since the steering wheel was on the side next to the curb, and, with his hand out to open the door, stopped. Someone had been tampering with it. It was not quite closed. There was no mistake. Jimmie Dale made no mistakes of that kind. A man whose life hung a dozen times a day on little things could not afford to make them. He had closed it firmly, even with a bang, when he had got out. Instantly suspicious, he wrenched the door wide open, switched on the light under the hood, and, with a sharp exclamation, bent quickly forward. A glove, a woman's glove, a white glove, lay on the floor of the car. Jimmie Dale's pulse leaped suddenly into fierce pounding beats. It was hers. He knew that intuitively, knew it as he knew that he breathed. And that woman he had so leisurely watched as she disappeared from sight must have been she. He sprang from the car with a jump, his first impulse to dash after her, and checked himself, laughing a little bitterly. It was too late for that now. He had already let his chance slip through his fingers. Around the corner was Sixth Avenue, surface cars, the elevated, taxicabs, a multitude of people, and any one of 100 ways in which she could and would already have discontinued pursuit from him. And, besides, he would not even have been able to recognize her if he saw her. Jimmie Dale's smile was mirthless as he turned back to the car and picked up the glove. Why had she dropped it there? It could not have been intentional. Why had... He began to tear suddenly at the glove's little finger, and in another second, kneeling on the car step, his shoulders inside, he was holding a ring, close under the little electric bulb. It was a gold seal ring, a small, dainty thing that bore a crest, a bell surmounted by a bishop's mitre, the bell, quaint in design, harking the imagination back to some old-time belfry tower. And underneath, in the scroll, a motto. It was a full minute before Jimmie Dale could decipher it, for the lettering was minute and the words, of course, reversed. It was in French. Sonnez le tocsin. He straightened up, the glove and ring in his hand, a puzzled expression on his face. It was strange. Had she, after all, dropped the glove there intentionally? Had she at last let down the barriers just a little between them, and given him this little intimate sign that she... And then Jimmie Dale laughed abruptly, self-mockingly. He was only trying to deceive himself, to argue himself into believing what with heart and soul he wanted to believe. It was not like her, and neither was it so. His eyes had fixed on the seat beside the wheel. He had not used the lap rug all that day. He couldn't use a rug and drive. He had left it folded and hanging on the rack in the tonneau. It was now neatly folded and reposing on the front seat. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale, a sort of self-pity in his tones. "I might have known." He lifted the rug. Beneath it, on the leather seat, lay a white envelope. Her letter. The letter that never came save with the plan of some grim, desperate work outlined ahead, the call to arms for the Gray Seal. Sonnez le tocsin. Ring the tocsin. Sound the alarm. The tocsin. The words were running through his brain. A strange motto on that crest, that seemed so strangely apt. The tocsin. Never once in all the times that he had heard from her, never once in the years that had gone since that initial letter of hers had struck its first warning note, had any communication from her been but to sound again a new alarm. The tocsin. The tocsin. The words seemed to visualize her, to give her a concrete form and being, to breathe her very personality. The Tocsin. Jimmie Dale whispered the word softly, a little wistfully. Yes, I shall call you that. The Tocsin. He folded the glove very carefully, placed it with the ring in his pocketbook, picked up the letter, and, with a sharp exclamation, turned it quickly over in his fingers, then bent hurriedly with it to the light. Strange things were happening that night. For the first time the letter was not even sealed. That was not like her either. What did it mean? Quick, alert now, anxious even, he pulled the double folded sheets from the envelope, glanced rapidly through them, and, after a moment, a smile, whimsical, came slowly to his lips. It was quite plain now, all of it. The glove, the ring, and the unsealed letter. And the postscript held the secret. Or rather, what had been intended for a postscript did, for it comprised only of a few words, ending abruptly, unfinished. Look in the cupboard at the rear of the room. The man with the red wig is... That was all, and the words written in ink were badly blurred, as though the paper had been hastily folded before the ink was dry. It was quite plain, and, in view of the real explanation of it all, eminently characteristic of her. With the letter already written, she had come there, meaning to place it on the seat and cover it with a rug, as indeed she had done, then, deciding to add the postscript, and because she would attract less attention that way than in any other, she had climbed into the car as though it belonged to her, and had seated herself there to write it. She would have been hurried in her movements, of course, and in pulling off her glove to use the fountain pen, the ring had come with it. The rest was obvious. She had just begun to write when he had appeared on the steps. She had slipped instantly down to the floor of the car, probably dropping the glove from her lap, hastily enclosed the letter in the envelope which she had no time to seal, thrust the envelope under the rug, and, forgetting her glove, and fearful of risking his attention by attempting to close the door firmly, had stolen along the body of the car, only to be noticed by him too late, when she was well down the street. And at that latter thought, once more chagrin seized Jimmie Dale. Then he turned impulsively to the letter. All this was extraneous, apart for another time when every moment was not a priceless asset, as it very probably was now. Dear philanthropic Crook. It always began that way, never any other way. He read on more and more intently, crouched there close to the light on the floor of his car, lips thinning as he proceeded, read it to the end, absorbing, memorizing it, and then the abortive postscript. Look in the cupboard at the rear of the room. The man with the red wig is... For an instant, as mechanically he tore the letter into little shreds, he held there hesitant, and the next, slamming the door tight, he flung himself into the seat behind the wheel, and the big 60-horsepower self-starting machine was roaring down the street. The Tocsin. There was a grim smile on Jimmie Dale's lips now. The alarm. Yes, it was always an alarm, quick, sudden, an emergency to face on the instant. Plans, decisions to be made with no time to ponder them, with only that one fact to consider, staggering enough in itself, that a mistake meant disaster and ruin to someone else, and to himself, if the courts were merciful where he had little hope for mercy, the penitentiary for life. And now, tonight, again, as it almost always was when these mysterious letters came, every moment of inaction was piling up the odds against him. And, too, the same problem confronted him. How, in what way, in what role must he play the night's game to its end? As Larry the Bat? The car was speeding forward. He was heading down Broadway now, lower Broadway, that stretched before him, deserted like some dark, narrow canyon where far below, like towering walls, the buildings closed together and seemed to converge into some black, impassable barrier. The street lights flashed by him. A patrolman stopped the swinging of his nightstick and turned to gaze at the car that rushed by at a rate perilously near to contempt of speed laws. Street cars passed at indifferent intervals. Pedestrians were few and far between. It was the lower Broadway of night. Larry the Bat? Jimmie Dale shook his head impatiently over the steering wheel. No, that would not do. It would be well enough for this young Burton, perhaps, but not for old Isaac, the East Side fence. For Isaac knew him in the character of Larry the Bat. His quick, keen brain, weaving, eliminating, devising, scheming, discarded that idea. The final coup of the night, as yet but sensed in an indefinite, unshaped way, if enacted in the person of Larry the Bat, would therefore stamp Larry the Bat and the Gray Seal as one. A contretemps but little less fatal, in view of old Isaac, than to bracket the Gray Seal and Jimmie Dale. Larry the Bat was not a character to be assumed with impunity, nor one to jeopardize. It was a bulwark of safety, as it were, to which more than once he owed escape from capture and discovery. He lifted his shoulders with a sudden jerk of decision as the car swerved to the left and headed for the East Side. There was only one alternative then, the black silk mask that folded into such tiny compass, and that, together with an automatic and the curious thin metal case that looked so like a cigarette case, was always in his pocket for an emergency. The car turned again, and approaching its destination, Jimmie Dale slowed down the speed perceptibly. It was a strange case, not a pleasant one, and the raw edges where they showed were ugly in their nakedness. Old Isaac Pelina, young Burton, and Madden K. Wilmington. Maddon, the wallpaper magnate. Curious that of the three he should already know two, old Isaac and Maddon. Everybody in the East Side, every denizen of the underworld, and many who posed on a far higher plane knew old Isaac, fence to the most select clientele of thieves in New York, unscrupulous, hand in glove with any rascality or crime that promised profit, a money lender, a Shylock without even a Shylock's humanity as a saving grace. Yes, as Larry the Bat he knew old Isaac, and he knew him not only personally, but by first-hand reputation. He had heard the man cursed in blasphemous, whole-souled abandon by more than one crook who was in the old fence's toils. They dealt with him, the crooks, while they swore to get him because he was safe. But Jimmie Dale's lips parted in a mirthless smile. Some day old Isaac would be found in that spider's den of his back of the dingy loan office with a knife in his heart or a bullet through his head. And K. Wilmington Madden, Jimmie Dale's smile grew whimsical. He had known Madden quite intimately for years, had even dined with him at the St. James Club only a few nights before. Madden was a man in his own set, and Madden, interfered with, was likely to prove none too tractable a customer to handle, and young Burton, the letter said, was Madden's private and confidential secretary. Jimmie Dale's lips thinned again. Well, Burton's acquaintance was still to be made. It was a curious trio, and it was dirty work, more raw than cunning, more devilish than ingenious, blackmail in its most hellish form, the stake at the least calculation, a cool $500,000, a heavy price for a single slip in a man's life. He brought the car abruptly to a halt at the edge of the curb and sprang out to the ground. He was in the front of the Budapest restaurant, most popular of all resorts for the moment on the East Side, where Fifth Avenue, in the fond belief that it was seeing the real thing in seamy life, engaged its table a week in advance. Jimmie Dale pushed a bill into the door attendant's hand, accompanied by an injunction to keep an eye on the machine, and entered the cafe. End of Part 1, Chapter 7a. The Thief. From The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander. Part 1. Chapter 7b of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 7b. The Thief. Continued. But for a sort of tinselled ostentation the place might well have been the Marlianne's that he had just left. It was crowded, and riot was at its height. A stringed orchestra in Hungarian costume played what purported to be Hungarian airs. Shouts, laughter, clatter of dishes, and thump of stains added to the din. He made his way between the close-packed tables to the stairs, and descended to the lower floor. Here, if anything, the confusion was greater than above. But here, too, was an exit through to the rear street, and a moment later he was sauntering past the front of an unkempt little pawnshop, closed for the night, over whose door, in the murk of a distant street lamp, 3 balls hung in sagging disarray, tawny with age, and across whose dirty, unwashed windows, letters missing, ran this legend: Is Ak Pelina Pawn Brook R. The pawnshop made the corner of a very dark and narrow lane, and with a quick glance round him to assure himself that he was unobserved, Jimmie Dale stepped into the alleyway and, lost instantly in the blacker shadows, stole along by the wall of the pawnshop. Old Isaac's business was not all done through the front door. And then, suddenly, Jimmie Dale shrank still, closer against the wall. Was it intuition, premonition, or reality? There seemed an uncanny feeling of presence around him, as though perhaps he were watched, as though others beside himself were in the lane. Yes, ahead of him a shadow moved. He could just barely distinguish it now that his eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness. It, like himself, was close against the wall, and now it slunk noiselessly down the length of the lane until he lost sight of it. And what was that? He strained his ears to listen. It seemed like a window being opened or closed cautiously, stealthily, the fraction of an inch at a time. And then he located the sound. It came from the other side of the lane, and very nearly opposite to where, on the second floor, a dull yellow glow shone out from old Isaac's private den in the rear of the pawnshop's office. Jimmie Dale's brows were gathered in sharp furrows. There was evidently something afoot tonight, of which the Tocsin had not sounded the alarm. And then the frown relaxed, and he smiled a little. Miraculous as was the means through which she obtained the knowledge that was the basis of their strange partnership, it was no more miraculous than her unerring accuracy in the minutest details. The Tocsin had never failed him yet. It was possible that something was afoot around him, quite probable indeed, since he was in the most vicious part of the city, in the heart of gangland. But whatever it might be, it was certainly extraneous to the mission, or she would have mentioned it. The lane was empty now, he was quite sure of that, and there was no further sound from the window opposite. He started forward once more, only to halt again for the second time as abruptly as before, squeezing, if possible, even more closely against the wall. Someone had turned into the lane from the sidewalk, and, walking hurriedly, choosing with evident precaution the exact centre of the alleyway, came toward him. The man passed, his hurried stride a half run, and, a few feet beyond, halted at old Isaac's side door. From somewhere inside the old building, Jimmie Dale's ears caught the faint ringing of an electric bell, a long ring, followed in quick succession by three short ones. Then the repeated clicking of a latch, as though pulled by a cord from above, and the man passed in through the door, closing it behind him. Jimmie Dale nodded to himself in the darkness. It was a spring lock. The signal was one long ring and three short ones. The Tocsin had not missed even those small details. Also, Burton was late for his appointment, for that must have been Burton. Business such as old Isaac had in hand that night would have permitted the entrance of no other visitor but K. Wilmington Maddon's private secretary. He moved down the lane to the door and tried it softly. It was locked, of course. The slim, tapering, sensitive fingers, whose tips were eyes and ears to Jimmie Dale, felt over the lock, and a slender little steel instrument slipped into the keyhole. A moment more and the catch was released, and the door, under his hand, began to open. With it ajar, he paused, his eyes searching intently up and down the lane. There was nothing, no sign of anyone, no moving shadows now. His gaze shifted to the window opposite. Directly facing it now, with a dull reflection upon it from the lighted window of old Isaac's den above his head, he could make out that it was open. But that was all. Once more he smiled, a little tolerantly at himself this time. Someone had been in the lane, someone had opened the window of his or her room in that tenement house across from him. Surely there was nothing surprising, unnatural, or even out of the commonplace in that. He had been a little bit on edge himself, perhaps, and the sudden movement of that shadow, unexpected, had startled him for the moment, as in all probability the opening of the window had startled the skulking figure itself into action. The door was open now. He stepped noiselessly inside and closed it noiselessly behind him. He was in a narrow hall, where a few yards away a light shone down a stairway at right angles to the hall itself. Rear door of pawnshop opens into hall, and exactly opposite very short flight of stairs leading directly to doorway of Isaac's den above. Ramshackle old place, low ceilings. Isaac, when sitting in his den, can look down and, by means of a transom over the rear door of the shop, see the customers as they enter from the street, while he also keeps an eye on his assistant. Latter always locks up and leaves promptly at 6 o'clock. Jimmie Dale was subconsciously repeating to himself snatches from the Tocsin's letter, which, as subconsciously in reading, he had memorized almost word for word. And now voices reached him, one excited, nervous, as though the speaker were labouring under mental strain that bordered closely on the hysterical; the other curiously mingling querulousness with an attempt to pacify, but dominantly contemptuous, sneering, cold. Jimmie Dale moved along the hall very slowly, without a sound, testing each step before he threw his body weight from one leg to the other. He reached the foot of the stairs. The Tocsin had been right. It was a very short flight. He counted the steps. There were 8. Above, facing him, a door was open. The voices were louder now. It was a sordid looking room, what he could see of it, poverty stricken in its appearance, intentionally so probably for effect, with no attempt whatever at furnishing. He could see through the doorway to the window that opened on the alleyway, or, rather, just glimpsed the top of the window at an angle across the room. That and a bare street of floor. The two men were not in the line of vision. Burton's voice, it was unquestionably Burton speaking, came to Jimmie Dale now distinctly. "No, I didn't. I tell you, I didn't. I hadn't the nerve." Jimmie Dale slipped his black silk mask over his face, and with extreme caution, on hands and knees, began to climb the stairs. "So?" It was old Isaac now, in a half purr, half sneer. "And I was so sure, my young friend, that you had. I was so sure that you were not such a fool. Yes, I could even have sworn that they were in your pocket now. What? It is too bad, too bad. It is not a pleasant thing to think of, that little chair up the river in its horrible little room where—" "For God's sake, Isaac, not that! Do you hear? Not that! My God, I didn't mean to. I didn't know what I was doing." Jimmie Dale crept up another step, another and another. There was silence for a moment in the room. Then Burton again, hoarse-voiced: "Isaac, I'll make good to you some other way. I swear I will. I swear it. If I'm caught at this I'll get 15 years for it." "And which would you rather have?" Jimmie Dale could picture the oily smirk, the shrug of his shoulders, the outthrust hands, palms upwards, elbows in at the hips, the fingers curved and wide apart. 15 years, or what you get for murder? Eh, my friend, you have thought of that, eh? It is a very little price I ask, yes?" "Damn you!" Burton's voice was shrill, then dropped to a half sob. "No, no, Isaac, I didn't mean that. Only for God's sake be merciful. It is not only the risk of the penitentiary, it's more than that. I tried to play white all my life, and until that cursed night there's no man living could say I haven't. You know that. You know that, Isaac. I tell you, I couldn't do it this afternoon. I tell you I couldn't. I tried to and I couldn't." Jimmie Dale was lying flat on the little landing now, peering into the room. Back a short distance from the doorway a repulsive looking little man in unkempt clothes and soiled linen, with yellowish skinned, parchment face, out of which small black eyes shone cunningly and shrewdly, sat at a bare deal table in a rickety chair. Facing him across the table stood a young man of no more than 25, clean cut, well dressed, but whose face was unnaturally white now, and whose hand, as he extended it in a pleading gesture toward the other, trembled visibly. Jimmie Dale's hand made its way quietly to his side pocket and extracted his automatic. Old Isaac humped his shoulders and leered at his visitor. "We talk a great deal, my young friend. What is the use? A bargain is a bargain. A few rubies in exchange for your life. A few rubies and my mouth is shut. Otherwise—" He humped his shoulders again. "Well?" Burton drew back, swept his hand in a dazed way across his eyes, and laughed out suddenly in bitter mirth. "A few rubies!" he cried. "The most magnificent stones of this side of the water! A few rubies! It's been Maddon's life hobby. Every child in New York knows that. A few! Yes, there's only a few, but those few are worth a fortune. He trusts me. The man has been like a father to me, and—" "So you are the very last to be suspected," observed old Isaac suavely. "Have I not told you that? There is nothing to fear. Did we not arrange everything so nicely, eh, my young friend? See, it was tonight that Maddon gives a little reception to his friends, and did you not say that the rubies would be taken from the safe deposit vault this afternoon, since his friends always clamour to see them as a very fitting conclusion to an evening's entertainment? And did you not say that you very naturally had access to the safe in the library where you worked, and that he would not notice they were gone until he came to look for them sometime this evening? I think you said all that. And what suspicion, let alone proof, would attach itself to you? You were out of the room once when he, too, was absent for perhaps half an hour.
It is very simple. In that half hour someone, somehow, abstracted them. Certainly it was not you. You see how little I ask, and I pay well, do I not? And so I gave you until tonight. 3 days have gone and I have said nothing, and the body has not been found, eh? But tonight, eh? It was understood. The rubies or the chair?"
Burton's lips moved, but it was a moment before he could speak.
"You wouldn't dare," he whispered thickly. "You wouldn't dare. I tell the story of what you tried to make me do, and they send you up for it."
Old Isaac shrugged with pitying contempt.
"Is it after all a fool I'm dealing with?" he sneered. "And what should I say? That you had stolen the stones from your employer and offered them as a bribe to silence me, and that I had refused? The very act of handing you over to the police would prove the truth of what I said and rob you of even a chance of leniency for that other thing. Is it not so, eh? And why did I not hand you over at once 3 nights ago? Believe me, my young friend, I should have a very good reason ready, a dozen if necessary, if it came to that. But we are borrowing trouble, are we not? We shall not come to that, eh?"
For a moment it seemed to Jimmie Dale, as he watched, that Burton would hurl himself upon the other, white to the lips, the muscles of his face twitching. Burton clenched his fists and leaned over the table, and then, with sudden revulsion of emotion, he drew back once more, and once more came that choked sob.
"You'll pay for this, Isaac. Your turn will come for this." "I have been threatened very often,"
snapped the other contemptuously.
"Bah! What are threats? I laugh at them, as I always will."
Then, with a quick change of front, his voice a sudden snarl.
"Well, we have talked enough. You have your choice. The stones or and it is tonight. Now."
The old pawnbroker sprawled back in his chair, a cunning leer on his vicious face, a gleam of triumph, greed in the beady, rat-like eyes that never wavered from the other. Burton, moisture oozing from his forehead, stood there, hesitant, staring back at old Isaac, half in a fascinated gaze, half as though trying to read some sign of weakness in the bestial countenance that confronted him. And then, very slowly, in an automatic, machine-like way, his hand groped into the inside pocket of his vest, and old Isaac cackled out his derision.
"So you thought you could bluff me, eh? You thought you could fool old Isaac? Bah! I read you like a book. Did I not tell you a while back that you had them in your pocket? I know your kind, my young friend. I know your kind very well indeed. It is my business. You would not have dared to come here tonight without the prize. So you took them this afternoon as we agreed. Yes, yes, you did well. You will not regret it. And now let me see them."
His voice rose eagerly.
"Let me see them now, my young friend."
"Yes, I took them." Burton spoke listlessly.
"God help me."
Old Isaac, quivering, excited like a different creature now, sprang from his chair, and as Burton drew a long flat leather case from his pocket, snatched it from the other's hand. His fingers, in their rapturous haste, could not at first manipulate the catch, and then, finally, with the case open, he bent over the table feverishly. The light reflected back as from some living mass of crimson fire, now shading darkly, now glowing into wondrous, colourful transparency as he moved the case to and fro with jerky motions of his hands, and he was babbling, crooning to himself like one possessed.
"Ah, the little beauties! Ah, the pretty little things! Yes, yes, these are the ones. This is the great Arachon. See, see, the six-sided prism terminated by the six-sided pyramid. Ah, but it must be cut, it must be cut to sell it, eh? Ah, it's too bad, too bad. And this one here, I know them all. This is—" But his sentence was never finished. It was Jimmie Dale on his feet now, leaning against the jamb of the door, his automatic covering the two men at the table, who spoke. "Quite so, Isaac," he said coolly. "You know them all. Quite so, Isaac. But be good enough to drop them." The case fell from Isaac's hand. The flush on his cheeks died to a sickly pallor, and, his mouth half open, he stood like a man turned to stone, his hands, with curved fingers still outstretched over the table. Over the crimson gems that spilled from the case lay scattered now on the tabletop. Burton neither spoke nor moved. A little whiter, the misery in his face almost apathetic, he moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue. Jimmie Dale walked across the room, halted at the end of the table, and surveyed the two men grimly. And then, while one hand with the revolver extended rested easily on the table, the other gathered up the stones, placed them in the case, and, the case in his pocket, Jimmie Dale's lips parted in an uninviting smile. "I guess I'm in luck tonight, eh, Isaac?" he drawled. "Between you and your young friend, as I believe you call him, it would appear as though I had fallen on my feet. That Aracon's worth, what would you say, 100, 200,000 alone, eh? A very famous stone, that. Had your eye on it for quite a time, Isaac, you miserable blood leech, eh?" Isaac did not answer, but while he still held back from the table, he seemed to be regaining a little of his composure. Burglars of whatever sort were no novelty to him, and was staring fixedly at Jimmie Dale. "Can't place me, though there's not many in the profession you don't know? Is that it?" inquired Jimmie Dale softly. "Well, don't try, Isaac. It's hardly worth your while. I've got the stones now, and—" "Wait, listen!" It was Burton speaking for the first time, his words coming in quick, nervous rush. "Listen, you don't—" "Hold your tongue!" cried old Isaac, with sudden fierceness. "You are a fool!" He leaned toward Jimmie Dale, a crafty smile on his face, quite in control of himself once more. "Don't listen to him. Listen to me. You're right. I can't place you, and it doesn't make any difference." He took a step forward. "But—" "Not too close, Isaac!" snapped Jimmie Dale sharply. "I know you." "So!" ejaculated old Isaac, rubbing his hands together. "So! That is good. That is what I want. Listen, we will make a bargain. We are birds of a feather, eh? All thieves, eh? You've got the drop on us who did all the work, but you'll give us our share, eh? Listen, you couldn't get rid of those stones alone. You know that. You're not so green at the game, eh? You'd have to go to someone. You know me. You know old Isaac, you say? Oh, well, then, you know there isn't another man in New York could dispose of those rubies and play safe doing it, except me. I'll make a good bargain with you."
"Isaac," said Jimmie Dale pensively, "you've made a good many good bargains. I wonder when you'll make your last. There's more than one looking for interest on those bargains in a pretty grim sort of way."
"Bah!" ejaculated old Isaac. "It is an old story. They are all alike. I'm afraid of none of them. I hold them all like that."
His hands opened and closed like a taloned claw. "And you'd add me to the lot, eh?" said Jimmie Dale. He lifted the revolver, its muzzle on old Isaac, examined the mechanism thoughtfully, and lowered it again. "Very well, I'll make a bargain with you, providing it is agreeable to your young friend here."
"Ah!" exclaimed old Isaac shrilly. "So that is good. It's done then." He chuckled hoarsely. "Any bargain I make he will agree to. Is it not so?"
He fixed his eyes on Burton.
"Well, is it not so? Speak up. Say."
He stopped. The words cut short off on his lips. It came without warning, a crash, a pound on the door below, another. Burton shrank back against the wall.
"My God, the police!" he gasped. "Madden found out. We're caught."
Jimmie Dale's eyes on old Isaac narrowed. The pounding in the alleyway grew louder, more insistent. And then his first suspicion passed. It was no game of Isaac's. Crafty though the old fox was, the other's surprise and agitation was too genuine to be questioned. Still the pounding continued. Someone was kicking viciously at the door, and banging a tattoo on the panels with his fists. Old Isaac's claw-like hands doubled suddenly.
"It is some drunken sot," he snarled out, "that knows no better than to come here and rouse the whole neighbourhood. It is true, in a moment we will have the police running in from the street. But wait, I'll teach the fool a lesson."
He dashed around the table, ran for the window, wrenched the catch up, flung the window open, and, snarling again, leaned out, and instantly the knocking ceased. And instantly then, with a sharp cry, as the whole ghastly meaning of it swept upon him, Jimmie sprang after the other too late. Came the roar of a revolver shot, a stream of flame cutting the darkness of the alleyway from the window in the house opposite, and, without a sound, old Isaac, crumpled up, hung limply for a moment over the sill, and slid in a heap to the floor. End of Part 1, Chapter 7b. The Man in the Case. From The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander. Part 1, Chapter 7c. Of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Lars Rolander. Part 1. The Man in the Case. Chapter 7c. The Thief. Concluded. On his hands and knees, protected from the possibility of another bullet by the height of the sill, Jimmie Dale, quick in every movement, now dragged the inert form toward the table, away from the window, and bent hurriedly over the other. A minute perhaps he stayed there, and then rose slowly. Burton, horror-stricken, unmanned beside himself, was hanging, clutching with both hands at the table edge. "He's dead," said Jimmie Dale laconically. Burton flung out his hands. "Dead!" he whispered hoarsely. "I think I'm going mad. 3 days of hell, and now this. We'd better get out of here quick. They'll get us if—" Jimmie Dale's hand fell with a tight grip on Burton's shoulder. "There won't be any more shots fired. Pull yourself together." Burton stared at him in a demented way. What's it mean?" he stammered. "It means that I didn't put two and two together," said Jimmie Dale a little bitterly. "It means that there's a dozen crooks been dancing old Isaac's tune for a long time, and that some of them have got him at last." Burton reached out suddenly and clutched Jimmie Dale's arm. "Then I'm safe!" He mumbled the words, but there was a dawning hope, relief in his white face. "Safe! I'm safe! If you'll only give me back those stones, give them back to me. For God's sake, give them back to me. You don't know. You don't understand. I stole them because he made me, because it was the only chance I had. Oh my God, you don't know what the last 3 days have been. Give them back to me, won't you? Won't you? You don't know." "Don't lose your nerve," said Jimmie Dale sharply. "Sit down." He pushed the other into the chair. "There's no one will disturb us here for some time at least. What is it that I don't know? That 3 nights ago you were in a gambling hell, Sagostos to be exact, one of the most disreputable in New York, and you went there on the invitation of a stray acquaintance, a man named Perley. Shall I describe him for you? A short, slim built man, black eyes, red hair, beard, and "You know that?" The misery, the hopelessness was back in Burton's face again, and suddenly he bent over the table and buried his head in his outflung arms. There was silence for a moment. Tight-lipped Jimmie Dale's eyes travelled from Burton's shaking shoulders to the motionless form on the floor. Then he spoke again. "You're a bit of a rounder, Burton, but I think you've had a lesson that will last you all your life. You were half drunk when you and Perley began to hobnob over a downtown bar. He said he'd show you some real life, and you went with him to Sagostos. He gave you a revolver before you went in and told you the place wasn't safe for an unarmed man. He introduced you to Sagosto, the proprietor, and you were shown to a back room. You drank quite a little there. You and Perky were alone, throwing dice. You got into a quarrel. Perley tried to draw his revolver. You were quicker. You drew the one he had given you and fired. He fell to the floor. You saw the blood gush from his breast just above the heart. He was dead. In a panic you rushed from the place and out into the street. I don't think you went home that night." Burton raised his head, showing his haggard face. "I guess it's no use," he said dully. "If you know, others must. I thought only Isaac and Sagosto knew. Why haven't I been arrested? I wish to God I had. I wouldn't have had today to answer for." "I'm not through yet," said Jimmie Dale gravely. "The next day old Isaac here sent for you. He said Sagosto had told him of the murder and had offered to dispose of the corpse and keep his mouth shut for $50,000, that no one in his place knew of it except himself. Isaac, for his share, wanted considerably more. You told him you had no such sums, that you had no money. He told you how you could get it. You had access to Maddon's safe. You were Maddon's confidential secretary, fully in your employer's trust, the last man on earth to be suspected. And there were Maddon's famous priceless rubies." Jimmie Dale paused. Burton made no answer. "And so," said Jimmie Dale presently, "to save yourself from the death penalty you took them." "Yes," said Burton, scarcely above his breath. "Are you an officer? If you are, take me. Have done with it. Only for heaven's sake end it if you're not." Jimmie Dale was not listening. "The cupboard at the rear of the room," she had said. He walked across to it now, opened it, and after a little search found a small bundle. He returned with it in his hand and, kneeling beside the dead man on the floor, his back to Burton, untied it, took out a red wig and beard, and slipped them on to old Isaac's head and face. "I wonder," he said grimly, as he stood up, "if you ever saw this man before." "My God, Perley!" With a wild cry, Burton was on his feet, straining forward like a man crazed. "Yes," said Jimmie Dale. "Perley. Sort of an ironic justice in his end, as far as you are concerned, isn't there? I think we'll leave him like that, as Perley. It will provide the police with an interesting little problem, which they will never solve. And steady!" Burton was rocking on his feet. The tears were streaming down his face. He lurched heavily, and Jimmie Dale caught him and pushed him back into the chair again.
I thought there was blood on my hands," said Burton brokenly. That I had taken a man's life. It was horrible, horrible. I've lived through 3 days that I thought would drive me mad, while I tried to do my work and talk to people, just as if nothing had happened. And everyone that spoke to me seemed so carefree and happy, and I would have sold my soul to have changed places with them."
He stared at the form on the floor and shivered suddenly.
It was like that I saw him last," he whispered. But I do not understand."
Jimmie Dale smiled a little wearily. "It was simple enough," he said. "Old Isaac had had his eyes on those rubies for a long time. The easiest way of getting them was through you. The revolver he gave you before you entered Sagosto's was loaded with blank cartridges. The blood you saw was the old trick, a punctured bladder of red pigment concealed under the vest."
"Let us get out of here!" Burton shuddered again. "Let us get out of here at once now. If we're found here, we'll be accused of that."
"There is no hurry," Jimmie Dale answered quietly. "I've told you that no one is liable to come here to night, and whoever did this certainly will not raise an alarm. And besides, there is still the matter of the rubies, Burton."
"Yes," said Burton, with a quick intake of his breath. "Yes, the rubies. What are you going to do with them? I had forgotten them. You'll—"
He stopped, stared at Jimmie Dale, and burst into a miserable laugh.
"I'm a fool, a blind fool," he moaned. "It does not matter what you do with them. I forgot Sagosto. When they find Isaac here, Sagosto will either tell his story, which will be enough to convict me of this night's work, the real murder, even though I'm innocent, or else he'll blackmail me just as Isaac did."
Jimmie Dale shook his head. "You are doing Isaac's cunning an injustice," he said grimly. "Sagosto was only a tool, one of many that old Isaac had in his power, and for that matter as likely as any one else to have had a hand in Isaac's murder tonight. Sagosto saw you once when Isaac brought you into his place, not because Isaac wanted Sagosto to see you, but because he wanted you to see Sagosto. Do you understand? It would make the story that Sagosto came to him with the tale of the murder the next day ring true. Sagosto, however, did not go to old Isaac the next day to tell about any fake murder, naturally. Sagosto would not know you again from Adam, neither does he know anything about the rubies, nor what old Isaac's ulterior motives were. He was paid for his share in the game in old Isaac's usual manner of payment, probably by a threat of exposure for some old time offense that Isaac held over him, if he didn't keep his mouth shut." Burton's hand brushed his eyes.
"Yes," he muttered. "Yes, I see it now."
Jimmie Dale stooped down, picked up the paper from the floor in which the wig and beard had been wrapped, walked back with it, and replaced it in the cupboard. And then, with his back to Burton again, he took the case of gems from his pocket, opened it, and laid it on the cupboard shelf. Also from his pocket came that thin metal case, and from the case, with a pair of tweezers that obviated the possibility of telltale fingerprints, a gray, diamond-shaped piece of paper, adhesive on one side that, cursed by the distracted authorities in every police headquarters on both sides of the Atlantic, and raved by a virulent press, whose printed reproductions had made it familiar in every household in the land, was the insignia of the Gray Seal. He moistened the adhesive side, dropped it from the tweezers to his handkerchief, and pressed it down firmly on the inside of the cover of the jewel case. He put both cases back in his pockets and returned to Burton. "Burton," he said a little sharply, "while I was outside that doorway there, I heard you beg old Isaac to let you keep the rubies, and 3 times already you have asked the same of me. What would you do with them if I gave them back to you?" Burton did not reply for a moment. He was gazing at the masked face in a half eager, half doubtful way. You mean you will give them back?" he burst out finally. "Answer my question," prompted Jimmie Dale. "Do with them?" Burton repeated slowly. "Why, I've told you. They'd go back to Mr. Maddon. I'd take them back." "Would you?" Jimmie Dale's voice was quizzical. A puzzled expression came to Burton's face. "I don't know what you mean by that," he said. "Of course I would." "How?" asked Jimmie Dale. "Do you know the combination of Mr. Maddon's safe?" "No," said Burton. "And the safe would be locked, wouldn't it?" "Yes." "Quite so," said Jimmie Dale musingly. "Then, granted that Mr. Maddon has not already discovered the theft, how would you replace the stones before he does discover it? And if he already knows that they are gone, how would you get them back into his hands?" "Yes, I know," Burton answered, a little listlessly. "I've thought of that. There's only one way to take them back to him myself and make a clean breast of it, and " he hesitated. "And tell him you stole them?" supplied Jimmie Dale. Burton nodded his head. "Yes," he said. "And then?" prodded Jimmie Dale. "What will Maddon do? From what I've heard of him, he's not a man to trifle with, nor a man to take an overly complacent view of things not the man whose philosophy is 'all's well that ends well.'" "What does it matter?" Burton's voice was low. "It isn't that so much. I'm ready for that. It's the fact that he trusted me implicitly, and well, I played the fool, or I'd never have got into a mess like this." For an instant Jimmie Dale looked at the other searchingly, and then, smiling strangely, he shook his head. "There's a better way than that, Burton," he said quietly. "I think, as I said before, you've had a lesson to night that will last you all your life. I'm going to give you another chance with Maddon. Here are the stones." He reached into his pocket and laid the case on the table. But now Burton made no effort to take the case. His eyes, in that puzzled way again, were on Jimmie Dale. "A better way?" he repeated tensely. "What do you mean? What way?" "We'll say at the expense of another man's reputation of mine," suggested Jimmie Dale, with his whimsical smile. "You need only say that a man came to you this evening, told you that he stole these rubies from Mr. Maddon during the afternoon, and asked you, as Mr. Maddon's private secretary, to restore them with his compliments to their owner." A slow flush of disappointment, deepening to one of anger, dyed Burton's cheeks. "Are you trying to make a fool of me?" he cried out. "Go to Maddon with a childish tale like that? There's no man living would believe such a cock and bull story." "No?" inquired Jimmie Dale softly. "And yet I'm inclined to think there are a good many that even Maddon would, hard headed as he is. You might say that when the man handed you the case you thought it was some practical joke being foisted on you until you opened the case." Jimmie Dale pushed it a little farther across the table, and Burton, mechanically, his eyes still on Jimmie Dale, loosened the catch with his thumbnail. "Until you opened the case, saw the rubies, and " "The Gray Seal!" Burton had snatched the case towards him, and was straining his eyes at the inside cover. "You the Gray Seal!" "Well?" said Jimmie Dale whimsically. Motionless, the case held open in his hands, Burton stood there. "The Gray Seal!" he whispered. Then, with a catch in his voice: "You mean this? You mean to let me have these back? You mean all you've said? For God's sake, don't play with me! The Gray Seal, the most notorious criminal in the country, to give back a fortune like this! You " "Dog with a bad name," said Jimmie Dale, with a wry smile. Then, a little gruffly: "Put it in your pocket." Slowly, almost as though he expected the case to be snatched back from him the next instant, Burton obeyed. "I don't understand.
I can't understand," he murmured. "They say that you and yet I believe you now. You've saved me from a ruined life tonight. The Gray Seal! If everyone knew what you had done, they " "But everyone won't," Jimmie Dale broke in bluntly. "Who is to tell them? You. You couldn't very well, when you come to think of it, could you? Well, who knows, perhaps there have been others like you." "You mean," said Burton excitedly, "you mean that all these crimes of yours that have seemed without motive, that have been so inexplicable, have really been like tonight, too?"
"I don't mean anything at all," interposed Jimmie Dale a little hurriedly. "Nothing, Burton, except that there is still one little thing more to do to bolster up that childish story of mine and then get out of here." He glanced sharply, critically around the room, his eyes resting for a moment at the last on the form on the floor. Then tersely: "I'm going to turn out the light. We will have to pass the window to get to the door, and we will invite no chances. Are you ready?" "No, not yet," said Burton eagerly. "I haven't said what I'd like to say to you, what I " "Walk straight to the door," said Jimmie Dale curtly. There was the click of an electric light switch, and the room was in darkness. "Now, no noise," he instructed. And Burton, perforce, made his way across the room. And at the door Jimmie Dale joined him and led him down the short flight of stairs. At the bottom he opened the door leading into the rear of the pawnshop itself, and, bidding Burton follow, entered. "We can't risk even a match. It could be seen from the street," he said brusquely, as he fumbled around for a moment in the darkness. "Ah, here it is." He lifted a telephone receiver from its hook and gave a number. Burton caught him quickly by the arm. "Good Lord, man, what are you doing?" he protested anxiously. "That's Mr. Maddon's house." "So I believe," said Jimmie Dale complacently. "Hello! Is Mr. Maddon there? I beg pardon? Personally, yes, if you please." There was a moment's wait. Burton's hand was still nervously clutching at Jimmie Dale's sleeve. Then: "Mr. Maddon?" asked Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "Yes. I'm very sorry to trouble you, but I called you up to inquire if you were aware that your rubies, and among them your Aracon, had been stolen." "I beg pardon? Rubies, yes. You weren't? Oh, no, I'm quite in my right mind. If you will take the trouble to open your safe you will find they are gone. Shall I hold the line while you investigate?" "What? Don't shout, please, and stand a little farther away from the mouthpiece." Jimmie Dale's tone was one of insolent composure now. "There's really no use in getting excited. I beg pardon?" "Certainly. This is the Gray Seal speaking." "What?" Jimmie Dale's voice grew plaintive. "I really can't make out a word when you yell like that. Yes, I had occasion to use them this afternoon, and I took the liberty of borrowing them temporarily. Are you still there, Mr. Maddon? Oh, quite so. Yes, I hear you now. No, that is all. Only I am returning them through your private secretary, a very estimable young man, though I fear somewhat excitable and shaky, who is on his way to you with them now." "What's that you say?" "You repeat that," snapped Jimmie Dale suddenly, icily, "and I'll take them from under your nose again before morning." "Ah, that is better. Good night, Mr. Maddon." Jimmie Dale hung up the receiver and shooed Burton toward the door. "Now then, Burton, we'll get out of here, and the sooner you reach Fifth Avenue and Mr. Maddon's house the better. No, not that way." They had reached the hall, and Burton had turned toward the side door that opened on the alleyway. Whoever they were who settled their last account with Isaac may still be watching. They've nothing against any one else, but they know some one was in here at the time, and if the police are clever enough ever to get on their track, They might find it very convenient to be able to say who was in the room when Isaac was murdered. There is nothing to show, since Isaac so obligingly opened the window for them, that the shot was fired through the window and not from the inside of the room. And even if they have already taken to their heels, Jimmie Dale was leading Burton up the stairs again as he talked. It might prove exceedingly inconvenient for us if some passer by should happen to recollect that he saw two men of our general appearance leaving the premises. Now keep close and follow me." They passed the door of Isaac's den, turned down a narrow corridor that led to the rear of the house. Jimmie Dale guiding unerringly, working from the mental map of the house that the Tocsin had drawn for him, descended another short flight of stairs that gave on to the kitchen, crossed the kitchen, and Jimmie Dale opened a back door. He paused here for a moment to listen, then, cautioning Burton to be silent, moved on again across a small backyard and through a gate into a lane that ran at right angles to the alleyway by which both had entered the house. And a minute later they were crouched against a building a half block away, where the lane intersected the cross street. Here Jimmie Dale peered out cautiously. There was no one in sight. He touched Burton's shoulder and pointed down the street. "That's your way, Burton. Mine's the other. Hurry while you've got the chance. Good night." Burton's hand reached out, caught Jimmie Dale's, and wrung it. "God bless you!" he said huskily. And Jimmie Dale pushed him out onto the street. Burton's steps receded down the sidewalk. Jimmie Dale still crouched against the wall. The steps grew fainter in the distance and died finally away. Jimmie Dale straightened up, slipped the mask from his face to his pocket, stepped out on the street, and 5 minutes later was passing through the noisy bedlam of the Hungarian restaurant on his way to the front door and his car. "Sonnez le Tocsin," Jimmie Dale was saying softly to himself. "I wonder what she'll do when she finds I've got the ring." End of Part 1, Chapter 7C. The Thief. The conclusion. From The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Read by Lars Rolander.
Part 1, Chapter 8A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 8A, The Man Higher Up. The Tocsin! By neither act, sign, nor word had she evidenced the slightest interest in that ring. And yet she must know, she certainly must know, that it was now in his possession. Jimmie Dale was disappointed. Somehow he had counted more than he had cared to admit on developments from that ring. He pulled a little viciously at his cigarette as he stared out of the St. James Club window. That was how long ago? 10 days? Yes, this would be the 11th. 11 days now and no word from her. 11 days since that night at old Isaac's, since she had last called him, the Gray Seal, to arms. It was a long while, so long a while even that what had come to be his prerogative in the newspapers, the front page with 3-inch type, recounting some new exploit of that mysterious criminal, the Gray Seal, was being usurped. The papers were howling now about what they, for the lack of a better term, were pleased to call a wave of crime that had inundated New York, and of which, for once, the Gray Seal was not the storm center, but rather, for the moment, forgotten. He drew back from the window, and settling himself again in the big leather lounging chair, resumed the perusal of the evening paper. His eye fell on what was common to every edition now, a crime editorial. and the paper crackled suddenly under the long, slim, tapering fingers, so carefully nurtured, whose sensitive tips 100 times had made mockery of the human ingenuity squandered on the intricate mechanism of safes and vaults. No, he was wrong. The Gray Seal had not been forgotten. "We should not be surprised," wrote the editor virulently, "to discover at the bottom of these abominable atrocities that the guiding spirit, in fact, was the Gray Seal. They are quite worthy even of his diabolical disregard for the laws of God and man." Jimmie Dale's lips straightened ominously, and an angry glint crept into his dark, steady eyes. There was nothing, then, nothing too vile, that in the public's eyes could not logically be associated with the Gray Seal. Even this! A series of the most cold-blooded, callous murders and robberies, the work, on the face of it, of a well-organized band of thugs, brutal, insensate, little better than fiends, though clever enough so far to have evaded capture, clever enough, indeed, to have kept the police still staggering and gasping after a clue for one murder while another was in the very act of being committed. The Gray Seal! What exquisite irony! And yet, after all, the papers were not wholly to blame for what they said. He had invited much of it. Seeming crimes of the Gray Seal had apparently been genuine beyond any question of doubt, as he had intended them to appear, as in the very essence of their purpose they had to be. Yes, he had invited much, he and she together, the Tocsin and himself. He, Jimmie Dale, millionaire, clubman, whose name for generations in New York had been the family pride, was wanted as the Gray Seal for so many crimes that he had lost track of them himself, but from any one of which, let the identity of the Gray Seal be once solved, there was and could be no escape. What exquisite irony, yet full, too, of the most deadly consequences! Once more Jimmie Dale's eyes sought the paper, and this time scanned the headlines of the first page. "Brutal Murder of Mill Paymaster. The Crime Wave Still at its Height. Herman Roessler Found Dead Near His Car. Assassins Escape with $20,000. Jimmie Dale read on, and as he read there came again that angry set to his lips. The details were not pleasant. Herman Roessler, the paymaster of the Martindale Kensington Mills, whose plant was on the Hudson, had gone that morning in his runabout to the nearest town, 3 miles away, for the monthly payroll, had secured the money from the bank, a sum of $20,000, and had started back with it for the mill. At first, it being broad daylight and a well-frequented road, his non-appearance caused no apprehension, but as early afternoon came and there was still no sign of Roessler, the mill management took alarm. Discovering that he had left the bank for the return journey at a few minutes before 11, and that nothing had been seen of him at his home, the police were notified. Followed then several hours of fruitless search, until finally, with the whole countryside aroused and the efforts of the police augmented by private search parties, the car was found in a thicket at the edge of a crossroad some 4 miles back from the river, and, a little way from the car, the body of Roessler, dead, the man's head crushed in where it had been fiendishly battered by some blunt, heavy object. There was no clue. No one could be found who had seen the car on the crossroad. The murderer, or murderers, and the $20,000 in cash had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. There were several columns of this, which Jimmie Dale skimmed through quickly, but at the end he stared for a long time at the last paragraph. Somehow, strange to relate, the paper had neglected to turn its sob artist loose, and the few words, added almost as though they were an afterthought, for once rang true and full of pathos in their very simplicity. At the Rossler home, where Mrs. Rossler was prostrated, two little tots of 5 and 7, too young to understand, had gravely received the reporter and told him that some bad man had hurt their daddy. Jimmie Dale lowered his paper. A club attendant was standing before him, respectfully extending a silver card tray. From the man, Jimmie Dale's eyes fixed on a white envelope on the tray. One glance was enough. It was hers, that letter. The Tocsin again. His brain seemed suddenly to be afire, and he could feel his pulse quicken, the blood begin to pound in fierce throbs at his heart. Life and death lay in that white, innocent-looking, unaddressed envelope. Danger, peril. It was always life and death, for those were the stakes for which the Tocsin played. But master of many things, Jimmie Dale was most of all master of himself. Not a muscle of his face moved. He reached nonchalantly for the letter. "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale. The man bowed and started away. Jimmie Dale laid the envelope on the arm of the lounging chair. The man had reached the door when Jimmie Dale stopped him. "Oh, by the way," said Jimmie Dale languidly, "where did this come from?" "Your chauffeur, sir," replied the other. "Your chauffeur gave it to the hall porter a moment ago, sir." "Thank you," said Jimmie Dale again. The door closed. Jimmie Dale glanced around the room. It was the caution of habit, that glance. The habit of years in which his life had hung on little things. He was alone in one of the club's private library rooms. He picked up the envelope, tore it open, took out the folded sheets inside, and began to read. At the first words he leaned forward, suddenly tense in his chair. He read on, turning the pages hurriedly, incredulity, amazement, and finally a strange menace mirroring itself in turn upon his face. He stood up, the letter in his hand. "My God!" whispered Jimmie Dale. It was a call to arms such as the Gray Seal had never received before, such as the Tocsin had never made before. And if it were true, True, he laughed aloud a little gratingly. True, had the Tocsin, astoundingly, unbelievably, mystifying as were the means by which she acquired her knowledge not only of this, but of countless other affairs, ever by so much as the smallest detail been astray? If it were true! He pulled out his watch. It was 9:30. Benson, his chauffeur, had sent the letter into the club. Benson had been waiting outside there ever since dinner. Jimmie Dale, for the first time since the first communication that he had ever received from the Tocsin, did not immediately destroy her letter now. He slipped it into his pocket and stepped quickly from the room. In the cloakroom downstairs, he secured his hat and overcoat, and, though it was a warm evening, put on the latter, since he was in evening clothes, then walked leisurely out of the club. At the curb, Benson, the chauffeur, sprang from his seat, and, touching his cap, opened the door of a luxurious limousine. Jimmie Dale shook his head. "I shall not keep you waiting any longer, Benson," he said. "You may take the car home and put it up. I shall probably be late tonight." "Very good, sir," replied the chauffeur. "You sent in a letter a moment or so ago, Benson?" observed Jimmie Dale casually, opening his cigarette case. "Yes, sir," said Benson. "I hope I didn't do wrong, sir. He said it was important, and that you were to have it at once." "He?" Jimmie Dale was lighting his cigarette now. "A boy, sir," Benson amplified. "I couldn't get anything out of him. He just said he'd been told to give it to me, and tell me to see that you got it at once. I hope, sir, I haven't—" "Not at all, Benson," said Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "It's quite all right. Good night, Benson." "Good night, sir," Benson answered, climbing back to his seat. There was a queer little smile on Jimmie Dale's lips, as he watched the great car swing around in the street and glide noiselessly away. A queer little smile that still held there even after he himself had started briskly along the avenue in a downtown direction. It was invariably the same, always the same. The letters came unexpectedly, when least looked for, now by this means, now by that, but always in a manner that precluded the slightest possibility of tracing them to their source. Was there anything in his intimate surroundings, in his intimate life, that she did not know about him, who knew absolutely nothing about her? Benson, for instance. That the man was absolutely trustworthy, or else she would never for an instant have risked the letter in his possession. Was there anything that she did not? Yes, one thing. She did not know him in the role he was going to play tonight. That, at least, was one thing that surely she did not know about him, the role in which, many times, for weeks on end, he had devoted himself body and soul in an attempt to solve the mystery with which she surrounded herself. The role, too, that often enough had been a bulwark of safety to him when hard pressed by the police. The role out of which he had so carefully, so painstakingly created a now recognized and well-known character of the underworld, the role of Larry the Bat. Jimmie Dale turned from Fifth Avenue into Broadway, continued on down Broadway across to the Bowery, kept along the Bowery for several more blocks, and finally headed east into the dimly lighted cross street on which the sanctuary was located. And now Jimmie Dale became cautious in his movements. As he approached the black alleyway that flanked the miserable tenement, he glanced sharply behind and about him, and at the alleyway itself, without pause, but with a curious lightning-like sidestep, no longer Jimmie Dale now, but the Gray Seal, he disappeared from the street, and was lost in the deep shadows of the building. In a moment he was at the side door, listening for any sound from within. None had ever seen or met the lodger of the first floor, either ascending or descending, except in the familiar character of Larry the Bat. He opened the door, closed it behind him, and in the utter blackness went noiselessly up the stairs, stairs so rickety that it seemed a mouse's tread alone would have set them creaking. There seemed an art in the play of Jimmie Dale's every muscle, in the movements, lithe, balanced, quick, absolutely silent. On the first landing he stopped before another door. There was a faint click of a key turning in the lock, and then this door, too, closed behind him. Sounded the faint click of the key as it turned again, and Jimmie Dale drew a long breath, stepped across the room to assure himself that the window blind was down, and lighted the gas jet. A yellow murky flame spurted up, pitifully weak, almost as though it were ashamed of its disreputable surroundings. Dirt, disorder, squalor, the evidence of low living, testified eloquently enough to anyone, the police, for instance, in times past inquisitive, until they were fatuously content with the belief that they knew the occupant for what he was, that the place was quite in keeping with its tenant, a mute prototype, as it were, of Larry the Bat, the dope fiend. For a little space Jimmie Dale, immaculate in his evening clothes, stood in the center of the miserable room, his dark eyes keen, alert, critical, sweeping comprehensively over every object about him, the position of a chair, of a cracked drinking glass on a broken-legged table, of an old coat thrown with apparent carelessness on the floor at the foot of the bed, of a broken bottle that had innocently strewn some sort of white powder close to the threshold, inviting unwary foot tracks across the floor. And then, taking out the Tocsin's letter, he laid it upon the table, placed what money he had in his pockets beside it, and began rapidly to remove his clothes. The sanctuary had not been invaded since his last visit there. He turned back the oilcloth in the far corner of the room, took up the piece of loose flooring, which, however, strangely enough, fitted so closely as to give no sign of its existence, even should it inadvertently, by some curious visitor again, be trod upon, and from the aperture beneath lifted out a bundle of clothes and a small box. Undressed now, he carefully folded the clothes he had taken off, laid them under the flooring, and began to dress again, his wardrobe supplied by the bundle he had taken out in exchange, an old pair of shoes, the laces broken, mismated socks, patched trousers, frayed at the bottoms, a soiled shirt, collarless, open at the neck. Attired to his satisfaction, he placed the box upon the table, propped up a cracked mirror, sat down in front of it, and with a deft, artist's touch, began to apply stain to his hands, wrists, neck, throat, and face. But the hardness, the grim menace that now grew into the dominant characteristic of his features, was not due to the stain alone. Dear philanthropic Crook, his eyes were on the Tocsin's letter that lay before him. He read on. For once, even to Jimmie Dale's keen, facile mind, a first reading had failed to convey the full significance of what she had written. It was too amazing, almost beyond belief, the series of crimes, rampant for the past few weeks, at which the community had stood aghast. The brutal murder of Roessler, but a few hours old, lay bare before his eyes. It was all there, all of it. The details, the hellish cleverness, the personnel even of the thugs, all, everything, except the proof. Get him, Jimmie, the man higher up. Get him, Jimmie, before another pays forfeit with his life. The words seemed to leap out at him from the white page in red, dancing lines. Get him, Jimmie, the man higher up. Jimmie Dale finished the second reading of the letter, read it again for the third time, then tore it into tiny fragments. His fingers delved into the box again, and the transformation of Jimmie Dale, member of New York's most exclusive social set, into a low, vicious-featured denizen of the underworld went on. A little wax applied skillfully behind the ears, in the nostrils, and under the upper lip. End of Part 1, Chapter 8A. Part 1, Chapter 8B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 8B, The Man Higher Up, continued. It was all there, all except the proof. And the proof. He laughed aloud suddenly, unpleasantly. There seemed something sardonic in it. Aye, more than that, all that was grim in irony. The proof, in Stangeist's own writing, sworn to before witnesses in the presence of a notary, the text of the document of course unknown to both witnesses and notary, evidence, absolute and final, that would be admitted in any court, for Stangeist was a lawyer and would see to that, was in Stangeist's own safe, for Stangeist's own protection. Stangeist, who was himself the head and brains of this murder gang. Stangeist, who was the man higher up. It was amazing, without parallel in the history of crime, and yet ingenious, clever, full of the craft and cunning that had built up the shyster lawyer's reputation below the deadline. Jimmie Dale's lips were curiously thin now. So it was Stangeist. A Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with a vengeance. He knew Stangeist, not personally, not by the reputation Stangeist held, low even as that was, among his brother members of the profession. But as the man was known for what he really was among the crooks and criminals of the underworld, where, in that strange underground exchange, whispered confidences passed between those whose common enemy was the law, where Larry the Bat himself was trusted in the innermost circles. Stangeist was a power in the Bad Lands. There were few among that unholy community that Stangeist, at one time or another, in one way or another, had not rescued from the clutches of the law, resorting to any trick or cunning, but with perjury that he could handle like the master of it that he was, employed as the most common weapon of defense for his clients, provided he were paid well enough for it. The man had become more than the attorney for the crime world. He had become part of it. Cunning, shrewd, crafty, conscienceless, cold-blooded. That was Stangeist. The form and features of the man pictured themselves in Jimmie Dale's mind. The 6-foot muscular frame that was invariably clothed in attire of the most fashionable cut. The thin lips with their oily, plausible smile. The straight black hair that straggled into pinpoint. Little black eyes. The dark face with its high cheekbones, which, with the pronounced aquiline nose and the persistent rumor that he was a quarter caste, had led the underworld, prejudiced always in favor of a moniker, to dub the man the Indian Chief. Jimmie Dale laughed again, still unpleasantly. So Stangeist had taken the plunge at last and branched out into a wider field, had he? Well, there was nothing surprising in that, except that he had not done it before. The irony of it lay in the fact that at last he had been too clever, overstepped himself in his own cleverness, that was all. It was Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane that Stangeist had gathered around him, the Tocsin had said. And there were none worse in Larry the Bat's wide range of acquaintanceship than those three. Stangeist had made himself master of Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane, and he had driven them a little too hard on the division of the spoils, and laughed at them, and cracked the whip much after the fashion that the trainer in the cage handles the growling beasts around him. A dozen of the crimes that had appalled and staggered New York they had committed under his leadership, and then it seemed they had quarreled furiously, the three pitted against Stangeist, threatening him, demanding a more equitable share of the proceeds. None was better aware than Stangeist that threats from men of their caliber were likely to result in a grim aftermath, and Stangeist yesterday, the Tocsin said, had answered them as no other man than Stangeist would either have thought of or have dared to do. One by one, at separate times, covering the other with the revolver, Stangeist had permitted them to read a document that was addressed to the district attorney. It was a confession, complete in every detail, of every crime the four together had committed, implicating Stangeist as fully and unreservedly as it did the other three. It required no commentary. If anything happened to Stangeist, a stab in the dark, for instance, a bullet from some dark alleyway, a blackjack deftly wielded, as only Australian Ike the Mope or Clarie Deane knew how to wield it, the document automatically became a death sentence for Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane. It was very simple, and evidently it had been effective, as witnessed the renewal of their operations in the murder of Rossler that afternoon. Fear and avarice had both probably played their part. Fear of the man who would with such consummate nerve fling his life into the balance to turn the tables upon them, while he jeered at them. Avarice that prompted them to get what they could out of Stangeist's brains and leadership, and to be satisfied with what they could get, since they could get no more. Satisfied? Jimmie Dale shook his head. No, that was hardly the word. Cowed, perhaps, for the moment would be better. But afterward, with a document like that in existence, when they would never be safe for an instant, well, beasts in the cages had been known to get the better of the man with the whip, and beasts were gentle things compared with Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane. Some day they would reverse the tables on the Indian chief, if they could, and if they couldn't, it would not be for the lack of trying. There would be another act in that drama of the house divided before the curtain fell, and there would be a sort of grim, poetic justice in it, a temptation almost to let the play work itself out to its own inevitable conclusion, only Jimmie Dale, the final touches given to his features, stood up, and his hands clenched suddenly, fiercely. It was not just the man higher up alone, there were the other three as well, the whole four of them, all of them, crimes without number at their door, brutal, fiendish acts, damnable outrages, murder to answer for, with which the public now was beginning to connect the name of the Gray Seal. The Gray Seal! Jimmie Dale's hands, whose delicate fingers were artfully grimed and blackened now beneath the nails, clenched still tighter, and then, with a quick shrug of his shoulders, a thinning of the firmly compressed lips, he picked up the coat from where it lay upon the floor, put it on, put the money that was on the table in his pocket, and replaced the box under the flooring. In quick succession, from the same hiding place, an automatic, a black silk mask, an electric flashlight, that thin metal box like a cigarette case, and half a dozen vicious-looking little blue steel burglar's tools were stowed away in his pockets, the flooring carefully replaced, the oilcloth spread back again, and then, pulling a slouch hat well down over his eyes, he reached up to turn off the gas. For an instant his hand held there, while his eyes, sweeping around the apartment, took in every single detail about him in that same alert, comprehensive way as when he had entered. Then the room was in darkness, and the Gray Seal, as Larry the Bat, a shuffling, unkempt creature of the underworld, alias Jimmie Dale, the lionized of clubs, the matrimonial target of exclusive drawing rooms, closed the door of the sanctuary behind him, shuffled down the stairs, shuffled out into the lane, and shuffled along the street toward the Bowery. A policeman on the corner accosted him familiarly. "Hello, Larry," grinned the officer. "Hello," returned Jimmie Dale affably through the side of his mouth. "Fine night, ain't it?" and shuffled on along the street. And now Jimmie Dale began to hurry, still with that shuffling tread, but covering the ground nevertheless with amazing celerity. He had lost no time since receiving the Tocsin's letter, it was true, but for all that it was now after 10 o'clock. Stangeist's house was dark that evening, she had said, meaning that the occupants, Stangeist as well as whatever servants there might be, for Stangeist had no family, were out, the servants in town for a theatre or picture show probably, and Stangeist himself as yet not back, presumably from the Roessler affair. The stub of an old cigar, unlighted, shifted with a sudden, savage twist of the lips from one side of Jimmie Dale's mouth to the other. There was need for haste. There was no telling when Stangeist might get back. As for the servants, that did not matter so much. Servants in suburban homes had a marked affinity for last trains. Jimmie Dale boarded a crosstown car, effected a transfer, and in a quarter of an hour after leaving the sanctuary was huddled, an inoffensive heap like a tired-out working-man, in a corner seat of a Long Island train. From here there was only a short run ahead of him, and 20 minutes later, descending from the train at Forest Hills, he had passed through the more thickly settled portion of the little place, and was walking briskly out along the country road. Stangeist's house lay approximately a mile and a half from the station, quite by itself, and set well back from the road. Jimmie Dale could have found it with his eyes blindfolded. The Tocsin's directions had lacked none of their usual explicit minuteness. The road was quite deserted. Jimmie Dale met no one. Even in the houses that he passed, the lights were in nearly every instance already out. Something, merciless in its rage, swept suddenly over Jimmie Dale, as, unbidden, of its own volition, the last paragraph he had read in that evening's paper began to repeat itself over and over again in his mind. The two little kiddies. It seemed as though he could see them standing there, and from Jimmie Dale's lips, not given to profanity, there came a bitter oath. It might possibly be that even if he were successful in what was before him tonight, the authors of the Rosler murder would never be known. That confession of Stangeist's was written prior to what had happened that afternoon, and there would be no mention, naturally, of Rosler. And for a moment that seemed to Jimmie Dale the one thing paramount to all others, the one thing that was vital. Then he shook his head and laughed out shortly. After all, it did not matter. Whether Stangeist and the blood wolves he had gathered around him paid the penalty specifically for one particular crime or for another could make little difference. They would pay, just as surely, just as certainly, once that paper was in his possession. Jimmie Dale was counting the houses as he passed. They were more infrequent now, farther apart. Stangeist was no fool, not the fool that he would appear to be for keeping a document like that, once he had had the temerity to execute it, in his own safe. For, in a day or two, the Tocsin had hinted at this, after holding it over the heads of Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clary Deane again to drive the force of it a little deeper home, he would undoubtedly destroy it. And the supposition that it was still in existence would have equally the same effect on the minds of the other three. Stangeist was certainly alive to the peril that he ran with such a thing in his possession, only the peril had not appealed to him as imminent either from the three thugs with whom he had allied himself, or much less from anyone else, that was all. Jimmie Dale halted by a low, ornamental stone fence, some 3 feet high, and stood there for a moment, glancing about him. This was Stangeist's house. He could just make out the building as it loomed up a shadowy, irregular shape, perhaps 200 yards back from the fence. The house was quite dark. Not a light showed in any window. Jimmie Dale sat down casually on the fence, looked carefully again up and down the road. Then, swinging his legs over, quick now in every action, he dropped to the other side and stole silently across the grass to the rear of the house. Here he stopped again, reached up to a window that was about on a level with his shoulders, and tested its fastenings. The window, it was the window of Stangeist's private sanctum, according to the plan in her letter, was securely locked. Jimmie Dale's hands went into his pocket, and the black silk mask was slipped over his face. He listened intently. Then a little steel instrument began to gnaw like a rat. A minute passed, 2 of them. Again Jimmie Dale listened. There was not a sound save the night sounds, the light breeze whispering through the branches of the trees, the far-off rumble of a train, the whir of insects, the hoarse croaking of a frog from some nearby creek or pond. The window sash was raised an inch, another, and gradually to the top. Like a shadow, Jimmie Dale pulled himself up to the sill, and, poised there, his hands parted the heavy portieres that hung within. It was too dark to distinguish even a single object in the room. He lowered himself to the floor and slipped cautiously between the portieres. From somewhere in the house a clock began to strike. Jimmie Dale counted the strokes. 11 o'clock. It was getting late, too late. Stangeist was likely to be back any moment. The flashlight in Jimmie Dale's hand now circled the room with its little round white ray, lingering an instant in a queer, inquisitive sort of way here and there on this object and that, and went out. Jimmie Dale nodded. The flat desk in the center of the floor, the safe in the corner by the rear wall, the position of everything in the room, even to the chairs, was photographed on his mind. He stepped from the portieres to the safe, and the flashlight played again, this time reflecting back from the glistening nickeled knobs. Jimmie Dale's lips tightened. It was a small safe, almost ludicrously small. But to such height as the art of safe design had been carried, that design was embodied in the one before him. "Type K428 Colby," muttered Jimmie Dale. "A nasty little beggar, and it's 11 o'clock now. I'd use soup for once, if it weren't that it would put Stangeist wise and give him a chance to make his getaway before the district attorney got the nippers on the four of them." The light went out. Jimmie Dale dropped to his knees, and while his left hand passed swiftly, tentatively over the dials and handle, he rubbed the fingers of his right hand rapidly to and fro over the carpet. Wonderful fingertips were those of Jimmie Dale, sensitive to an abnormal degree, and now, tingling with the friction, the nerves throbbing at the skin surface, they closed in a light, delicate touch upon the knob of the dial, and Jimmie Dale's ear pressed close against the face of the safe. Time passed. The silence grew heavy, seemed to palpitate through the room. Then a deep breath, half like a sigh, half like a fluttering sob of a strong man taxed to the uttermost of his endurance, came from Jimmie Dale, and his left hand swept away the sweat beads that had spurted to his forehead. 8, 13, 22, whispered Jimmie Dale. There was a click, a low metallic thud as the bolt slid back, and the door swung open. And now the flashlight again, searching the mechanism of the inner door, then darkness once more. 5 minutes, 10 minutes went by. The clock struck again, and the single stroke seemed to boom out through the house in a weird, raucous, threatening note, and seemed to linger, throbbing in the air. The inner door was open. The flashlight's ray was flooding a nest of pigeonholes and little drawers. The pigeonholes were crammed with papers, as presumably, too, were the drawers. Jimmie Dale sucked in his breath. He had already been there well over half an hour. Every minute now, every second, was counting against him, and to search that mass of papers before Stangeist returned was— Ah! It came in a fierce little ejaculation from Jimmie Dale. From the center pigeonhole, almost the first paper he had touched, he drew a long sealed envelope, and at a single swift glance had read the inscription upon it, written in longhand: "To the District Attorney, New York City. Important. Urgent." The words in the corners were underscored 3 times. Swiftly, deftly, Jimmie Dale's hands rolled the rounded end of one of his collection of the legal instruments under the flap of the envelope, turned the sheets over, and drew out the folded document inside. There were 8 sheets of legal foolscap, neatly fastened together at the top left-hand corner with green tape. He opened them out, read a few words here and there, and turned the pages hurriedly over to scrutinize the last one, and nodded grimly. 3 witnesses had testified to the signature of Stangeist, and a notary's seal, accompanied by the usual legal formula, was duly affixed. Jimmie Dale slipped the document into his pocket, and, with the envelope in his hand, moved to the desk. He opened first one drawer and then another, and finally, discovering a pile of blank foolscap, took out 4 sheets, folded them, and placed them in the envelope, sealing the flap of the latter again. That it did not seal very well now brought a quizzical twitch to Jimmie Dale's lips. Sealed or unsealed, perhaps it made little difference. But for all that, he was not through with it yet. Apart from bringing the four to justice, there was, after all, a chance to vindicate the Gray Seal in this matter at least, and repudiate the newspaper theory which the public, to whom the Gray Seal was already a monster of iniquity, would seize upon with avidity. There was no further need of light now. Jimmie Dale replaced the flashlight in his pocket, took out the thin metal case, opened it, and with the tiny pair of tweezers that likewise nestled there, lifted out one of the gray, diamond-shaped paper seals. There was no question but that, once under arrest, Stangeist's effects would be immediately and thoroughly searched by the authorities. Jimmie Dale's smile from quizzical became ironic. It would afford the police another little bewildering reminder of the Gray Seal, and give Carruthers, good old Carruthers of the Morning News Argus, so innocently ignorant that the Gray Seal was his old college pal, yet the one editor of them all who was not forever barking and yelping at the Gray Seal's heels, a chance to vindicate himself a little too. Jimmie Dale moistened the adhesive side of the Gray Seal, and, still mindful of telltale fingerprints, laid it with the tweezers on the flap of the envelope, and pressed it firmly into place with his elbow. And then, suddenly, every faculty instantly on the alert, he snatched up the envelope from the desk and listened. Was it imagination, a trick of nerves, or… No, there it was again, a footfall on the gravel walk at the front of the house. The sound became louder, clearer, 2 footfalls instead of 1. It was Stangeist, and somebody was with him. In an instant Jimmie Dale was across the room and kneeling again before the safe. His fingers were flying now. The envelope shot back into the pigeonhole from which he had taken it. The inner door of the safe closed silently and swiftly. A dry chuckle came from Jimmie Dale's lips. It was just like fiction, just precisely time enough to have accomplished what he had come for before he was interrupted, not a second more or less, the villain foiled at the psychological moment. The key was rattling in the front door now. They were in the hall. He could hear Stangeist's voice. There came a dull glow from the hallway, following the click of an electric light switch. The outer door of the safe swung shut, the bolt slid into place, the dial whirled under Jimmie Dale's fingers. It was only a step to the portieres, the open window, and escape. He straightened up, stepped back, the portieres closed behind him, and the chuckle died on Jimmie Dale's lips. He was trapped, caught without so much as a corner in which to turn. Stangeist was even then coming into the room, and outside, darkly outlined, 2 forms stood just beneath the window. Instinctively, quick as a flash, Jimmie Dale crouched below the sill. Who were they? What did it mean? Questions swept in swift sequence through his brain. Had they seen him? It would be very dark against the background of the portieres, but yet, if they were watching… He drew a breath of relief. He had not been seen. Their voices reached him in low, guarded whispers. "Say, youse, Ike, pipe it! Dere's a window open in the snitch's room. Come on, we'll get in dere. It'll make the hair stand up on the back of his neck for a starter." "Aw, forget it," replied another voice. "Can the theatre stunt. Clarie leave the front door unfastened, don't he? And they'll be in dere in a minute now. What you want to do, crab the game? He might hear us and fix Clarie before we had a chance, the skinny old fox. And here's the light now, see? Bait it on your toes for the front of the house." The room was flooded with light. Through the portieres that Jimmie Dale parted by the barest fraction of an inch, he could see Stangeist and another man, a thick-set, ugly-faced looking customer, Clarie Deane, according to that brief, whispered colloquy that he had heard outside. He looked again through the window. The 2 dark forms had disappeared now, but they had disappeared just a few seconds too late. With the 2 other men now in the room, and one of them so close that Jimmie Dale could almost have reached out and touched him, It was impossible to get through the window without being detected, when the slightest sound would attract instant attention and equally instant suspicion. It was a chance to be taken only as a last resort. Jimmie Dale's face grew hard, as his fingers closed around his automatic and drew the weapon from his pocket. It was all plain enough. That last act in the drama which he had speculatively anticipated was being staged with little loss of time, and in a grim sort of way the thought flashed across his mind that, perilous as his own position was, Stangeist at the moment was in even greater peril than himself. Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clarie Deane, given the chance, and they seemed to have made that chance now, were not likely to deal in half measures. Clarie Deane had dropped into a chair beside the desk, and the Mope and Australian Ike were creeping around to the front door. The parting in the portieres widened a little more, a very little more, slowly, imperceptibly, until Jimmie Dale, by the simple expedient of moving his head, could obtain an unobstructed view of the entire room. End of Part 1, Chapter 8b. Part 1, Chapter 8c of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 8c, The Man Higher Up, concluded. Stangeist tossed a bag he had been carrying on the desk, pulled up a chair opposite to Clarie Deane, and sat down. Both men were side-faced to Jimmie Dale. "You tell the boys," said Stangeist abruptly, "to fade away after this for a while. Things are getting too hot. And you tell the Mope I dock him $500 for that extra crunch on Rossler's skull. That sort of thing isn't necessary. That's the kind of stunt that gets the public sore. The man was dead enough as it was, see?" "Sure." Clarie Deane's ejaculation was a grunt. Stangeist opened the bag, dumped the contents on the desk. Pile after pile of banknotes, the payroll of the Martindale Kensington mills. "Some haul," observed Clarie Deane, with a hoarse chuckle. "The papers said over 20,000. "You can't always believe what the papers say," returned Stangeist curtly, and taking a scribbling pad from the desk, began to check up the packages. Clarie Deane's cigar had gone out. He rolled the short stub in his mouth and leaned forward. The bills were evidently just as they had been delivered to the murdered paymaster at the bank, done up with little narrow paper bands in packages of 100 notes each, save for a small bundle of loose bills, which latter, with the rolls of silver, Stangeist swept to one side of the desk. Package by package, Stangeist went on jotting the amounts down on the pad. "Nix," growled Clarie Deane suddenly. "Cut that out. Them's fivers in that wad. Make that 500 instead of 1. I'm onto you." "Mistake," said Stangeist suavely, changing the figures with his pencil. "You're pretty wide awake for this time of night, aren't you, Clarie?" "Oh, I dunno," responded Clarie Deane gruffly. "Not so very." Stangeist, finished with the packages, picked up the loose bills, and, with a short laugh, tossed them into the bag and followed them with the rolls of silver. He pushed the bag toward Clarie Deane. "That's a little extra for you," he said. "The trouble with you fellows is that you don't know when you're well off, but the sooner you find it out the better, unless you want another lesson like yesterday." He made the addition on the pad. $15,800, he announced softly. "That's $7,900 for the three of you to divide, less $500 from the Mope." Clarie Deane's eyes narrowed. His hands were on his knees, hidden by the desk. "There's more'n 20 there," he said sullenly, and drew a match across the under edge of the desk with a long, crackling noise. Stangeist's face lost its suavity. A snarl curled his lips. but about to reply, he sprang suddenly to his feet instead, his head turned sharply toward the door. "What's that?" he said hoarsely. "It's not the servants. They wouldn't dare to—" Stangeist's words ended in a gulp. He was staring into the muzzle of a heavy-calibered revolver that Clarie Deane had jerked up from under the desk. "You sit down, or I'll blow your block off," said Clarie Deane, with a sudden leer. It happened then, almost before Jimmie Dale could grasp the details, before even Clarie Deane himself could interfere. The door burst open, the two men rushed in, and one, with a bound, flung himself at Stangeist. The man's hand, grasping a clubbed revolver, rose in the air, descended on Stangeist's head, and Stangeist went down in a limp heap, crashed into a chair, and slid from the chair with a thud to the floor. There was an oath from Clarie Deane. He jumped from his seat, and with a violent shove sent the man reeling half across the room. "Blast you, Mope!" he snarled. "You're too blamed fly! D'you want ter queer the whole biz?" "Aw, what's the matter with youse?" The Mope, purple-faced with rage, little black eyes glittering, mouth working under a flattened nose that some previous encounter had broken and bent over the side of his face, advanced belligerently. Australian Ike, who had entered the room with him, pulled him back. "Forget it," he flung out. "Clarie's dealing the deck. Forget it." The Mope glared from one to the other, then shook his fist at Stangeist on the floor. "Youse two make me sick," he sneered. "What's the use of waitin' all night? We was to bump him off anyway, wasn't we? Dat's what youse said yourselves, 'cause what was ter stop him writin' out another paper if we didn't fix him for keeps?" "That's all right," rejoined Clarie Deane, "but that's the second act, you bonehead, see? We ain't got the paper yet, have we? Say, take a look at that safe. It's easier to scare him into opening it than to crack it, ain't it?" Jimmie Dale, from his crouched position, began to rise to his feet slowly, making but the slightest movement at a time, cautious of the least sound. His lips were like a thin line, his fingers tightly pressed over the automatic in his hand. There was not room for him between the portieres and the window, and do what he could, the hangings bulged a little. Let one of the three notice that, or inadvertently brush against the portieres, and his life would not be worth an instant's purchase. They were lifting Stangeist up now, propping him up in the chair. Stangeist moaned, opened his eyes, stared in a dazed way at the three faces that leered into his, then dawning intelligence came, and his face, that had been white before, took on a pasty, grayish pallor. "You, the three of you," he mumbled. "You, the three of you. What's this mean?" And then Clarie Deane laughed in a low, brutal way. "What do you think it means? We want that paper, and we want it damn quick, see? D'you think we was goin' ter stand fer havin' a trip ter Sing Sing and the wire chair dangling over our heads?" Stangeist closed his eyes. When he opened them again, something of the old-time craftiness was in his face. "Well, what are you going to do about it?" he inquired, almost sharply. "You know what will happen to you if anything happens to me." "Don't youse kid yourself," retorted Clarie Deane. "D'ye think we're fools? This ain't like it was yesterday, see? We gets the paper this time, so there won't nothin' happen to us. You come across with it blasted quick now, or the Mope'll give you another on the bean that'll put you to sleep for keeps." The blood was running down Stangeist's face. He wiped it away from his eyes. "It's not here," he said innocently. "It's in my box in the safety deposit vaults." "Aw," blurted out Australian Ike, pushing suddenly forward. "Youse can't work dat crawl on—" "Cut it out, Ike," snapped Clarie Deane. "I'm running this. So it's in the vaults, eh?" He shoved his face toward Stangeist's. "Yes," said Stangeist easily. "You see, I was looking for something like this." Clarie Deane's fist clenched. "You lie!" he choked. The Mope here was the last of us you showed the paper to yesterday afternoon, and the vaults was closed then. And you ain't been there today 'cause you've been watched. That's why we fixed it for tonight after the divvy that you've just tried to do us on again, 'cause we knew you had it here." "I tell you it's not here," said Stangeist evenly. "You lie," said Clarie Deane again. "It's in that safe. The Mope heard you tell the girl in your office that if anything happened to you she was to wise up the district attorney that there was a paper in your safe at home for him that was important. Now then, you beat it over to that safe and open it up. We'll give you a minute to do it in." "The paper's not there, I tell you," said Stangeist once more. "That's all right," submitted Claire Deane grimly. "There's a quarter of that minute gone." "I won't," Stangeist flashed out violently. "That's all right," repeated Clarie Deane. "There's a half of that minute gone." Jimmie Dale's eyes, in a fascinating sort of way, were on Stangeist. The man's face was twitching now, moisture beginning to ooze from his forehead, as the callous brutality of the scowling faces seemed to get him. And then he lurched suddenly forward in his chair. "My God!" he cried out, a ring of terror in his voice. "What do you mean to do? You'll pay for it. They'll get you. The servants will be back in a minute." "Two skirts," jeered Clarie Deane. "We ain't going to run away from them. If they comes before we goes, we'll fix them. That minute's up." Stangeist licked his lips with his tongue. "Suppose I refuse?" he said hoarsely. "You can suit yourself," said Clarie Deane with a vicious grin. "We know the paper's there, and we gets it before we leaves here, see? You can take your choice. Either you goes over to the safe and opens it yourself, or else—" He paused and produced a small bottle from his pocket. "This is nitroglycerin, and we opens it fer you with this. Only if we does the job we does it proper. We ties you up and sets you against the door of the safe before we touches off the soup, and mebbe if you're a good guesser you can guess the rest." There was a short, raucous guffaw from the Mope. Stangeist turned a drawn face toward the man, stared at him, and stared in a miserable way at the other two in turn. He licked his lips again. None was in a better position than himself to know that there would be neither scruples nor hesitancy to interfere with carrying out the threat. "Suppose," he said, trying to keep his voice steady, "suppose I open the safe. What then, afterward?" "We ain't got the safe open yet," countered Clarie Deane uncompromisingly. "And we ain't got no more time to fool over it, either. You get a move on before I counts 5, or the Mopes and Ike ties you up. 1—" Stangeist staggered to his feet, wiped the blood out of his eyes for the second time, and, with lips working, went steadily across the room to the safe. He knelt before it and began to manipulate the dial while the others crowded around behind him. The Mope was fingering his revolver again, club fashion. Australian Ike's elbow just grazed the portieres, and Jimmie Dale flattened himself against the window, holding his breath, a smile on his lips that was mirthless, deadly cold. The end was not far off now, and then what? Stangeist had the outer door of the safe open now, and now the inner door swung back. He reached in his hand to the pigeonhole, drew out the envelope, and with a sudden, wild cry reeled to his feet. "My God!" he screamed out. "What's this?" Clarie Deane snatched the envelope from him. "The Gray Seal!" The words came with a jerk from his lips. He ripped the envelope open frantically, and like a man stunned gazed at the 4 blank sheets while the color left his face. "It's gone!" he cried out hoarsely. "Gone!" There was a burst of oaths from Australian Ike. "Gone! Den we're nipped, de lot of us!" The Mope's face was like a maniac's as he whirled on Stangeist. "Sure," he croaked, "but youse get yours first, youse—" With a cry Stangeist, to elude the blow, ducked blindly backward, into the portieres, and with a rip and tear the hangings were wrenched apart. It came instantaneously, a yell of mingled surprise and fury from the three, the crash and spit of Jimmie Dale's revolver as he fired one shot at the floor to stop their rush. Then he flung himself at the window, through it, and dropped sprawling to the ground. A stream of flame cut the darkness above him. A bullet whistled by his head, another and another. He was on his feet, quick as a cat, and running close alongside of the wall of the house. He heard a thud behind him, still another, and yet a third. They were dropping through the window after him. Came another shot, an angry hum of the bullet closer than before, then the pound of racing feet. Jimmie Dale swung around the corner of the house, running at top speed. Something that was like a hot iron suddenly burned and seared along the side of his head just above the ear. He reeled, staggered, recovered himself, and dashed on. It nauseated him, that stinging in his head, and all at once seemed to be draining his strength away. The shouts, the shots, the running feet became like a curious buzzing in his ears. It seemed strange that they should have hit him, that he should be wounded. If he could only reach the low stone wall by the road, he could at least make a fight for his life on the other side. Red streaks swam before Jimmie Dale's eyes. The wall was such a long way off. A yard or two was a very long way more to go. The weakness seemed to be creeping up now even to numb his brain. No, here was the wall. They hadn't hit him again. He laughed in a demented way and rolled his body over and fell to the other side. "Jimmie!" The cry seemed to reach some inner consciousness, revive him, send the blood whipping through his veins. That voice! It was hers! The Tocsin! There was an automobile, engine racing, standing there in the road. He won to his feet. Dark, rushing forms were almost at the wall. He fired once, twice, fired again, and turned, staggering for the car. "Jimmie! Jimmie, quick!" Panting, gasping, he half fell into the tonneau. The car leaped forward. Yells filled the air. But only one thing was dominant in Jimmie Dale's reeling brain now. He pulled himself up to his feet and leaned over the back of the seat, reaching for the slim figure that was bent over the wheel. "It's you at last!" he cried. "Your face! Let me see your face!" A bullet split the back panel of the car. Little spurting flames were dancing out from the roadway behind. "Are you mad?" she shouted back at him. "Let me steer! Do you want them to hit me?" "No," said Jimmie Dale, in a queer sing-song sort of way, and his head seemed to spin dizzily around. "No, I guess—" he choked. "The paper. It's in my pocket," and he went down unconscious on the floor of the car. When he recovered his senses he was lying on a couch in a plainly furnished room, and a man, a stranger, red, jovial-faced, farmerish-looking, was bending over him. "Where am I?" he demanded finally, propping himself up on his elbow. "You're all right," replied the man. "She said you'd come around in a little while." "Who said so?" inquired Jimmie Dale. "She did. The woman who brought you here about 5 minutes ago. She said she ran you down with her car." "Oh," said Jimmie Dale. He felt his head. It was bandaged, and it was bandaged, he was quite sure, with a piece of torn underskirt. He looked at the man again. "You haven't told me yet where I am." "Long Island," the other answered. "My name's Hanson. I keep a bit of a truck garden here." "Oh," said Jimmie Dale again. The man crossed the room, picked up an envelope from the table, and came back to Jimmie Dale. "She said to give you this as soon as you got your senses, and asked us to put you up for a while, as long as you wanted to stay, and paid us for it, too. She's all right, she is. You don't want to hold the accident up against her. She was mighty sorry about it." And now I'll go and see if the old lady's got your room ready while you're reading your letter." The man left the room. Jimmie Dale sat up on the couch and tore the envelope open. The note, scrawled in pencil, began abruptly: "You were quite a problem. I couldn't take you home, could I? I couldn't take you to what you call the sanctuary, could I? Couldn't take you to a hospital, nor call in a doctor. The stain you used wouldn't stand for it. But thank God I know it's only a flesh wound, and you are all right where you are for the day or two that you must keep quiet and take care of yourself. By the time you read this, the paper will be on the way to the proper hands, and by morning the 4 where they should be. There were a few articles in your clothes I thought it better to take charge of in case, well, in case of accident." Jimmie Dale tore the note up, and smiled wryly at the door. He felt in his pockets. Mask, revolver, burglar's tools, and the thin metal insignia case were gone. "And I had the sublime optimism," murmured Jimmie Dale, "to spend months trying to find her as Larry the Bat." End of Part 1, Chapter 8C.
Part 1, Chapter 9A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 9A, 2 Crooks and a Knave. Story begins. The bullet wound along the side of his head and just above his ear would have been a very awkward thing indeed, in more ways than one, for Jimmie Dale, the millionaire, to have explained at his club, in his social set, or even to his servants, and of this latter to Jason the solicitors in particular. But for Jimmie Dale as Larry the Bat, it was a matter of little moment. There was none to question Larry the Bat, save in a most casual and indifferent way, and a bandage of any description, primarily and above all one that he could arrange himself, with only himself to take note of the incongruous hues of skin where the stain, the grease paint, and the makeup was washed off, would excite little attention in that world where daily affrays were commonplace happenings, and a wound, for whatever reason, had long since lost the tang of novelty. Why then should it arouse even a passing interest if Larry the Bat, credited as the most confirmed of dope fiends, should have fallen down the dark, rickety stairs of the tenement in one of his orgies, and in the expensive language of the Badlands, cracked his bean? And so Jimmie Dale had been forced to maintain the role of Larry the Bat for a far longer period than he had anticipated, when 10 days before he had assumed it for the night's work that had so nearly resulted fatally for himself, though it had placed Russell's murderers behind the bars. For the next day, unwilling to cut the risk of remaining in that neighborhood, he had left Hanson's, the farmer's house on Long Island, where the toxin had carried him in an unconscious state, telephoned Jason that he had been unexpectedly called out of town for a few days, and returned to the sanctuary in New York. And here, to his grim dismay, he had found the underworld in a state of furious, angry unrest, like a nest of hornets, stirred up, seeking to wreak vengeance on an unseen assailant. For years, as the Gray Seal, Jimmie Dale had lived with the slogan of the police: "The Gray Seal, dead or alive, but the Gray Seal," sounding in his ears. with the newspapers screaming their diatribes, arousing the people against him, nagging the authorities into sleepless, frenzied efforts to trap him, with a price upon his head that was large enough to make a man, not too pretentious, rich for life. But in the underworld, until then, the name of the Gray Seal had been one to conjure with, for the underworld had sworn by the unknown master criminal, and had spoken his name with a reverence that was none the less genuine, even if pungently tainted with unholiness. But now it was different. Up and down through the Badlands, in gambling hells, in vicious resorts, in the hiding places where thugs and crooks burrowed themselves away from the daylight, through the heart and the outskirts of the underworld, travelled the fiat, whispered out of mouths crooked to one side, vets to the Gray Seal. Gangland differences were forgotten in the larger issue of the common weal. The gang spirit became the spirit of a united whole, and the crime fraternity buzzed and hummed poisonously, spurred on by hatred, thirst for revenge, fear, and perhaps most potent of all, a hideous suspicion now of each other. The underworld had received a shock at which it stood aghast, and which, with its terrifying possibilities, struck consternation into the soul of every individual of that brotherhood whose bond was crime, who was already wanted for some offense or other, whether it ranged from murder in the first degree to some petty piece of snake thievery. Stangeist, the Indian chief, the lawyer whose cunning brain had stood as a rampart between the underworld and a prison cell, was himself now in the tombs with the certainty of the electric chair before him, and with him the same fate equally assured were Australian Ike, the Mope, and Clary Dean. Aristocrats of the Badlands, peers of that inglorious realm were those four, and the blow had fallen with stunning force, a blow that in itself would have been enough to have stirred the underworld to its depths. But that was not all. From the cells in the tombs, from the four came the word, and passed from mouth to mouth in that strange underground exchange until all had heard it, that the Gray Seal had squealed. The Gray Seal who, though unknown, they had counted the most eminent among themselves, had squealed. Who was the Gray Seal? It was he had held the secrets of Stanage and his band. What else might he not know? Who else might not fall next? The Gray Seal had become a snitch, a menace, a source of danger that stalked among them like a ghastly spectre. Who was the Gray Seal? None knew. That to the Great Seal, running to earth, went the whisper from lip to lip, and with the whisper men stared uncertainly into each other's faces, fearful that the one to whom they spoke might even be the Gray Seal. Jimmie Dale's lips twisted queerly as he looked around him at the squalid appointments of the sanctuary. The police were bad enough, the papers were worse, but this was a still graver peril. With every denizen of the underworld below the deadline, suspicious of each other, their lives, the penitentiary or a prison sentence, the stakes against which each one played, the role of Larry the Bat, clever as was the makeup and disguise, was fraught now more than ever before with danger and peril. It seemed as though slowly the net was beginning at last to tighten around him. The murky yellow flame of the gas jet flickered suddenly, as though in acquiescence with the quick, impulsive shrug of Jimmie Dale's shoulders, and Jimmie Dale, bending to peer into the cracked mirror that was propped up on the broken-legged table, knotted his dress tie almost fastidiously. The hair, if just a trifle too long, covered the scar on his head now. The wound no longer required a bandage, and Larry the Bat, for the time being at least, had disappeared. Across the foot of the bed, neatly folded, lay his dress coat and overcoat, but little creased for all that they had lain in that hiding place under the flooring since the night when, hurrying from the club, he had placed them there to assume instead the tatters of Larry the Bat. It was Jimmie Dale in his own person again who stood there now in Larry the Bat's disreputable den, an incongruous figure enough against the background of his miserable surroundings, in perfect fitting shoes and trousers, the broad expanse of spotless white shirt bosom glistening even in the poverty-stricken flare from the single sputtering gas jet. Jimmie Dale took the watch from his pocket that had not been wound for many days, wound it mechanically, set it by guesswork. It was not far from 8 o'clock, and replaced it in his pocket. Carefully then, one at a time, he examined his fingers, long, slim, sensitive, tapering fingers, magical masters of safes and locks and vaults of the most intricate and modern mechanism. No single trace of grime remained. They were metamorphosed hands from the filthy paws of Larry the Bat. He nodded in satisfaction and picked up the mirror for a final inspection of himself that, this time, did not miss a single line in his face or neck. Again, Jimmie Dale nodded, as though he had vanished into thin air, as though he had never existed. Not a trace of Larry the Bat remained, except the heap of rags upon the floor, the battered slouch hat, the frayed trousers, the patched boots with their broken laces, the mismatched socks, the grimy flannel shirt, and the old coat that he had just discarded. The mirror was replaced on the table, and pushing the heap of clothes before him with his foot, Jimmie Dale knelt down in the corner of the room where the oilcloth had been turned up and the loose planking of the floor removed, and began to pack the articles away in the hole. Jimmie Dale rolled the trousers of Larry the Bat into a compact little bundle and stuffed them under the flooring. The gas jet seemed to blink again in a sort of confidential approval, as though the secret lay inviolate between itself and Jimmie Dale. Through the closed window, shade tightly drawn, came low and muffled the sound of distant life from the Bowery, a few blocks away. The gas jet, suffering from air somewhere within the pipes, hissed angrily. The yellow flame died to a little blue, forked spot, and Jimmie Dale was on his feet, his face suddenly hard and white as marble. Someone was knocking at the door. For the fraction of a second, Jimmie Dale stood motionless. Found as Jimmie Dale in the den of Larry the Bat, and the consequences required no effort of the imagination to picture them. Police or denizen of the underworld who was knocking there, it was all the same. The method of death would be a little different, that was all. One legalized, the other not. Jimmie Dale, Larry the Bat, the Gray Seal, once uncovered, could expect as much quarter as would be given to a cornered rat. His eyes swept the room with a swift, critical glance. Evidences of Larry the Bat, the clothes, were still about, even if he, in the person of Jimmie Dale alone, damning enough, were not standing there himself. And he was even weaponless. The Tocsin had taken the revolver from his pocket, together with those other telltale articles: the mask, the flashlight, the little blue steel tools, before she had entrusted him that night, wounded and unconscious, to Hanson's care. Jimmie Dale slipped his feet out of his low evening pumps, snatched up the old coat and hat from the pile, put them on, and without a sound reached the gas jet and turned it off. A second had gone by, no more. The knocking still sounded insistently on the door. It was dark now, perfectly black. He started across the room, his tread absolutely silent, as the trained muscles, relaxing, threw the body weight gradually upon one foot before the next step was taken. It was like a shadow, a little blacker in outline than the surrounding blackness, stealing across the floor. Halfway to the door, he paused. The knocking had ceased. He listened intently. It was not repeated. Instead, his ear caught a guarded step retreating outside in the hall. Jimmie Dale drew a breath of relief. He went on again to the door, still listening. Was it a trap? That step outside? At the door now, tense, alert, he lowered his ear to the keyhole. There came the faintest creak from the stairs. Jimmie Dale's brows gathered. It was strange. The knocking had not lasted long. Whoever it was going away, but it required the utmost caution to descend those stairs, rickety and tumble down as they were, with no more sound than that. Why such caution? Why not a more determined and prolonged effort at his door? The visitor had been easily satisfied that Larry the Bat was not within. Too easily satisfied. Jimmie Dale turned the key noiselessly in the lock. He opened the door cautiously. Half inch, an inch. There was no sound of footsteps now. Occasionally, a lodger moved about on the floor above. Occasionally, from somewhere in the tenement, came the murmur of voices as from behind closed door. That was all. All else was silence and darkness now. The door, on its well-oiled hinges, swung wide open. Jimmie Dale thrust out his head into the hall, and something fell upon the threshold with a little thud. But for a moment, Jimmie Dale did not move. Listening, trying to pierce the darkness, he was as still as the silence around him. Then he stooped and groped along the threshold. His hand closed upon what seemed like a small box wrapped in paper. He picked it up, closed and locked the door again, and retreated back across the room. It was strange, unpleasantly strange. A box propped stealthily against the door so that it would fall to the threshold when the door was opened. And why the stealth? What did it mean? Had the underworld, with its thousand eyes and ears, already succeeded in a few days where the police had failed significantly for years? Had they sent him this, whatever it was, as some grim token that they had run Larry the Bat to earth? He shook his head. No. Gangland struck more swiftly, with less finesse than that. The cat and mouse act was never one it favored, for the mouse had been known to get away. Jimmie Dale lighted the gas again and turned the package over in his hands. It was, as he had surmised, a small cardboard box, and it was wrapped in plain paper and tied with a string. He untied the string, and still suspicious, as a man is suspicious in the knowledge that he is stalked by peril at every turn, removed the wrapper a little gingerly. It was still without sign or marking upon it, just an ordinary cardboard box. He lifted off the cover and, with a short sudden laugh, stared, a little out of countenance, at the contents. On the top lay a white unaddressed envelope. Hers. Beneath, he emptied the box on the table, his black silk mask, his automatic revolver, the kit of fine, small blued steel burglar's tools, his pocket flashlight, and the thin metal insignia case. The Tocsin. Impulsively, Jimmie Dale turned toward the door and stopped. His shoulders lifted in a shrug that, meant to be philosophical, was far from philosophical. He could not, dared not venture far through the tenement, dressed as he was, and even if he could, there were 3 exits to the sanctuary, a fact that now, for the first time, was not wholly a source of unmixed satisfaction to him. And besides, she was gone. Jimmie Dale opened the letter, a grim smile playing on his lips. He had forgotten for the moment that the illusion he had cherished for years, and the belief that she did not know Larry the Bat as an alias of Jimmie Dale, was no more than an illusion. Well, it had been a piece of consummate egotism on his part, that was all. But after all, what did it matter? He had had his innings, tried in the role of Larry the Bat to solve her identity, devoted weeks on end to the attempt, and failed. Some day, perhaps, his turn would come. Some day, perhaps, she would no longer be able to elude him, unless— the letter crackled suddenly in his fingers— unless the house that they had built on such strange and perilous foundations crashed at some moment, without an instant's warning, in disaster and ruin to the ground. Who knew but that this letter now, another call to the Gray Seal to act, another peril invited, would be the last? There must be an end some day. Luck and nerve had their limitations. It had almost ended last week. Dear philanthropic crook, it was the same inevitable beginning. You are well enough again, aren't you, Jimmy? I am sending these little things back to you, for you will need them tonight. Jimmie Dale read on, muttering snatches of the letter aloud. Michael Breen prospecting in Alaska. Map of location of rich mining claim. Hamvert, his former partner, had previously fleeced him of $15,000, his share of a deal together. Breen was always a very poor man. Breen later struck a claim alone, but taken sick, came back home, died on arrival in New York after giving Map to his wife. Wife in very needy circumstances. Lives with little daughter of 7 in New Rochelle. Works out by the day at Henry Mitchell's house on the Sound nearby. Wife entrusted Map for safekeeping and advice to Mitchell. Hamvert after Map. Telephone wires cut. Room 148. Corner. Right, first floor. Palais Metropole Hotel. Unoccupied. Connecting doors. 9:15 tonight. The whistle. Mitchell's house later. The police. Look out for both the whistle and the police. Jimmy. There was more. Several pages of it. Explanations, specific details down to a minute description of the locality and plan of the house on the Sound. Jimmie Dale, to he turned now to mutter, read on silently. At the end, he shuffled the sheets a little abstractedly as his face hardened. Then his fingers began to tear the letter into little shreds, tearing it over and over again, tearing the shreds into tiny particles. He had not been far wrong. From what the night promised now, this might well be the last letter. Who knew? There would be need of all the wit and luck and nerve tonight that the Gray Seal had ever had before. With a jerk, Jimmie Dale roused himself from the momentary reverie into which he had fallen, and all action now, stuffed the torn pieces of the letter into his trousers pocket to be disposed of later in the street, took off the old coat and slouch hat again, and resumed the disposal of Larry the Bat's effects under the flooring. This accomplished, he replaced the planking and oilcloth, stood up, put on his dress coat and light overcoat, and from the table stowed the black silk mask, the automatic, the little kit of tools, the flashlight and the tin metal case away in his pockets. Jimmie Dale raised his hand to the gas fixture, circled the room with a glance that missed no single detail. Then the light went out. The door closed behind him. Locked, a dark shadow crept silently down the stairs, out through the side door into the alleyway, along the alleyway, close to the wall of the tenement where it was blackest, and satisfied that for the moment there were no passers-by, emerged on the street, walking leisurely toward the Bowery. Once well away from the sanctuary, however, Jimmie Dale quickened his steps, and 20 minutes later, having stopped but once to telephone to his home on Riverside Drive for his touring car, he was briskly mounting the steps of the St. James Club on Fifth Avenue. Another 20 minutes after that, and he had dismissed Benson, his chauffeur, and at the wheel of his big, powerful machine was speeding uptown for the Palais Metropole Hotel. End of Part 1, Chapter 9A. Part 1, Chapter 9B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 9B, Two Crooks and a Knave, continued. It was 12 minutes after 9 when he drew up at the curb in front of the side entrance of the hotel. His watch, set by guesswork, had been a little slow, and he had corrected it at the club. He was replacing the watch in his pocket as he sauntered around the corner and passed in through the main entrance to the big lobby. Jimmie Dale avoided the elevators. It was only one flight up, and elevator boys on occasions had been known to be observant. At the top of the first landing, a long, wide, heavily carpeted corridor was before him. Number 148, the corner room on the right, the Tocsin had said. Jimmie Dale walked nonchalantly along, past number 148. At the lower end of the hall, a group of people were gathered around the elevator doors. Halfway down the corridor, a bellboy came out of a room and went ahead of Jimmie Dale. And then Jimmie Dale stopped suddenly and began to retrace his steps. The group had entered the elevator. The bellboy had disappeared around the farther end of the hall into the wing of the hotel. The corridor was empty. In a moment, he was standing before the door of number 148. In another, under the persuasion of a little steel instrument, deftly manipulated by Jimmie Dale's slim, tapering fingers, the lock clicked back, the door opened, and he stepped inside, closing and locking the door again behind him. It was already 9:15, but no one was as yet in the connecting room. The fan light next door had been dark as he passed. His flashlight swept about him, located the connecting door, and went out. He moved to the door, tried it, and found it locked. Again, the little steel instrument came into play, released the lock, and Jimmie Dale opened the door. Again, the flashlight winked. The door opened into a bathroom that, obviously, at will, was either common to the two rooms or could, by the simple expedient of locking one door or the other, be used by one of the rooms alone. In the present instance, the occupant of the adjoining apartment had taken a room with a bath. Jimmie Dale passed through the bathroom to the opposite door. This was already 3/4 open and swung outward into the bedroom, near the lower end of the room by the window. Through the crack of the door by the hinges, Jimmie Dale flashed his light, testing the radius of vision, pushed the door a few inches wider open, tested it again with the flashlight, and retreated back into number 148, closing the door on his side until it was just ajar. He stood there, then, silently waiting. It was Hamvert's room next door, and Hamvert and the Weasel were already late. A step sounded outside in the corridor. Jimmie Dale straightened intently. The step passed on down the hallway and died away. A false alarm, Jimmie Dale smiled, whimsically. It was a strange adventure, this, that confronted him. Quite the strangest in a way that the Tocsin had ever planned. And the night lay before him full of peril in its extraordinary complications. To win the hand, he must block Hamvert and the Weasel without allowing them an inkling that his interference was anything more than, say, the luck of a hotel sneak thief at most. The Weasel was a dangerous man, one of the slickest second-story workers in the country, with safe cracking as one of his favorite pursuits. A man most earnestly desired by the police, provided the latter could catch him with the goods. As for Hamvert, he did not know Hamvert, who was a stranger in New York, except that Hamvert had fleeced a man named Michael Breen out of his share in a claim they had had together when Breen had first gone to Alaska to try his luck. And now, having discovered that Breen, when prospecting alone somewhere in the interior a month or so ago, had found a rich vein and had made a map or diagram of its location, he, Hamvert, had followed the other to New York for the purpose of getting it by hook or crook. Breen's find had been too late. Taken sick, he had never worked his claim, had barely got back home before he died, and only in time to hand his wife the strange legacy of a roughly scrawled little piece of paper. And Jimmie Dale straightened up alertly once more. Steps again, and this time coming from the direction of the elevator. Then voices. Then the opening of the door of the next room. Then a voice, distinctly audible. Pull up a chair and we'll get down to business. You are late as it is. We haven't any time to waste if we are going to wash pay debt tonight. Oh, that's all right, responded another voice, quite evidently the Weasel's. Don't you worry. The game's cinched to a fadeaway. There was a sound of chairs being moved across the floor. Jimmie Dale slipped the black silk mask over his face, opened the door on his side of the bathroom cautiously, and without a sound stepped into the bathroom that was lighted now, of course, by the light streaming in through the partially opened door of Hamvert's room. The two were talking earnestly now in lower tones. Jimmie Dale only caught a word here and there. His faculties for the moment were concentrated on traversing the bathroom silently. He reached the farther door, crouched there, peered through the crack, and the old whimsical smile flickered across his lips again. The Palais Metropole was high class and exclusive, and the Weasel, for once, looked quite the gentleman. And for all his sharp ferret face, not entirely out of keeping with his surroundings. Else he would never have got farther than the lobby. The other was a short, thick-set, heavy-jowled man with a great shock of sandy hair and small black eyes that looked furtively out from overhanging bushy eyebrows. Well, Hamvert was saying, the details are your concern. What I want is results. We won't waste time. You are to be back here by daylight. Only see that there's no comeback. Leave it to me, returned the Weasel, with assurance. How's there going to be any combat? Mittel keeps it in his safe, don't he? Well, gentlemen's houses has been robbed before, and this job will be a good one. The geography stunt used once gets paged with the rest, that's all. It disappears. See? Who's to know yours gets your claws on it? It's just lost in the shuffle. Right, agreed Hamvert briskly, and from his inside pocket produced a package of crisp new bills, yellow backs, and evidently of large denominations. Half down and half on delivery. That's a deal. That's what, assented the Weasel curtly. Hamvert began to count the bills. Jimmie Dale's hand stole into his pocket and came out with his handkerchief and the thin metal insignia case. From the latter, with its little pair of tweezers, he took out one of the adhesive grey seals. His eyes warily on the two men, he dropped the seal on his handkerchief, restored the thin metal case to his pocket, and in its stead, the blue-black ugly muzzle of his automatic peeped from between his fingers. 5,000 down, said Hamvert, pushing a pile of notes across the table and tucking the remainder back into his pocket. And the other fives here for you when you get back with the map. Ordinarily, I wouldn't pay a penny in advance, but since you want it that way, and the map's no good to you while the rest of the long green is, He swallowed his words with a startled gulp. clutched hastily at the money on the table, and began to struggle up from his chair to his feet. With a swift, noiseless sidestep through the open door, Jimmie Dale was standing in the room. Jimmie Dale's tones were conversational. "Don't get up," said Jimmie Dale coolly, "and take your hand off that money." The Weasel, whose back had been to the door, squirmed around in his chair, and in his turn stared into the muzzle of Jimmie Dale's revolver, while his jaw dropped and sagged. "Good evening, Weasel," observed Jimmie Dale casually. "I seem to be in luck tonight. I got into that room next door, but an empty room is slim picking. And then it seems to me I had someone in here mention $5,000 twice, which makes 10,000, and which happens to be just exactly the sum I need at the present moment. If I can't get any more, I haven't the honor of your wealthy friend's acquaintance, but I am really charmed to meet him. You understand, both of you, that the slightest sound might prove extremely embarrassing." Hamvert's face was white, and he stirred uneasily in his chair, but into the Weasel's face, the first shock of surprised dismay past, came a dull, angry red, and into the eyes a vicious gleam, and suddenly he laughed shortly. "Why, youse damned fool," jeered the Weasel. "Do youse think youse can just get away with that? Say, take it from me, youse are a picker. Say, youse make me tired. What do youse think youse are? Do youse think this is a theater, and that youse are a cheapskate actor strolling across the stage? Oh, beat it, youse make me sick. Why, say, youse pinch that money, and youse have got the same chance of getting out of this hotel as a guy has of breaking out of Sing Sing. By the time youse gets 5 feet from the door of this room, we has the whole works on your neck." "Do you think so, Weasel?" inquired Jimmie Dale politely. He carried his handkerchief to his mouth to cloak a cough, and his tongue touched the adhesive side of the little diamond-shaped gray seal. Hand and handkerchief came back to the table, and Jimmie Dale leaned his weight carelessly upon it, while the automatic in his right hand still covered the two men. "Do you think so, Weasel?" he repeated softly. "Well, perhaps you are right. And yet, somehow I am inclined to disagree with you. Let me see, Weasel. It was Tuesday night 2 nights ago, wasn't it, that a trifling break-in Maiden Lane at Thorold and Sons disturbed the police? It was a 3-year job for even a first offender, 10 for one already on nodding terms with the police, and 15 to 20 for, well, say, for a man like you, Weasel, if he were caught. Am I making myself quite plain?" The color in the Weasel's cheeks faded a little. His eyes were holding in sudden fascination upon Jimmie Dale. "I see that I am," observed Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "I said, if he were caught, you will remember. I am going to leave this room in a moment, Weasel, and leave it entirely to your discretion as to whether you will think it wise or not to stir from that chair for 10 minutes after I shut the door. And now," Jimmie Dale nonchalantly replaced his handkerchief in his pocket, nonchalantly followed it with the banknotes which he picked up from the table, and smiled. With a gasp, both men had straightened forward and were staring wild-eyed at the gray seal stuck between them on the tabletop. "The gray seal," whispered the Weasel, and his tongue circled his lips. Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. "That was a bit theatrical, Weasel," he said apologetically, "and yet not wholly unnecessary. You will recall Stangeist, the Mope, Australian Ike, and Clary Dean, and can draw your own inference as to what might happen in the Thorold affair if you should be so ill-advised as to force my hand. Permit me." The slim, deft fingers, like a streak of lightning, were inside Hamvert's coat pocket and out again with the remainder of the banknotes, and Jimmie Dale was backing for the door. Not the door of the bathroom by which he had entered, but the door of the room itself that opened on the corridor. There he stopped, and his hand swept around behind his back and turned the key in the locked door. He nodded at the two men whose faces were working with incongruously mingled expressions of impotent rage, bewilderment, fear, and fury, and opened the door a little. 10 minutes, Weasel, he said gently. "I trust you will not have to use heroic measures to restrain your friend for that length of time. Though, if it is necessary, I should advise you for your own sake to resort almost to murder. I wish you good evening, gentlemen." The door opened farther. Jimmie Dale, still facing inward, slipped between it and the jamb, whipped the mask from his face, closed the door softly, stepped briskly but without any appearance of haste along the corridor to the stairs, descended the stairs, mingled with a crowd in the lobby for an instant, walked, seemingly a part of it, with a group of ladies and gentlemen down the hall to the side entrance, passed out, and a moment later, after drawing on a linen dustcoat which he took from under the seat and exchanging his hat for a tweed cap, the car glided from the curb and was lost in a press of traffic around the corner. Jimmie Dale laughed a little harshly to himself. So far, so good. But the game was not ended yet, for all the crackle of the crisp notes in his pocket. There was still the map, still the robbery at Mitchell's house. The $10,000 theft would not in any way change that, and it was a question of time now to forestall any move the Weasel might make. Through the city, Jimmie Dale alternately dodged, spotted, and dragged his way, fuming with impatience. But once out on the country roads and headed toward New Rochelle, the big machine, speed limits thrown to the winds, roared through the night, a gray streak of road jumping under the powerful lamps. A village, a town, a cluster of lights flashing by him, the steady pour of his 60-horsepower engines, the gray tread of open road again. It was just 11 o'clock when Jimmie Dale, the road to himself for the moment, at a spot a little beyond New Rochelle, extinguished his lights and very carefully ran his car off the road, backing it in behind a small clump of trees. He tossed the linen dustcoat back into the car and set off toward where, a little distance away, the slap of waves from the stiff breeze that was blowing indicated the shoreline of the Sound. There was no moon, and while it was not particularly dark, objects and surroundings at best were blurred and indistinct. But that, after all, was a matter of little concern to Jimmie Dale. The first house beyond was Mitchell's. He reached the water's edge and kept along the shore. There should be a little wharf, she had said. Yes, there it was, and there too was a gleam of light from the house itself. Jimmie Dale began to make an accurate mental note of his surroundings. From the little wharf on which he now stood, a path led straight to the house, bisecting what appeared to be a lawn. Trees to the right, the house to the left. At the wharf beside him, two motorboats were moored, one on each side. Jimmie Dale glanced at them, and suddenly, attracted by the familiar appearance of one, inspected it a little more closely. His momentarily awakened interest passed as he nodded his head. It had caught his attention, that was all. It was the same type and design, quite a popular make, of which there were hundreds around New York, as the one he had bought that year as a tender for his yacht. He moved forward now toward the house, the rear of which faced him. The light that flooded the lawn came from a side window. Jimmie Dale was figuring the time and distance from New York as he crept cautiously along. How quickly could the Weasel make the journey? The Weasel would undoubtedly come, and if there was a convenient train, it might prove a close race. But in his own favor was the fact that it would probably take the Weasel quite some little time to recover his equilibrium from his encounter with the Gray Seal in the Palais Metropole. Also, the further fact that, from the Weasel's point of view, there was no desperate need of haste. Jimmie Dale crossed the lawn and edged along in the shadows of the house to where the light streamed out from what now proved to be open French windows. It was a fair presumption that he would have an hour to the good on the Weasel. The Seal was little more than a couple of feet from the ground, and from a crouched position on his knees below the window, Jimmie Dale raised himself slowly and peered guardedly inside. The room was empty. He listened a moment. The black silk mask was on his face again, and with a quick, agile, silent spring, he was in the room. And then, in the center of the room, Jimmie Dale stood motionless, staring around him, an expression, ironical, sardonic, creeping into his face. The robbery had already been committed. At the lower end of the room, everything was in confusion. The door of a safe swung wide. The drawers of a desk had been wrenched out. Even a liquor stand, on which were well-filled decanters, had been broken open, and the contents of safe and desk, the thief's discards as it were, littered the floor in all directions. For an instant, Jimmie Dale, his eyes narrowed ominously, surveyed the scene. Then, with a sort of professional instinct aroused, he stepped forward to examine the safe, and suddenly darted behind the desk instead. Steps sounded in the hall. The door opened. A voice reached him. "The master said I was to shut the windows, and I haven't dashed to go in, and he'll be back with the police in a minute now. Come on in with me, Minnie." "Lord!" exclaimed another voice. "Ain't it a good thing the missus is away? She'd have high hysterics." Steps came somewhat hesitantly across the floor. From behind the desk, Jimmie Dale could see that it was a maid, accompanied by a big, raw-boned woman, sleeves rolled to the elbows over brawny arms, presumably the Mittel's cook. The maid closed the French doors. There were no others in the room, and bolted them, and having gained a little confidence, gazed about her. My, but wasn't he cute? She ejaculated. Cut the telephone wires he did. And ain't he made an awful mess? But the master said we wasn't to touch nothing till the police saw it. And to think of it happening in our house, observed the cook heavily, her hands on her hips, her arms akimbo. It will all be in the papers, and maybe they'll put her pictures in it too. I won't get over it as long as I live, declared the maid. The yell Mr. Mitchell gave when he came downstairs and put his head in here, and then him shouting and using the most terrible language into the telephone, and then finding the wires cut, and me following him downstairs, half dead with fright. And he shouts at me. Bella, he shouts, shut those windows, but don't you touch a thing in that room. I'm going for the police. And then he rushes out of the house. I was going to bed, said the cook, picking up her cue for what was probably the 20th rehearsal of the scene, when I heard Mr. Mitchell yell, and Lord, Bella, there he is now. Jimmie Dale's hands clenched. He too had caught the scuffle of footsteps, those of 3 or 4 men at least, on the front porch. There was one way, only one, of escape, through the French windows. It was a matter of seconds only before Mitchell, with the police at his heels, would be in the room, and Jimmie Dale sprang to his feet. There was a wild scream of terror from the maid, echoed by another from the cook, and still screaming, both women fled for the door. Mr. Mitchell! Mr. Mitchell! Shrieked the maid. She had flung herself out into the hall. He is back again! Jimmie Dale was at the French windows, tearing at the bolts. They stuck. Shouts came from the front entryway. He wrenched viciously at the fastenings. They gave now. The windows flew open. He glanced over his shoulder. A man, Mitchell presumably, since he was the only one not in uniform, was springing into the room. There was a blur of forms and brass buttons behind Mitchell, and Jimmie Dale leaped to the lawn, speeding across it like a deer. But quick as he ran, Jimmie Dale's brain was quicker, pointing the single chance that seemed open to him. The motorboat. It seemed like a God-given piece of luck that he had noticed it. It was like his own. There would be no blind, and that meant fatal blunders in the dark over its mechanism, and he could start it up in a moment. Just the time to cast her off. That was all he needed. End of Part 1, Chapter 9b. Part 1, Chapter 9c of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 9c, 2 Crooks and a Knave. Concluded. The shouts swelled behind him. Jimmie Dale was running for his life. He flung a glance backward. One form, Mitchell, he was certain, was perhaps 100 yards in the rear. The others were just emerging from the French windows. Grotesque, leaping things they looked, in the light that streamed out behind them from the room. Jimmie Dale's feet pounded the planking of the wharf. He stooped and snatched at the mooring line. Mitchell was almost at the wharf. It seemed an age, a year to Jimmie Dale before the line was clear. Shouts rang still louder across the lawn. The police, racing in a pack, were more than halfway from the house. He flung the line into the boat, sprang in after it, and Mitchell, looming over him, grasped at the boat's gunwale. Both men were panting from their exertions. "Let go!" snarled Jimmie Dale between clenched teeth. Mitchell's answer was a hoarse, gasping shout to the police to hurry, and then Mitchell reeled back, measuring his length upon the wharf from a blow with a boat hook full across the face. Driven with a sudden, untamed savagery that seemed for the moment to have mastered Jimmie Dale. There was no time, not a second, not the fraction of a second. Desperately, frantically, he shoved the boat clear of the wharf. Once, twice, 3 times, he turned the engine over without success, and then the boat leaped forward. Jimmie Dale snatched the mask from his face and jumped for the steering wheel. The police were rushing out along the wharf. He could just faintly discern Mitchell now. The man was staggering about, his hands clapped to his face. A peremptory order to halt, coupled with a threat to fire, rang out sharply, and Jimmie Dale flung himself flat in the bottom of the boat. The wharf edge seemed to open in little, crackling jets of flame. Came the roar of reports like a miniature battery in action. Then the flop, flop, flop as the lead tore up the water around him. The dollar thud as a bullet buried its nose in the boat's side, and the curious rip and squeak as a splinter flew. Then Mitchell's voice, high-pitched, as though in pain. "Can't any of you run a motorboat? He's got me bad, I'm afraid. That other one there is twice as fast." "Sure," another voice responded promptly. "And if that's right, he's run his head into a trap. Cast loose there, McVeigh, and pile in all of you. You go back to the house, Mr. Mitchell, and fix yourself up. We'll get him." Jimmie Dale's lips stinged. It was true. If the other boat had any speed at all, it was only a question of time before he would be overtaken. The only point at issue was how much time. It was dark, that was in his favor, but it was not so dark but that a boat could be distinguished on the water for quite a distance, for a longer distance than he could hope to put between them. There was no chance of eluding the police that way. The keen, facile brain that had saved the Gray Seal 100 times before was weaving, planning, discarding, eliminating, scheming a way out, with death, ruin, disaster the price of failure. His eyes swept the dim, irregular outline of the shore. To his right, in the opposite direction from where he had left his car, and perhaps a mile ahead, as well as he could judge, the land seemed to run out into a point. Jimmie Dale headed for it instantly. If he could reach it with a little lead to the good, there was a chance. It would take, say, 6 minutes, granting the boat a speed of 10 miles an hour, and she could do that. The others could hardly overtake him in that time. They hadn't got started yet. He could hear them still shouting and talking at the wharf, and Mitchell's twice as fast was undoubtedly an exaggeration anyhow. A minute more passed, another, and then, astern, Jimmie Dale caught the racket from the exhaust of a high-powered engine, and a white streak seemed to shoot out upon the surface of the water, from where, obscured now, he placed the wharf. A quarter-mile lead, roughly 400 yards. Yes, he had as much as that, but that too was very little. He bent over his engine, coaxing it, nursing it to its highest efficiency, his eyes strained now upon the point ahead, now upon his pursuers behind. He was running with the wind, thank heaven, or the small boat would have had a further handicap. It was rolling up quite a sea. The steering gear, he found, was corded along the side of the boat, permitting its manipulation from almost any position. And abruptly now, Jimmie Dale left the engine to remerge through the little locker in the stern of the boat. But as he remerged, his eyes held speculatively on the boat astern. She was gaining unquestionably, steadily, but not as fast as he had feared. He would still have 100 yards lead, at least, abreast the point, and he was smiling grimly now. 100 yards there meant life to the Gray Seal. The locker was full of a heterogeneous collection of odds and ends. A suit of oilskins, tools, tins, and cans of various sizes and descriptions. Jimmie Dale emptied the contents, some sort of powder, of a small, round tin box overboard, and from his pocket took out the banknotes, crammed them into the box, crammed his watch in on top of them, and screwed the cover on tightly. His fingers were flying now. A long strip torn from the trousers leg of the oilskins was wrapped again and again around the box, and the box was stuffed into his pocket. The flash of a revolver shot cut the blackness behind him, then another and another. They were firing in a continuous stream again. It was fairly long range, but there was always the chance of a stray bullet finding its mark. Jimmie Dale, crouching low, made his way to the bow of the boat again. The point was looming almost abreast now. He edged in nearer, to hug it as closely as he dared risk the depth of the water. Behind, remorselessly, the other boat was steadily closing the gap, and the shots were not all wild. One struck with a curious singing sound on some piece of metal a foot from his elbow. Closer to the shore, running now parallel with the head of the point, Jimmie Dale again edged in the boat, his jaws clamped, working in little twitches. And then suddenly, with a swift, appraising glance behind him, he swerved the boat from her course and headed for the shore. Not directly, but diagonally across the little bay that, on the farther side of the point, had now opened out before him. He was close in with the edge of the point, 10 yards from it, sweeping past it. The point itself came between the two boats, hiding them from each other, and Jimmie Dale, with a long spring, dove from the boat's side to the water. The momentum from the boat as he sank robbed him for an instant of all control over himself, and he twisted, doubled up, and rolled over and over beneath the water. But the next moment, his head was above the surface again, and he was striking out swiftly for the shore. It was only a few yards, but in a few seconds the pursuing boat, too, would have rounded the point. His feet touched bottom. It was haste now, nothing else that counted. The drum of the racing engines, the crackling roar of the exhaust from the oncoming boat was in his ears. He flung himself upon the shore and down behind a rock. Around the point, past him, tore the police boat, dark forms standing clustered in the bow, and then a sudden shout. There she is! See her? She's heading into the bay for the shore. Jimmie Dale's lips relaxed. There was no doubt that they had sighted their quarry again. A perfect fusillade of revolver shots directed at the now empty boat was quite sufficient proof of that. With something that was almost a chuckle, Jimmie Dale straightened up from behind a rock and began to run back along the shore. The little motor boat would have grounded long before they overtook her, and thinking naturally enough that he had leaped ashore from her, they would go thrashing through the woods and fields searching for him. It was a longer way back by the shore, a good deal longer. Now over rough rocky stretches where he stumbled in the darkness, now through marshy sodden ground where he sank as in a quagmire time and again over his ankles. It was even longer than he had counted on, and time with the Weasel on one hand and the return of the police on the other was a factor to be reckoned with again, as a half hour later Jimmie Dale stole across the lawn of Mitchell's house for the second time that night, and for the second time crouched beneath the open French windows. Masked again, the water still dripping from what were once immaculate evening clothes, but which now sagged limply about him, his collar a pasty string around his neck. The mud and dirt splashed to his knees. Jimmie Dale was a disreputable and incongruous looking object as he crouched there, shivering uncomfortably from his immersion in spite of his exertions. Inside the room, Mitchell passed the windows, pacing the floor, one side of his face badly cut and bruised from the blow with the boat hook, and as he passed, his back turned for an instant, Jimmie Dale stepped into the room. Mitchell whirled at the sound, and with a suppressed cry, instinctively drew back. Jimmie Dale's automatic was dangling carelessly in his right hand. I am afraid I am a trifle melodramatic, observed Jimmie Dale, apologetically, surveying his own bedraggled person. But I assure you it is neither intentional nor for effect. As it is, I was afraid I would be late. Pardon me if I take the liberty of helping myself. One gets a chill in wet clothes so easily. He passed to the liquor stand, poured out a generous portion from one of the decanters, and tossed it off. Mitchell neither spoke nor moved. Stupefaction, surprise, and a very obvious regard for Jimmie Dale's revolver mingled themselves in a helpless expression on his face. Jimmie Dale set down his glass and pointed to a chair in front of the desk. Sit down, Mr. Mitchell, he invited pleasantly. It will be quite apparent to you that I have not time to prolong our interview unnecessarily, in view of the possible return of the police at any moment. But you might as well be comfortable. You will pardon me again if I take another liberty. He crossed the room, turned the key in the lock of the door leading into the hall, and returned to the desk. Sit down, Mr. Mitchell, he repeated, a sudden rasp in his voice. Mitchell, none too graciously, now seated himself. Look here, my fine fellow, he burst out. You're carrying things with a pretty high hand, aren't you? You seem to have eluded the police for the moment, somehow. But let me tell you, No, interrupted Jimmie Dale softly. Let me tell you all there is to be told. He leaned over the desk and stared rudely at the bruise on Mitchell's face. Rather a nasty crack that, he remarked. Mitchell's fists clenched, and an angry flush swept his cheeks. "I'd have made it a good deal harder," said Jimmie Dale, with sudden insolence, "if I hadn't been afraid of putting you out of business, and so precluding the possibility of this little meeting. Now then," the revolver swung upward and held steadily on a line with Mitchell's eyes, "I'll trouble you for the diagram of that Alaskan claim that belongs to Mrs. Michael Breen." Mitchell, staring fascinated into the little round black muzzle of the automatic, edged back in his chair. So that's what you're after, is it?" he jerked out. "Well," he laughed unnaturally and waved his hand at the disarray of the room, "it's been stolen already." "I know that," said Jimmie Dale grimly. "By you." "Me!" Mitchell started up in his chair, a whiteness creeping into his face. "Me! Sit down!" Jimmie Dale's voice rang out ominously cold. "I haven't any time to spare. You can appreciate that. But even if the police return before that map is in my possession, they will still be too late as far as you are concerned. Do you understand? Furthermore, if I am caught, you are ruined. Let me make it quite plain that I know the details of your little game. You are a cub broker, Mr. Mitchell, ostensibly. In reality, you run what is nothing better than an exceedingly profitable bucket shop. The Weasel has been a customer and also a stool for you for years. How Hamvert met the Weasel is unimportant. He came east with the intention of getting in touch with a slick crook to help him. The Weasel is the coincidence. That is all. I quite understand that you have never met Mr. Hamvert, nor Hamvert you, nor that Hamvert was aware that you and the Weasel had anything to do with one another and were playing in together. But that equally is unimportant. When Hamvert engaged the Weasel for $10,000 to get the map from you for him, the Weasel chose the line of least resistance. He knew you and approached you with an offer to split the money in return for the map. It was not a question of your accepting his offer. It was simply a matter of how you could do it and still protect yourself. The Weasel was quite qualified to point the way. A fake robbery of your house would answer the purpose admirably. You could not be held either legally or morally responsible for a document that was placed unsolicited by you in your possession if it was stolen by you, or stolen from you rather. Mitchell's face was ashen, colorless. His hands were opening and shutting, with nervous twitches on the top of the desk. Jimmie Dale's lips curled. But Jimmie Dale was clipping off his words now viciously. Neither you nor the Weasel were willing to trust the other implicitly. Perhaps you know each other too well. You were unwilling to turn over the map until you had received your share of the money, and you were equally unwilling to turn it over until you were safe. That is, until you had engineered your fake robbery, even to the point of notifying the police that it had been committed. The Weasel, on the other hand, had some scruples about parting with any of the money without getting the map in one hand before he let go of the banknotes with the other. It was very simply arranged, however, and to your mutual satisfaction. While you robbed your own house this evening, he was to get half the money in advance from Hamvert, giving Hamvert to understand that he had planned to commit the robbery himself tonight. He was to come out here then, receive the map from you in exchange for your share of the money, return to Hamvert with the map, and receive in turn his own share. I might say that Hamvert actually paid down the advance, and it was perhaps unfortunate for you that you paid such scrupulous attention to details as to cut your own telephone wires. I had not, of course, an exact knowledge of the hour or minute in which you proposed to stage your little play here. The object of my first visit a little while ago was to forestall your turning the diagram over to the Weasel. Circumstances favored you for the moment. I am back again, however, for the same purpose, the map. Mitchell, in a cowed way, was huddled back in his chair. He smiled miserably at Jimmie Dale. "Quick!" Jimmie Dale flung out the word in a sharp, peremptory bark. "Do you need to be told that the cartridges are dry?" Mitchell's hand, trembling, went into his pocket and produced an envelope. "Open it," commanded Jimmie Dale, "and lay it on the desk, so that I can read it. I am too wet to touch it." Mitchell obeyed, like a dog that has been whipped. A glance at the paper, and Jimmie Dale's eyes lifted again to sweep the floor of the room. He pointed to a pile of books and documents in one corner that had been thrown out of the safe. "Go over there and pick up that checkbook," he ordered tersely. "What for?" Mitchell made feeble protest. "Never mind what for," snapped Jimmie Dale. "Go and get it. And hurry." Once more, Mitchell obeyed and dropped the book hesitantly on the desk. Jimmie Dale stared silently, insolently, contemptuously at the other. Mitchell stared uneasily, sat down, shifted his feet, and his fingers fumbled aimlessly over the top of the desk. "Compared with you," said Jimmie Dale in a low voice, "the Weasel, and Hamvert too, crooks though they are gentlemen. Michael Breen, as he died, told his wife to take that paper to someone she could trust, who would help her and tell her what to do. And knowing no one to go to, but because she scrubbed your floors and therefore thought you were a fine gentleman, she came timidly to you and trusted you. You cur!" Jimmie Dale laughed suddenly, not pleasantly. Mitchell shivered. "Hamvert and Breen were partners out there in Alaska when Breen first went out," said Jimmie Dale slowly, pulling the tin can wrapped in oilskin from his pocket. "Hamvert swindled Breen out of the one strike he made, and Mrs. Breen and her little girl back here were reduced to poverty. The amount of that swindle was, I understand, $15,000. I have 10 of it here, contributed by the Weasel and Hamvert, and you will, I think, recognize therein a certain element of poetic justice. But I am still short $5,000. Jimmie Dale removed the cover from the tin can. Mitchell gazed at the contents numbly. "You perhaps did not hear me," prompted Jimmie Dale coldly. "I am still short $5,000. Mitchell circled his lips with the tip of his tongue. What do you want? He whispered hoarsely. The balance of the amount. There was an ominous quiet in Jimmie Dale's voice. A check payable to Mrs. Michael Breen for $5,000. I haven't got that much in the bank, Mitchell fenced, stammering. No? Then I should advise you to see that you have by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, returned Jimmie Dale curtly. Make out that check. Mitchell hesitated. The revolver edged insistently a little farther across the desk, and Mitchell, picking up a pen, wrote feverishly. He tore the check from its stub and with a snarl pushed it toward Jimmie Dale. Fold it, instructed Jimmie Dale in the same curt tones, and fold that diagram with it. Put them both in this box. Thank you. He wrapped the oilskin around the box again and returned the box to his pocket. And again, with that insolent, contemptuous stare, he surveyed the man at the desk. Then he backed to the French windows. It might be as well to remind you, Mitchell, he cautioned sternly, that if for any reason this check is not honored, whether through lack of funds or an attempt by you to stop payment, you will be in a cell in the Tombs tomorrow for this night's work. That is quite understood, isn't it? Mitchell was on his feet. Sweat glistened on his forehead. My God! He cried out shrilly. Who are you? And Jimmie Dale smiled and stepped out on the lawn. Ask the Weasel, said Jimmie Dale, and the next instant, lost in the shadows of the house, he was running for his car. End of Part 1, Chapter 9C. Part 1, Chapter 10A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 10A, The Alibi. Thence to the Grey Seal, through the underworld, in dens and dives that sheltered from the law, the vultures that preyed upon society, prompted by self-fear, by secret dread, by reason of their very inability to carry out their purpose. The whispered sentence grew daily more venomous, more insistent. The Grey Seal, dead or alive, but the Grey Seal. It was the standing orders of the police, railed at by a populace who angrily demanded at its hands this criminal of criminals, mocked at and threatened by a virulent press, stung to madness by the knowledge of its own impotence, flaunted impudently to its face by this mysterious Grey Seal, to whose door the law laid 100 crimes, for whom the bars of a death cell in Sing Sing was a certain goal, could he but be caught. The police, to a man, was like an uncaged beast that, flicked to the raw by some unseen assailant, and murderous in its fury, was crouched to strike. Grim paradox, a common bond that linked the hands of the law with those that outraged it. Death to the Grey Seal. Was it at last the beginning of the end? Jimmie Dale, as Larry the Bat, unkempt, disreputable in appearance, supposed dope fiend, a figure familiar to every denizen below the deadline, skulked along the narrow, ill-lighted street of the East Side that, on the corner ahead, boasted the notorious resort to which Bristol Bob had paid the doubtful, if appropriate, compliment of giving his name. From under the rim of his battered hat, Jimmie Dale's eyes, veiled by half-closed, well-simulated, drug-laden lids, missed no detail either of his surroundings or pertaining to the passers-by. Though already late in the evening, half-naked children played in the gutters. Hawkers of multitudinous commodities cried their wares under gasoline banjo torches affixed to their pushcarts. Shawled women of half a dozen races, and men equally cosmopolitan, loitered at the curb or blocked the pavement or brushed by him. Now a man passed him, flinging a greeting from the corner of his mouth. Now another, always without movement of the lips, and Jimmie Dale answered them from the corner of his mouth. But while his eyes were alert, his mind was only subconsciously attuned to his surroundings. Was it indeed the beginning of the end? Some day, he had told himself often enough, the end must come. Was it coming now? Surely, with a sort of grim implacability, when it was too late to escape. Slowly but inexorably, even his personal freedom of action was narrowing, being limited, and ironically enough, through the very conditions he had himself created as an avenue of escape. It was not only the police now, it was, far more to be feared, the underworld as well. In the old days, the role of Larry the Bat had been assumed at intervals, at his own discretion, when, in a corner, he had no other way of escape. Now it was forced upon him almost daily. The character of Larry the Bat could no longer be discarded at will. He had flung down the gauntlet to the underworld when, as the Gray Seal, he had closed the prison doors behind Stangeist. The Mope, Australian Ike, and Clary Dean, and the underworld had picked the gauntlet up. Betrayed, as they believed, by the one who, though unknown to them, they had counted the greatest among themselves, and each one fearful that his own betrayal might come next. Every crook, every thug in the Badlands now eyed his oldest pal with suspicion and distrust, and each was a self-constituted sleuth, with the prod of self-preservation behind him, sworn to the accomplishment of that unhallowed slogan, "Death to the Gray Seal." Almost daily now, he must show himself as Larry the Bat in some gathering of the underworld. A prolonged absence from his haunts was not merely to invite certain suspicion, where all were suspicious of each other. It was to invite certain disaster. He had now either to carry the role like a little old man of the sea upon his back, or renounce it forever, and the latter course he dared not even consider. The sanctuary was still the sanctuary, and the role of Larry the Bat was still a refuge, the trump card in the lone hand he played. He reached the corner, pushed open the door of Bristol Bob's, and shuffled in. The place was a glare of light, a hideous riot of noise. On a polished section of the floor in the center, a turkey trot was in full swing. Laughter and shouting vied raucously with an impossible orchestra. Jimmie Dale slowly made the circuit of the room, past the tables that ranged around the sides, were packed with occupants who thumped their glasses in tempo with the music and clamored at the rushing waiters for replenishment. A dozen, 2 dozen men and women greeted him. Jimmie Dale indifferently returned their salutes. What a galaxy of crooks, the cream of the underworld. His eyes, under half-closed lids, swept the faces. Larks, dips, gatmen, yeggs, mobstormers, murderers, petty sneak thieves, stalls, hangers-on, they were all there. He knew them all. He was known to all. He shuffled on to the far end of the room, his leer a little arrogant, a certain arrogance, too, in the tilt of his battered hat. He also was quite a celebrity in that gathering. Larry the Bat was of the aristocracy and the elite of gangland. Well, the show was over. He had stalked across the stage, performed for his audience, and in another hour now, free until he must repeat the same performance the next day in some other equally notorious dive, he would be sitting in for a rubber of bridge at that most exclusive of all clubs, the St. James, where none might enter save only those whose names were vouched for in the highest and most select circles, and where for partners he would possibly have a justice of the Supreme Court, or mayhap an eminent divine. He looked suddenly around him, as though startled. It always startled him, that comparison. There was something too stupendous to be simply ironical in the incongruity of it. If he were ever run to earth. His eyes met those of a heavy-built, coarse-featured man, the chewed end of a cigar in his mouth, who stepped from behind the bar, carrying a tin tray with 2 full glasses upon it. It was Bristol Bob, ex-pugilist, the proprietor. "How are you, Larry?" grunted the man, with what he meant to be a smile. Jimmie Dale was standing in the doorway of a passage that prefaced a rear exit to the lane. He moved aside to allow the other to pass. "Hello, Bristol," he returned dispassionately. Bristol Bob went on along down the passage, and Jimmie Dale shuffled slowly after him. He had intended to leave the place by the rear door. It obviated the possibility of an undesirable acquaintance joining company with him if he went out by the main entrance. But now his eyes were fixed on the proprietor's back with a sort of speculative curiosity. There was a private room off the passage with a window on the lane, but they must be favoured customers indeed that Bristol Bob would condescend to serve personally. Anyone who knew Bristol Bob knew that. Jimmie Dale slowed his shuffling gait, then quickened it again. Bristol Bob opened the door and passed into the private room. The door was just closing as Jimmie Dale shuffled by. He had had only a glance inside, but it was enough. They were favoured customers indeed. It was no wonder that Bristol Bob himself was on the job. 2 men were in the room. Lanigan of headquarters, rated the smartest plainclothes man in the country, and across the table from Lanigan, Whitey Mack, as clever, finished and daring a crook as was to be found in the Badlands, whose particular line was diamonds, or in the vernacular of his ilk, white stones, that had earned him the sobriquet of Whitey. Lanigan of headquarters, Whitey Mac of the underworld. Sworn enemies, those two, in secret session. Bristol Bob might well play the part of outer guard. If a choice few of those outside in the dance hall could get a glimpse into that private room, it would be good night to Whitey Mac. Jimmie Dale's eyes were narrowed a little as he shuffled on down the passage. Lanigan and Whitey Mac with their heads together. What was the game? There was nothing in common between the two men. Lanigan, it was well known, could not be reached. Whitey Mac, with his ingenious cleverness, coupled with a cold-blooded fearlessness that had made him an object of unholy awe and respect in the eyes of the underworld, was a thorn that was sore beyond measure in the side of the police. Certainly, it was no ordinary thing that had brought these two together, especially since with the unrest and suspicion that was bubbling and sitting below the deadline, and with which there was none more intimate than Whitey Mac. Whitey Mac was inviting a risk in making up with the police that could only be accounted for by some urgent and vital incentive. Jimmie Dale pushed open the door that gave on the lane. Behind him, Bristol Bob closed the door of the private room and retreated back along the passage. Jimmie Dale stepped out into the lane, and instinctively his eyes sought the window of the private room. The shade was drawn. Only a yellow muck filtered out into the black, unlighted lane. But suddenly, he started noiselessly toward it. The window was open a bare inch or so at the bottom. The sill was just shoulder high, and placing his ear to the opening, he flattened himself against the wall. He could not see inside, for the shade was drawn well to the bottom, but he could hear as distinctly as though he were at the table beside the two men. And at the first words, the loose, disjointed frame of Larry the Bat seemed to tauten curiously and strain forward, lithe and tense. This gray seal dope listens good, Whitey, but coming from you, I'm leery. You've got to show me. Don't you want him? There was a nasty laugh from Whitey Mac. You bet I want him, returned the headquarters man with a suppressed savagery that left no doubt as to his earnestness. I want him fast enough, but then blast him, so do I. Whitey Mac rapped out with a vicious snarl. So does every guy in the fleet down here. We got it in for him. You get that? Don't you? He's got Steingast and his gang steered for the electric chair now. He put a crimp in the Weasel the other night. Get that? He's like a blasted wizard with what he knows. And who will he deal the icy meat to next? Me? Damn him. Me, for all I know. That's all right, observed Lanigan coolly. I'm not questioning your sincerity for a minute. I know all about that. But that doesn't land the Gray Seal. I'll work with you if you've anything to offer. But we've had enough tips and information handed us at headquarters in the last few years to make us a trifle skeptical. Show me what you've got, Whitey. Show you, echoed Whitey Mac passionately. Sure, I'll show you. That's what I'm going to do. Show you. I'll show you the gray seal. I ain't handing you any tips. I've found out who the gray seal is." There was a tense silence. It seemed to Jimmie Dale as though cold fingers were clutching at his heart, stifling its beat. Then the blood came bursting to his forehead. He could not see into the room, but that silence was eloquent. It seemed as though he could picture the two men, Lannigan leaning suddenly forward, Lannigan and Whitey Mack staring tensely into each other's eyes. "You what?" It came low and grim from Lannigan. "That's what," asserted Whitey Mack bluntly. "You heard me. That's what I said. I know who the Gray Seal is, and I'm the only guy that's wise to him. Am I letting you in, right?" "You are sure?" demanded Lannigan hoarsely. "You are sure? Who is he then?" There was a half laugh and half snarl from Whitey Mack. "Oh, no, you don't," he growled. "Nix on that. What do you take me for? A fool? You beat it out of here and round him up, eh? While I suck my thumbs? Forget it. Do you think I'm doing this because I love you? Why, blame you. You've been aching for a year to put the bracelets on me yourself. Wake up. I'm in on this myself." Again, that silence. Then Lannigan spoke slowly, in a puzzled way. "I don't get you, Whitey," he said. "What do you mean?" Then, a little sharply, "You're quite right. You've got some reputation yourself, and you're badly wanted. If we could get the goods on you. If you're trying to plan something, look out for yourself, or—" "Can that?" snapped Whitey Mack threateningly. "Can that sort of spear right now, or quit. I ain't telling you his name yet, but I'll take you to him tonight, and you and me naps him together. Is that straight enough goods for you?" "Don't get sore," said Lannigan more pacifically. "Yes, if you'll do that, it's good enough for any man. But lay your cards on the table, face up, Whitey. I want to see what you opened the pot on." "You've seen 'em," Whitey Mack answered ungraciously. "I've told you already. The Gray Seal goes out for keeps. Curse him for a snitch. If I bumped him off, or wised up any of the guys to it, and we was caught, we'd get the juice for it, even if it was the Gray Seal, wouldn't we? Well, what's the use? If one of you dicks get him, he gets bumped off just the same, only regular, up in the wire parlor at Sing Sing. I ain't looking for that kind of trouble when I can duck it. See?" "Sure," said Lannigan. "Besides, and moreover," continued Whitey Mack, "there's some reward hung out for him that I'm figuring to burn in on. I'd swipe it all myself, and you'd never get a look in. Only sore as the mob is on the Gray Seal, it ain't healthy for any guy around these parts to get the reputation of being a snitch, no matter who he snitches on. Bump him off, sure. Snitching, well, you get the idea, eh? I'm ducking that too. Get me?" "I get you," said Lannigan with a short, pleased laugh. "Well then," announced Whitey Mack, "here's my proposition, and it's my turn to hand out the lookout for yourself dope. I'm busting the game wide open for you to play. But you throw me down and his voice sank into a sullen snarl again. You can take it from me, I'll get you for it. All right, responded Lanigan soberly. Let's hear it. If I agree to it, I'll stick to it. I believe you, said Whitey Mack curtly. That's why I picked you out for the medal they'll pin on you for this. And here's getting down to tacks. I'll lead you to the Gray Seal tonight and help you nab him and stay with you to the finish. But there's to be nobody but you and me on the job. When it's done, I fade away, and nobody's to know I snitched, and no questions asked as to how I found out about the Gray Seal. I ain't looking for any of the glory. You can fix that up to suit yourself. The cash is different. You come across with half the reward the day they pay it. You'll get it. There was savage elation in Lanigan's voice, the emphatic smash of a fist on the table. You're on, Whitey, and if we get the Gray Seal tonight, I'll do better by you than that. We'll get him, said Whitey Mack with a vicious oath. And Jimmie Dale crouched suddenly low down, close against the wall. The crunch of a footstep sounded from the end of the lane. Someone had turned in from the cross street some 50 yards away and was heading evidently for the back entrance to Bristol Bob's. Jimmie Dale edged noiselessly, cautiously back past the doorway, kept on, pressed close against the wall, and finally paused. He had not been seen. The back door of Bristol Bob's opened and closed. The man had gone in. For a moment, Jimmie Dale stood hesitant. There was a wild surging in his brain, something like a myriad batteries of trip hammers seemed to be pounding at his temples. Then, almost blindly, he kept on down the lane in the same direction in which he had started to retreat, as well one cross street as another. He turned into the cross street, went along it, and presently emerged into the full tide of the Bowery. It was garishly lighted. People swarmed about him. Subconsciously, there were crowded sidewalks. Subconsciously, he was on the Bowery. That was all. Ruin, disaster, peril faced him and staggered him with the suddenness of the shock. Was it true? No, it could not be true. It was a bluff. Whitey Mack was bluffing. Jimmie Dale's lips grew thin in a mirthless smile as he shook his head. Neither Whitey Mack nor any other man would dare to bluff like that. It was too straight, too open-handed. Whitey Mack had laid his cards too plainly on the table. Whitey Mack's words rang in his ears. I'll lead you to the Gray Seal tonight and help you nab him and stay with you to the finish. The man meant what he said. Meant what he said too about the finish of the Gray Seal. Not a man in the Badlands, but meant death to the Gray Seal. But how? By what means? When, where had Mighty Mac got his information? I'm the only one that's wise, Whitey Mack had said. It seemed impossible. It was impossible. Whitey Mack was sincere enough probably in what he had said, but the man simply could not know. Whitey Mack could only have spotted someone that, for some reason or other, he imagined was the Gray Seal. That was it. Must be it. Whitey Mack had made a mistake. What clue could he have obtained? End of part 1, chapter 10A. Part 1, chapter 10B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 10B, The Alibi continued. Over the unwashed face of Larry the Bat, a grey pallor spread slowly. His fingers were plucking at the frayed edge of his inside vest pocket. The dark eyes seemed to turn coal black. A laugh, like the laugh of one damned, rose to his lips and was choked back. It was gone. Gone! That thin metal case, like a cigarette case, that between the little sheets of oil paper held those diamond-shaped, gray-colored adhesive seals, the insignia of the Gray Seal, was gone. Clue. It seemed as though there were an overpowering nausea upon him. Clue. That little case was not a clue, it was a death warrant. His hands clenched fiercely. If he could only think for a moment. The lining of his pocket had given away. The case had dropped out. But there was nothing about the case to identify anyone as the Gray Seal, unless it were found in one's actual possession. Therefore, Whitey Mack, to have solved his identity, must have seen him drop the case. There could be no question about that. It was equally obvious, then, that Whitey Mack would know the Gray Seal as Larry the Bat. Did he also know him as Jimmie Dale? Yes or no? It was a vital question. His life hung on it. That keen, facile brain, numbed for the moment, was beginning to work with lightning speed. It was 4 o'clock that afternoon when he had assumed the character of Larry the Bat. Sometime between 4 o'clock and the present, it was now well after 11, the case had dropped from his pocket. There had been ample time then for Whitey Mack to have made that appointment with Lanigan, and ample time to have made a surreptitious visit to the sanctuary. Had Whitey Mack gone there? Had Whitey Mack found that hiding place in the flooring under the oilcloth? Had Whitey Mack discovered that the Gray Seal was not only Larry the Bat but Jimmie Dale? Jimmie Dale swept his hand across his forehead. It was damp from little clinging bits of moisture. Should he go to the sanctuary and change? Become Jimmie Dale again? Was it the safest thing to do, or the most dangerous? Even if Whitey Mack had been there and discovered the dual personality of Larry the Bat, how would he, Jimmie Dale, know it? The man would have been crafty enough to have left no sign behind him. Was it to the sanctuary that Whitey Mack meant to lead Lanigan that evening? Or did Whitey Mack know him as Jimmie Dale, and to make it the more sensational, planned to carry out the coup, say, at the St. James Club, Whitey Mack and Lanigan were still at Bristol Bob's. He had probably time, if he so elected, to reach the sanctuary, change, and get away again. But every minute was priceless now. What should he do? Run from the city as he was for cover, or take the gambler's chance? Whitey Mack knew him as Larry the Bat. It was not certain that Whitey Mack knew him as Jimmie Dale. He had halted, absorbed, in front of a moving picture theater. Great placards at first, but a blur of color, suddenly forced themselves in concrete form upon his consciousness. Letters a foot high leaped out at him. The double life. There was a picture of a banker in his private office, hastily secreting a forged paper as the hero in the guise of a clerk entered. The companion picture was the banker in convict stripes, staring out from behind the barred doors of his cell. There seemed a ghastly augury in the coincidence. Why should a thing like that be thrust upon him to shake his nerve, when he needed nerve now more than he had ever needed it in his life before? He raised his hand to jack aimlessly at the brim of his hat, dropped his hand abruptly to his side again, and started quickly, hurriedly, away through the throng around him. A sort of savagery had swept upon him. In a flash, he had made his decision. He would take the gambler's chance, and afterward, Jimmie Dale's lips were like a thin straight line. It was Whitey Mack's life or his own. Whitey Mack had said he was the only one that was wise, and Whitey Mack had not told Lanigan yet. Wouldn't tell Lanigan until the showdown. If he, Jimmie Dale, got to the sanctuary, became Jimmie Dale, and got away again, even if Whitey Mack knew him as Jimmie Dale, there was still a chance. It was his life or Whitey Mack's. Whitey Mack with his lean-jawed, clean-shaven wolf's face. If he could get Whitey Mack before the other was ready to tell Lanigan, surely he had the right of self-preservation. Surely his life was as valuable as Whitey Mack's, as valuable as a man's who, as those in the secrets of the underworld knew well enough, had blood upon his hands, who lived by crime, who was a menace to the community. Had he not the right to preserve his own life at the expense of one such as that? He had never taken life. The thought was abhorrent. But was there any other way in event of Whitey Mack knowing him as Jimmie Dale? His back was against the wall. He was trapped. Certain death, and worse, dishonor stared him in the face. Lanigan and Whitey Mack would be together. The odds would be 2-1 against him, and he had no quarrel with Lanigan. Somehow, he must let Lanigan out of it. The other side of the street was less crowded. He crossed over, and still with the shuffling tread that dozens around him knew as the characteristic gait of Larry the Bat, but covering the ground with amazing celerity, he hurried along. It was only at the end of the block, that cross street from the Bowery that led to the sanctuary. How much time had he? He turned the corner into the darker cross street. Whitey Mack would have learned from Bristol Bob that Larry the Bat had just been there. That is, that Larry the Bat was not at the sanctuary. Whitey Mack would probably be in no hurry. He and Lanigan might wait until later, until Whitey Mack should be satisfied that Larry the Bat had gone home. It was the line of least resistance. They would not attempt to scour the city for him. They might even wait in that private room at Bristol Bob's until they decided that it was time to sally out. He might perhaps still find them there when he got back. At any rate, from there he must pick up their trail again. On the other hand, all this was but supposition. They might make at once for the sanctuary, to lie in wait for him. In any case, there was need, desperate need for haste. He glanced sharply around him, and by the side of the tenement house, now that bordered onto the alleyway, with a curious, swift gliding motion, he seemed to blend into the shadow and darkness. It was the sanctuary, that room on the first floor of the tenement that had 3 entrances, 3 exits, a passageway through to the saloon on the next street that abutted on the rear, the usual front door, and the side door in the alleyway. Gone was the shuffling gait. Quick, alert, he ran, crouching, bent down along the alleyway, reached the side door, opened it stealthily, closed it behind him with equal caution, and in the dark entry stood motionless, listening intently. There was no sound. He began to mount the rickety, dilapidated stairs, and where it seemed that the lightest tread must make them creak out in blatant protest, his trained muscles, delicately compensating his body weight, carried him upward with a silence that was almost uncanny. There was need of silence as there was need of haste. He was not so sure now of the time at his disposal that he had even reached the sanctuary first. How long had he loitered in that half-dazed way on the Bowery? He did not know. Perhaps longer than he had imagined. There was the possibility that Whitey Mack and Lanigan were already above, waiting for him. But even if they were not already there and he got away before they came, it was imperative that no one should know that Larry the Bat had come and gone. He reached the landing and paused again, his right hand, with a vicious muzzle of his automatic peeping down from between his fingers, thrown a little forward. It was black, utterly black around him. Again, that stealthy, cat-like tread, and his ear was at the keyhole of the sanctuary door. A full minute, priceless though it was, passed. Then, satisfied that the room was empty, he drew his head back from the keyhole, and those slim tapering fingers, that in their tips seemed to embody all the human senses, felt over the lock. Apparently, it had been undisturbed, but that was no proof that Whitey Mack had not been there after finding the metal case. Whitey Mack was known to be clever with a lock, clever enough for that, anyhow. He slipped in the key, turned it, and on hinges that were always oiled, silently pushed the door open and stepped across the threshold. He closed the door until it was just ajar, that any sound might reach him from without, and whipping off his coat, began to undress swiftly. There was no light. He dared not use the gas. It might be seen from the alleyway. He was moving now quickly, surely, silently, here and there. It was like some weird spectre figure, a little blacker than the surrounding darkness, flitting about the room. The oilcloth in the corner was turned back, the loose flooring lifted, the clothes of Jimmie Dale taken out, the rags of Larry the Bat put in. The minutes flew by. It was not the change of clothing that took long. It was the eradication of Larry the Bat's makeup from his face, throat, neck, wrists, and hands. Occasionally, his head was turned in a tense, listening attitude, but always the fingers were busy, working with swift deftness. It was done at last. Larry the Bat had vanished, and in his place stood Jimmie Dale, the young millionaire, the social lion of New York, immaculate in well-tailored tweeds. He stooped to the hole in the flooring, and his fingers, going unerringly to their hiding place, took out a black silk mask and an electric flashlight. His automatic was already in his possession. His lips parted grimly. Who knew what part a flashlight might not play? And he would need the mask for Lanigan's benefit, even if it did not disguise him from Whitey Mack. Had he left any telltale evidence of his visit? It was almost worth the risk of a light to make sure. He hesitated, then shook his head, and stooping again, carefully replaced the flooring and laid the oilcloth over it. He dared not show a light at any cost. But now, even more caution than before was necessary. At times, the lodgers had naturally enough seen their fellow lodger, Larry the Bat, enter and leave the tenement. None had ever seen Jimmie Dale either leave or enter. He stole across the room to the door, halted to assure himself that the hall was empty, slipped out into the hall, and locked the door behind him. Again, that trained, long-practiced, silent tread upon the stairs. It seemed as though an hour passed before he reached the bottom, and his brain was shrieking at him to hurry, hurry, hurry. The entryway at last, the door, the alleyway, a long breath of relief, and he was on the cross street. A step, two, he took in the direction of the Bowery, and he was bending down as though to tie his shoe, his automatic from his side pocket concealed in his hand. Was that someone there? He could have sworn he saw a shadow-like form start out from behind the steps of the house on the opposite side of the street as he had emerged from the alleyway. In his bent posture, without seemingly turning his head, his eyes swept sharply up and down the other side of the ill-lighted street. Nothing. There was not even a pedestrian in sight on the block from there to the Bowery. Jimmie Dale straightened up nonchalantly and stooped almost instantly again, as though the lace were still proving refractory. Again, that sharp, searching glance. Again, nothing. He went forward now in apparent unconcern, but his right hand, instead of being buried in his coat pocket, swung easily at his side. It was strange, his ineffective ruse to the contrary. He was certain that he had not been mistaken. Was it Whitey Mack? Was the question answered? Was the Gray Seal known too as Jimmie Dale? Were they trailing him now, with the climax to come at the club, at his own palatial home, wherever the surroundings would best lend themselves to assuaging that inordinate thirst for the sensational that was so essentially a characteristic of the confirmed criminal? What a headline in the morning's papers it would make! At the corner, he loitered by the curb to light a cigarette. Still not a soul in sight on either side of the street behind him, except a couple of Italians who had just passed by. Strange again, the intuition, if it were only intuition, was still strong. He swung abruptly on his heel, mingled with the passers-by on the Bowery, walked a rapid half-dozen steps until the building hit the cross street, then ran across the road to the opposite side of the Bowery, and in a crowd now came back to the corner. He crossed from curb to curb slowly, sheltered by a fringe of people that, however, in no way obstructed his view down the side street. And then Jimmie Dale shrugged his shoulders. He had evidently been mistaken after all. He was overexcited. His nerves were raw. That, perhaps, was the solution. Meanwhile, every minute was counting. If Whitey Mack and Lanigan should still be at the Bristol Bobs. He kept on down the Bowery, hurrying with growing impatience through the crowds that massed in front of various places of amusement. He had not intended to come along the Bowery, and except for what had occurred, would have taken a less frequented street. He would turn off at the next block. He was in front of that moving picture theater again, the Double Life. His eyes were attracted involuntarily to the lurid, overdone display. It seemed to threaten him. It seemed to dangle before him a premonition, as it were, of what the morning held in store. But now, too, it seemed to feed into flame that smouldering fury that possessed him. His life or Whitey Mack's. Men, women, and the children who turned night into day in that quarter of the city were clustered thick around the signs, hiving like bees to the bald sensationalism. Almost savagely, he began to force his way through the crowd, and the next instant, like a man stunned, had stopped in his tracks. His fingers had closed in a fierce, spasmodic clutch over an envelope that had been thrust suddenly into his hand. "Jimmie," from somewhere came a low, quick voice. "Jimmie, it is 11:30 now. Hurry." He whirled, scanning wildly this face, then that. It was her voice, the tocsin. The sensitive fingers were telegraphing to his brain, as they always did, that the texture of the envelope too was hers. Her voice. Yes, anywhere out of 1,000 voices he would distinguish hers. But her face, he had never seen that. Which out of all the crowd around him was hers? Surely he could tell by her dress. she would be different. Her personality alone must single her out. She say, have you got the pipe? Or do you think yours owns the earth? A man flung at him, heaving and pushing to get by. With a start, though he scarcely heard the man, Jimmie Dale moved on. His brain was afire. All the irony of the world seemed masked in a sudden, overwhelming attack upon him. It was useless. Intuitively, he had known it was useless from the instant he had heard her voice. It was always the same. Always. For years, she had eluded him like that, come upon him without warning and disappeared, but leaving always that tangible proof of her existence. A letter, the call of the Gray Seal to arms. But tonight, it was as he had never been before. It was not alone baffled chagrin now, not alone the longing, the wild desire to see her face, to look into her eyes. It was life and death. She had come at the very moment when she, perhaps alone of all the world, could have pointed the way out. When life, liberty, everything that was common to them both was at stake, in deadly peril, and she had gone, ignorant of it all, leaving him staggered by the very possibility of the succor that was held up before his eyes, only to be snatched away without power of his to grasp it. His intuition had not been at fault. He had made no mistake in that shadow across the street from the sanctuary. It had been the Tocsin. He had been followed, and it was she who had followed him, until in a crowd she had seized the opportunity of a moment ago. Though ultimately, perhaps it changed nothing. It was a relief in a way to know that it was she, not Whitey Mack, who had been lurking there. But her persistent, incomprehensible determination to preserve the mystery with which she surrounded herself was like now to cost them both a ghastly price. If he could only have had one word with her, just one word. The letter in his hand crackled under his clenched fist. He stared at it in a half-blind, half-bitter way. The call of the Gray Seal to arms. Another coup with its incident, danger, and peril that she had planned for him to execute. He could have laughed loud at the inhuman mockery of it. The call of the Gray Seal to arms. Now, when with every faculty drained to its last resource, cornered, trapped, he was fighting for his very existence. Jimmie Dale, it is 11:30 now. Hurry. The words were jangling discordantly in his brain. And now he laughed outright, mirthlessly. A young girl hanging on her escort's arm, passing, glanced at him and giggled. It was a different Jimmie Dale for the moment. For once, his immobility had forsaken him. He laughed again, a sort of unnatural, desperate indifference to everything falling upon him. What did it matter, the moment or two it would take to read the letter? He looked around him. He was on the corner in front of the Palace Saloon, and turning abruptly, he stepped in through the swinging doors. As Larry the Bat, he knew the place well. At the rear of the bar room and along the side of the wall were some half-dozen little stalls, partitioned off from each other. Several of these were unoccupied, and he chose the one farthest from the entrance. It was private enough, No one would disturb him. From the aproned individual who presented himself, he ordered a drink. The man returned in a moment, and Jimmie Dale tossed a coin on the table, bidding the other to keep the change. He wanted no drink. Transaction was wholly perfunctory. The waiter was gone, pushed the glass away from him, and tore the envelope open. End of Part 1, Chapter 10b. Part 1, Chapter 10c of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 10c, The Alibi concluded. A single sheet, closely written on both sides of the paper, was in his hand. It was her writing. There was no mistaking that. But every word, every line, bore evidence of frantic haste. Even that customary formula, "Dear philanthropic crook," that had prefaced every line she had ever written him before, had been omitted. His eyes traversed the first few lines with that strange indifference that had settled upon him. What, after all, did it matter what it was? He could do nothing, not even save himself probably. And then, with a little start, he read the lines over again, muttering snatches from them. Max Dietrich, diamonds, the Ross Logan stones, wedding, sliding panel in wall of workshop, end of the room near window, 10 boards to the right from side wall, press small knot in the wood in the center of the 10th board, tonight. It brought a sudden thrill of excitement to Jimmie Dale that, impossible as he would have believed it an instant ago, for the moment overshadowed the realization of his own peril. A robbery such as that, if it were ever accomplished, would stir the country from end to end. It would set New York by the ears. It would lose the police in full cry like a pack of bloodhounds with their leashes slipped. The society columns of the newspapers had been busy for months, featuring the coming marriage of the Ross Logan's daughter to one of the country's young merchant princes. The combined fortunes of the two families would make the young couple the richest in America. The prospective groom's wedding gift was to be a diamond necklace of perfectly matched large stones that would eclipse anything of the kind in the country. Europe, the foreign markets, had been literally combed and ransacked to supply the gems. The stones had arrived in New York the day before, the duty on them alone amounting to over $50,000. All these had appeared in the papers. Jimmie Dale's brows drew together in a frown. On just exactly what percentage the duty was figured, he did not know, but it was high enough on the basis of $50,000 to assume safely that the assessed value of the stones was not less than 4 times that amount. $200,000 laid down, $250,000. Well, why not? In more than 1/4 diamonds were ranked as the soundest kind of an investment. Furthermore, through personal acquaintance with the high contracting parties who were in his own set, he knew it to be true. He shrugged the soldiers. The papers, too, had thrown the limelight on Max District, who, though for quite a time the fashion in the social world, had up to the present been comparatively unknown to the average New Yorker. His own knowledge of Max District went deeper than the superficial biography furnished by the newspapers. The old Hollander had done more than one piece of exquisite jewelry work for him. The old fellow was a character that beggared description, eccentric to the point of extravagance, and deaf as a post, but in craftsmanship a modern Cellini. He employed no workmen, lived alone over his shop on one of the lower streets between 5th and 6th Avenues near Washington Square, and possessed a splendid contempt for such protective contrivances as safes and vaults. If his prospective patrons expostulated on this score before entrusting him with their valuables, they were at liberty to take their work elsewhere. It was Mac Districts who honored you by accepting the commission, not you who honored Max District by entrusting him with it. Of what use is it to me, a safe? He would exclaim. It hides nothing. It only says, I am inside. Do not look further. Come and get me. Yes, it is to explode with the nitroglycerin. Poof! And I am deaf, and I hear nothing. It is a foolishness that. He had a habit of prodding at one with a leveled forefinger. Every night somewhere they are robbed. And have I been robbed? Eh? Tell me that. Have I been robbed? It was true. In 10 years, though at times having stones and precious metal aggregating large amounts deposited with him by his customers, Max District had never lost so much as the gold filings. There was a queer smile on Jimmie Dale's lips now. The knot in the 10th board was significant. Max District was scrupulously honest, a genius in originality and conception of design, a master in the perfection and delicacy of his finished work. He had been commissioned to design and set the Ross Logan necklace. The brain works quickly. All this and more had flashed almost instantaneously through Jimmie Dale's mind. His eyes fell to the letter again, and he read on. Halfway through, a sudden whiteness blanched his face, and following it, a surging tide of red that mounted to his temples. It dazed him. It seemed to rob him for the moment of the power of coherent thought. He was wrong. He had not read aright. It was incredible, daredevil beyond belief, and yet in its very audacity lay success. He finished the letter, read it once more, and his fingers mechanically began to tear it into little shreds. His brain was in a whirl, a vortex of conflicting emotions. Had Whitey Mack and Lanigan left Bristol Bob's yet? Where were they now? Was there time for this? He was staring at the little torn scraps of paper in his hand. He thrust them suddenly into his pocket and jacked out his watch. It was nearly midnight. The broad, muscular shoulders seemed to square back curiously, the jaws to clamp a little, the face to harden and grow cold until it was like stone. With a swift movement, he emptied his glass into the cuspidor, set the glass back on the table, and stepped out from the stall. His destination was Max District's. The Palace Saloon was near the upper end of the Bowery, and failing a taxicab, of which none was in sight, his quickest method was to walk, and he started briskly forward. It was not far, and it was barely 10 minutes from the time he had left the Palace Saloon when he swung through Washington Square to Fifth Avenue, and a moment later turned from that thoroughfare, heading west toward Sixth Avenue, along one of those streets which, with the city's northward trend, had quite lost any distinctive identity, and from being once a modestly fashionable residential section, had now become a conglomerate potpourri of small tradesmen's stores, shops, and apartments of the poorer class. He knew Max Districts. He could well have done without the aid of the arc lamp, which, even if dimly, indicated that low, almost tumble-down two-story structure, tucked away between the taller buildings on either side, that almost engulfed it. It was late. The street was quiet. The shops and stores had long since been closed. Max Districts among them, the old Hollander's name in painted white letters, stood out against the background of a darkened workshop window. In the story above, the lights too were out. Max District was probably fast asleep, and he was stone deaf. A glance up and down the street, and Jimmie Dale was standing, or rather, leaning against Max District's door. There was no one to see, and if there were, what was there to attract attention to a man standing nonchalantly for a moment in a doorway? It was only for a moment. Those master fingers of Jimmie Dale were working surely, swiftly, silently. A little steel instrument that was never out of his possession was in the lock and out again. The door opened, closed. He drew the black silk mask from his pocket and slipped it over his face. Immediately in front of him, the stairs led upward. Immediately to his right was the door into the shop. The modest street entrance was common to both. The door into the workshop was not locked. He opened it, stepped inside, and closed it quietly behind him. The place was in blackness. He stood for a moment silent, straining his ears to catch the slightest sound, reconstructing the plan of his surroundings in his mind as he remembered it. It was a narrow oblong room, running the entire depth of the building. A very long room, blank walls on either side, a window in the middle of the rear wall that gave on a backyard, and from the backyard there was access to the lane. Also, as he remembered the place, it was a riot of disorder, with workbenches and odds and ends strewn without system or reason in every direction. One had need of care to negotiate it in the dark. He took his flashlight from his pocket and, preliminary to a more intimate acquaintance with the interior, glanced out through the front window near which he stood, and with a suppressed cry shrank back instinctively against the wall. Two men were crossing the street, heading directly for the shop door. The arc lamp lighted up their faces. It was Inspector Lanigan of headquarters and Whitey Mack. The quick intake of Jimmie Dale's breath was sucked through clenched teeth. They were close on his heels then, far closer than he had imagined. It would take Whitey Mack scarcely any longer to open that front door than it had taken him. Close on his heels. His face was rigid. He could hear them now at the door. The flashlight in his hand winked down the length of the room. It was a dangerous thing to do, but it was still more dangerous to stumble into some object and make a noise. He darted forward, circuiting a workbench, a stool, a small hand forge. Again the flashlight gleamed. Against the side wall near the rear was another workbench with a sort of coarse canvas curtain hanging partway down in front of it, evidently to protect such things as might be stored away beneath it from dust. And Jimmie Dale sprang for it, whipped back the canvas, and crawled underneath. He was not an instant too soon. As the canvas fell back into place, the shop door opened, closed, and the two men had stepped inside. Whitey Mack's voice, in a low whisper though it was, seemed to echo raucously through the shop. Maybe we'll have a sweet wait, but I got the straight dope on this. He's going to make a try for Dutch's sparklers tonight. We'll let him go the limit, and we don't either of us make a move till he's pinched them, and then we get him with the goods on him. He can't get away. He hasn't a hope. There's only two ways of getting in here or getting out. This door and window here, and a window that's down there at the back. You guard this, and I'll take care of the other end. Savai? Right, Lanigan answered grimly. Go ahead. There was the sound of footsteps moving forward, then a vicious bump, the scraping of some object along the floor, and a muffled curse from Whitey Mack. Use your flashlight, advised the inspector in a guarded voice. I haven't got one, damn it, growled Whitey Mack. It's all right. I'll get along. Again the steps, but more warily now, as though the man were cautiously feeling ahead of him for possible obstacles. Jimmie Dale for a moment held his breath. He could have reached out and touched the man as the other passed. Whitey Mack went on until he had taken up a position against the rear wall. Jimmie Dale heard him as he brushed against it. Then silence fell. He was between them now, stretched full length on the floor. Jimmie Dale raised the lower portion of the canvas away from in front of his face. He could see nothing. The place was in Stygian blackness, but it had been close and stifling, and at least it gave him more air. The minutes dragged by, each more interminable than the one that had gone before. Not a movement, not a sound, and then, through the stillness, very faint at first, came the regular repressed breathing of Whitey Mack, who was much the nearer of the two men, and once noticeable, almost imperceptible as it was, it seemed to pervade the room and fill it with a strange, ominous resonance that rose and fell until the blackness palpitated with it. Slowly, very slowly, Jimmie Dale's hand crept into his pocket and crept out again with his automatic. He lay motionless once more. Time in any concrete sense seemed to exist. Fancied shapes began to assume form in the darkness. By the door, Lanigan stared uneasily, shifting his position slightly. Was it hours? Was it only minutes? It seemed to ring through the nerve-wracking stillness like the shriek of a hurtling shell, and it was only a whisper. "Watch yourself, Lanigan," whispered Whitey Mack. "He's coming down through the yard. Don't move till I start something. Let him get his paws on the sparklers." Silence again, and then a low rasping at the window, like the gnawing of a rat. Then, inch by inch, the sash was lifted. There was a sound as of a body forcing its way over the sill cautiously. Then a step upon the floor inside. Another, and still another. The figure of a man loomed up suddenly against the glow of a flashlight as he threw the round white ray inquisitively here and there over the rear wall. And now he appeared to be counting the boards. 1, 2, 3, up to 10. His hand ran up and down the 10th board. Again and again he repeated the operation, and something like the snarl of a baited beast echoed through the room. He half turned to snatch at something in his pocket, and the light, for a moment, showed a black-bearded, lowering face, partially hidden by a peaked cap that was pulled far down over his eyes. There was a rip and tear of rending wood as a steel jimmy, in lieu of the spring the man evidently could not find, bit in between the boards. A muttered oath of satisfaction, and a portion of the wall slid back, disclosing what looked like a metal-lined cupboard. He reached in, seized one of a dozen little boxes, and wrenched off the cover. A blue, scintillating gleam seemed to leap out to meet the white ray of the flashlight. The man chuckled hoarsely and began to cram the rest of the boxes into his pockets. Jimmie Dale stared. On hands and knees, he was creeping now from beneath the workbench. Something caught and tore behind him the canvas curtain, and at the sound, with a sharp cry, the man at the wall whirled, the light went out, and he sprang toward the window. Jimmie Dale gained his feet and leaped forward. A revolver shot cut a lane of fire through the blackness, and above the roar of the report, Whitey Mack's voice in a fierce yell. "It's all right, Lanigan. I got him." "No, hell!" There was a terrific crash of breaking glass. "He's got away." "Not yet, he hasn't," gritted Jimmie Dale between his teeth, and his clubbed revolver swung crashing to the head of a dark form in front of him. There was a half sigh, half moan. The form slid limply to the floor. Lanigan was floundering down the shop, leaping obstacles in a mad rush, his flashlight picking out the way. Jimmie Dale stepped swiftly backward, and his hand groped out for the drop light over the end of the bench that he had knocked against in his own rush. His fingers clutched it, and the lower end of the shop was flooded with light. Except for his felt hat that lay a little distance away, There was no sign of Whitey Mack. The huddled form of the man who but a moment since had chuckled as he pocketed old Max District's gems lay sprawled inert upon the floor, and Lanigan was staring into the muzzle of Jimmie Dale's automatic. "Drop that gun, Lanigan," said Jimmie Dale coolly, "and I'll trouble you not to make a noise. It might attract attention from the street. There's been too much already. Drop that gun." The revolver clattered from Lanigan's hand to the floor. A step forward, and Jimmie Dale's toe sent it spinning under a bench. Another step, and, his revolver still covering the other, he had whipped a pair of handcuffs from the officer's side pocket. Lanigan, as though the thought had never occurred to him, offered no resistance. He was staring in a dazed sort of way back and forth from Jimmie Dale to the man on the floor. "What's this mean?" he burst out suddenly. "Where's—" "Your wrist, please," requested Jimmie Dale pleasantly. "No, the left one. Thank you," as the handcuff snapped shut. "Now go over there and sit down on the floor beside that fellow. Quick!" Jimmie Dale's voice rasped suddenly, imperatively. Still bewildered, but a little sullen now, Lanigan obeyed. Jimmie Dale stooped quickly and snapped the other link of the handcuff over the unconscious man's right wrist. Jimmie Dale smiled. "That's the approved way of taking your man, isn't it? Left wrist to the prisoner's right. He's only stunned. He'll be around in a moment." "Know him?" Lanigan shook his head. "Take a good look at him," invited Jimmie Dale. "You ought to know most of them in the business." Lanigan bent over a little closer, and then, with an amazed cry, his free hand shot forward and tore away the other's beard. It was Whitey Mack. "My God!" gasped Lanigan. "Quite so," said Jimmie Dale evenly. "You'll find the diamonds in his pockets. And excuse me." His fingers were running through Whitey Mack's clothes. "Ah, here it is." The thin metal case was in his hand. "A little article that belongs to me, and whose loss I am free to admit caused me considerable concern until I was informed that he had only found it without having the slightest idea as to whom it belonged." It made quite a difference. He had opened the case carelessly before Lanigan's eyes. "The Gray Seal. I'll say it for you," said Jimmie Dale whimsically. This is what probably put the idea into his head after first, in some way, having discovered old Max District's hiding place. And if I'd given him time enough, he would probably have stuck one of these seals, in clumsy imitation of that little eccentricity of mine, on the wall over there to stamp the job as genuine. You begin to get it, don't you, Lanigan? Pretty surefire as an alibi, eh? And he'd have got away with it too, as far as you were concerned. He had only to fire that shot, smash the window, tuck his false beard, mustache, and peaked cap into his pocket, put on his own hat that you see there on the floor, and yell that the man had escaped. He'd help you chase the thief too. Rather neat, don't you think, Lanigan? And what's the risk too, considering the howl that would go up at the theft of those stones, and that, known as the slickest diamond thief in the country, he would be the first to be suspected, except that the police themselves, in the person of Inspector Lanigan of headquarters, would be prepared to prove a perfectly good alibi for him. Lanigan's head was thrust forward. His eyes, hard, were riveted on Whitey Mack. "My God," he said again under his breath. Then, fiercely, "He'll get his for this." It was a moment before Jimmie Dale spoke. He was musingly examining the automatic in his hand. "I am going now, Lanigan," he observed quietly. "I require, say, 15 minutes in which to effect my escape. It is, of course, obvious that an alarm raised by you might prove extremely awkward, but a piece of canvas from that bench there, together with a bit of string, would make a most effective gag. I prefer, however, not to submit you to that indignity. Instead, I offer you the alternative of giving me your word to remain quietly where you are for 15 minutes. Lanigan hesitated. Jimmie Dale smiled. "I agree," said Lanigan shortly. Jimmie Dale stepped back. The electric light switch clicked. The place was in darkness. There was a moment or two of utter stillness. Then, softly from the front end of the shop, a whisper. "If I were you, Lanigan, I'd take that gun from Whitey's pocket before he comes round and beats you to it." And the door closed silently behind Jimmie Dale. End of Part 1, Chapter 10C.
Part 1, Chapter 11A of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 11A, The Stool Pigeon. In the subway, 10 minutes before, a freckle-faced messenger boy had squeezed himself into a seat beside Jimmie Dale, yanked a dime novel from a refractory pocket, and, blissfully lost to all the world, had buried his head in its pages. Jimmie Dale's glance at the youngster had equally, perforce, embraced the lurid title of the thriller, Dicing with Death, so imperturbably thrust under his nose. At the time he had smiled indulgently, but now, as he left the subway and headed for his home on Riverside Drive, the words not only refused to be ignored, but had resolved themselves into a curiously persistent refrain in his mind. They were exactly what they purported to be, dime novelish, of the deepest hue of yellow, melodramatic in the extreme, but also, to him now, they were grimly apt and premonitorily appropriate. Dicing with death! There was not an hour, not a moment in his day when he was not literally dicing with death. When, with the underworld and the police allied against him, a single false move would lose him the throw that left death the winner. The risk of the dual life enforced upon him grew daily greater, and in the end there must be the reckoning. He would have been a madman to have shut his eyes in the face of what was obvious, but it was worth it all, and in his soul he knew that he would not have had it otherwise, even now. Tonight, tomorrow, the day after, would come another letter from the Tocsin, and there would be another crime of the Gray Seal's blazoned in the press. Would that be the last affair, or would there be another? Or tonight, tomorrow, the day after, would he be trapped before even one more letter came? He shrugged his shoulders as he ran up the steps of his house. Those were the stakes that he himself had laid on the table to wager upon the game. He had no quarrel there. But if only, before the end came, or even with the end itself, he could find her. With his latchkey he let himself into the spacious, richly furnished, well-lighted reception hall, and crossing this went up the broad staircase, his steps noiseless on the heavy carpet. Below, faintly, he could hear some of the servants. They evidently had not heard him close the door behind him. Discipline was relaxed somewhat, it was quite apparent, with Jason, that peer of butlers, away. Jason, poor chap, was in the hospital. Typhoid, they had thought it at first, though it had turned out to be some milder form of infection. He would be back in a few days now, but meanwhile he missed the old man sorely from the house. He reached the landing, and, turning, went along the hall to the door of his own particular den, opened the door, closed it behind him, and in an instant the keen, agile brain, trained to the littlest things that never escaped it, that daily held his life in the balance, was alert. The room was unusually dark, even for night time. It was as though the window shades had been closely drawn, a thing Jason never did. But then Jason wasn't there. Jimmie Dale, smiling then a little quizzically at himself, reached up for the electric light switch beside the door, pressed it, and his finger still on the button, whipped his automatic from his pocket with his other hand. The room was still in darkness. The smile on Jimmie Dale's lips was gone, for his lips now had closed together in a tight, drawn line. The lights in the rest of the house, as witnessed the reception hall, were in order. This was no accident. Silent, motionless, he stood there, listening. Was he trapped at last in his own house? By whom? The police? The thugs of the underworld? It made little difference. The end would differ only in the method by which it was attained. What was that? Was there a slight stir, a movement at the lower end of the room? Or was it his imagination? His hand fell from the electric light switch to the doorknob behind his back. Slowly, without a sound, it began to turn under his slim, tapering fingers, whose deft, sensitive touch had made him known and feared as the master cracksman of them all. And, as, noiselessly, the door began to open. It was like a duel of silence. What was the intruder, whoever he might be, waiting for? The abortive click of the electric light switch, to say nothing of the opening of the door when he had entered, was evidence enough that he was there. Was the other trying to place him exactly through the darkness to make sure of his attack? The door was open now, and suddenly Jimmie Dale laughed easily aloud, and on the instant shifted his position. "Well?" inquired Jimmie Dale coolly from the other side of the threshold. It seemed like a long-drawn sigh fluttering through the room, a gasp of relief. And then the blood was pounding madly at his temples, and he was back in the room again, the door closed once more behind him. "Oh, Jimmie, why didn't you speak? I had to be sure that it was you." It was her voice. Hers, the Tocsin. Here. She was here. Here in his house. "You!" he cried. "You! Here!" He was pressing the electric light switch frantically, again and again. Her voice came out of the darkness from across the room. "Why are you doing that, Jimmie? You know already that I have turned off the lights." "At the sockets, of course!" He laughed out the words almost hysterically. "Your face! I have never seen your face, you know." He was moving quickly toward the reading lamp on his desk. There was a quick, hurried swish of garments, and she was blocking his way. "No," she said, in a low voice. "You must not light that lamp." He laughed again, shortly, fiercely now. She was close to him. His hands reached out for her, touched her, and, thrilling at the touch, swept her toward him. "Jimmie, Jimmie, are you mad?" she breathed. Mad. Yes, he was mad with the wildest, most passionate exhilaration he had ever known. He found his voice with an effort. These months and years that I have tried until my soul was sick to find you," he cried out. "And you are here now. Your face, I must see your face." She had wrenched herself away from him. He could hear her breath coming sharply in little gasps. He groped his way onward toward the desk. "Wait!" Her tones seemed to ring suddenly vibrant through the room. "Wait, before you touch that lamp. I put you on your honor not to light it." He stopped abruptly. "My honor?" he repeated mechanically. "Yes. I came here tonight because there was no other way. No other way. Do you understand? I came, trusting to your honor not to take advantage of the conditions that forced me to do this. I had no fear that I was wrong. I have no fear now. You will not light that lamp, and you will not make any attempt to prevent my going away, as I came, unknown. Is there any question about it, Jimmie? I am in your house." "You don't know what you're saying," he burst out wildly. "I've risked my life for a chance like this again and again. I've gone through hell, living in squalor for a month on end as Larry the Bat, in the hope that I might discover who you are. And do you think I'll let anything stop me now? I tell you, no. 1,000 times no." She made no answer. There was only her low, quick breathing coming from somewhere near him. He made another step toward the lamp and stopped. "I tell you no," he said again, and took another step forward and stopped once more. Still she made no answer. A minute passed, another. His hand lifted and swept across his forehead in an agitated way. Still silence. She neither moved nor spoke. His hands dropped slowly to his side. There was a queer, twisted smile upon his lips. "You win," he said hoarsely. "Thank you, Jimmie," she said simply. "And your name, who you are." He was speaking, but he did not seem to recognize his own voice. "The 100 other things I've sworn I'd make you explain when I found you are all taboo as well, I suppose." "Yes," she said. He laughed bitterly. "Don't you know," he cried out, "that between the police and the underworld our house of cards is likely to collapse at any minute, that they are hunting the Gray Seal day and night? It is to be always like this, that I am never to know until it is too late." She came toward him out of the darkness impulsively. "They will never get you, Jimmie," she said in a suppressed voice. "And some day, I promise you now, you shall have your reward for tonight. You shall know everything." "When?" The word came from him with fierce eagerness. "I do not know," she answered gently. "Soon, perhaps, perhaps sooner than either of us imagine." "And by that you mean what?" he asked, and his hand reached out for her again through the blackness. This time she did not draw away. There was an instant's hesitation, then she spoke again, hurriedly, a note of anxiety in her voice. "You are beginning all over again, aren't you, Jimmie? And I have told you that tonight I can explain nothing. And besides, it is what has brought me here that counts now, and every moment is of—" "Yes, I know," he interposed. "But then at least you will tell me one thing. Why did you come tonight, instead of sending me a letter as you always have before?" "Because it is different tonight than it ever was before," she replied earnestly. "Because there is something in what has happened that I cannot explain myself, because there is danger, and where I could not see clearly I feared a trap, and so I dared not send what, in a letter, could at best be only vague and incomplete details. Do you see?" "Yes," said Jimmie Dale, but he was only listening in an abstracted way. If he could only see that face so close to his! He had yearned for that with all his soul for years now. And she was here, standing beside him, and his hand was upon her arm, and here, in his own den, in his own house, he was listening to another call to arms for the Gray Seal from her own lips. Honor! Was he but a poor, quixotic fool? He had only to step to the desk and switch on the light. Why should... He steadied himself with a jerk and drew away his hand. She was in his house. "Go on," he said tersely. "Do you know, or did you ever hear of old Luther Doyle?" she asked. "No," said Jimmie Dale. "Do you know a man, then, named Connie Myers?" Connie Myers! Who in the Badlands did not know Connie Myers, who boasted of the half-dozen prison sentences already to his credit? Yes, he knew Connie Myers. But strangely enough, it was not in the Badlands or as Larry the Bat that he knew the man, or that the other knew him. It was as Jimmie Dale. Connie Myers had introduced himself one night several years ago with a blackjack that had just missed its mark as the man had jumped out from a dark hallway in the East Side, and he, Jimmie Dale, had thrashed the other to within an inch of his life. He had reason to know Connie Myers, and Connie Myers had reason to remember him. "Yes," he said with a grim smile, "I know Connie Myers." "And the tenement across the street from where you live as Larry the Bat, that, of course, you know." He leaned toward her wonderingly now. "Of course," he ejaculated. "Naturally." "Listen, then, Jimmie." She was speaking quickly now. "It is a strange story. This Luther Doyle was already over 50 when, some 8 or 9 years ago, his parents died within a few months of each other, and he inherited somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000. But the man, though harmless enough, was mildly insane, half-witted, queer, and the old couple, on account of their son's mental defects, took care to leave the money securely invested and so that he could only touch the interest. During these 8 or 9 years he has lived by himself in the same old family house where he had lived with his parents, in a lonely spot near Pelham. And he has lived in a most frugal, even miserly manner. His income could not have been less than $6,000 a year, and his expenditures could not have been more than $600. His dementia, ironically enough from the day that he came into his fortune, took the form of a most pitiable and abject fear that he would die in poverty, misery, and want, and so year after year, cashing his checks as fast as he got them, never trusting the bank with a penny, he kept hiding away somewhere in his house every cent he could scrape and save from his income, which today must amount, at a minimum calculation, to $50,000. "And," observed Jimmie Dale quietly, "Connie Myers robbed him of it, and—" "No!" Her voice was quivering with passion as she caught up his words. "Twice in the last month Connie Myers tried to rob him, but the money was too securely hidden. Twice he broke into Doyle's house when the old man was out, but on both occasions was unsuccessful in his search, and was interrupted and forced to make his escape on account of Doyle's return. Tonight, an hour ago, in an empty house on the second floor of that tenement, in the room facing the landing, old Luther Doyle was murdered." There was silence for an instant. Her hand had closed in a tight pressure on his arm. The darkness seemed to add a sort of ghastly significance to her words. "In God's name, how do you know all this?" he demanded wildly. "How do you know all these things?" "Does that matter now?" she answered tensely. "You will know that when you know the rest. Oh, don't you understand, Jimmie? There is not a moment to lose now. It was easy to lure a half-witted creature like that anywhere. It was Connie Myers who lured him to the tenement and murdered him there, but from that point, Jimmie, I am not sure of our ground. I do not know whether Connie Myers is alone in this or not, but I do know that he is going to Doyle's house again tonight to make another search for the money. There is no question but that old Doyle was murdered to give Connie Myers and his accomplices, if there are any, a chance to tear the house inside out to find the money, to give them the whole night to work in without interruption, if necessary. But Doyle dead in his own house could have interfered no more with them than Doyle dead in that tenement. Why was he lured to the tenement by Connie Myers when he could much more easily have been put out of the way in his own house? Jimmie, there is something behind this, something more that you must find out. There may be others in this besides Connie Myers, I do not know. But there is something here that I am afraid of. Jimmie, you must get that man. You must get the others if there are others, and you must stop them from getting the money in that house tonight. Do you understand now why I have come here? I could not explain in a letter. I do not quite seem to be explaining now. It would seem as though there were no need for the Gray Seal, that simply the police should be notified. But I know, Jimmie, call it intuition, what you will, I know that there is need for us, for you tonight, that behind all this is a tragedy, deeper, blacker than even the brutal, cold-blooded murder that is already done. Her voice, in its passionate earnestness, died away, and an anger, cold, grim, remorseless, settled upon Jimmie Dale, settled as it always settled upon him at her call to arms. His brain was already at work in its quick, instant way, probing, sifting, planning. She was right. It was strange, it was more than strange that, with the added risk, the danger, the difficulty, the man should have been brought miles to be done away with in that tenement. Why? Connie Myers took form before him, the coarse features, the tawny hair that straggled across the low forehead, the shifty eyes that were an intermediate color between brown and gray, the thin lips that seemed to draw in and give the jaw a protruding, belligerent effect. And Connie Myers knew him as Jimmie Dale. It would have to be, then, as Larry the Bat, that the Gray Seal must work. That meant time to go to the Sanctuary and change. "The police," he asked suddenly aloud, "they have not yet discovered the body?" "Not yet," she replied hurriedly. "And that is still another reason for haste. There is no telling when they will. See, here," she thrust a paper into his hand. "Here is a plan of old Doyle's house, and directions for finding it. You must get Connie Myers red-handed, you must make him convict himself, for the evidence through which I know him to be guilty can never be used against him. And, Jimmie, be careful. I know I am not wrong, that there is still something more behind all this. And now go, Jimmie, go. There is no time to lose." She was pushing him across the room toward the door. Go. The word seemed suddenly to bring dismay. It was she again who was dominant now in his mind. Who knew if tonight, when he was taking his life in his hands again, would not be the last, and she was here now, here beside him, where she might never be again. She seemed to divine his thoughts, for she spoke again, a strange new note of tenderness in her voice that thrilled him. "You must never let them get you, Jimmie, for my sake. It will not last much longer, it is near the end, and I shall keep my promise. But go, now, Jimmie, go." "Go?" he repeated numbly. "Go? But you?" "I?" She slipped suddenly away from him, retreating back down the room. "I will go as I came." "Wait! Listen!" he pleaded. There was no answer. She was there, somewhere back there in the darkness still. He stood hesitant at the door. It seemed that every faculty he possessed urged him back there again, to her. Could he let her escape him now, when she was so utterly in his power, she who meant everything in his life? And then, like a cold shock, came that other thought, she who had trusted to his honor. With a jerk his hand swept out, felt for the doorknob, and closed upon it. "Good night," he said heavily, and stepped out into the hall. End of Part 1, Chapter 11A. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 1, Chapter 11B of The Adventures of Jimmie Dale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. The Adventures of Jimmie Dale by Frank L. Packard. Reading by Roger Moline. Part 1, The Man in the Case. Chapter 11B, The Stool Pigeon, continued. It seemed for a while, even after he had gained the street and made his way again to the subway, that nothing was concrete around him, that he was living through some fantastical dream. His head whirled, and he could not think rationally, and then slowly, little by little, his grip upon himself came back. She had come and gone. With the roar of the subway in his ears, its raucous note seeming to strike so perfectly in consonance with the turmoil within him, he smiled mirthlessly. After all, it was as it always was. She was gone, and ahead of him lay the chances of the night. Dicing with death! The words, unbidden, came back once more. If they were true before, they were doubly applicable now. It was different tonight from what it had ever been before, as she had said. Usually, to the smallest detail, everything was laid open, clear before him in those astounding letters. Tonight it was vague at best. A man had been murdered. Connie Myers had committed the murder under circumstances that pointed strongly to some hidden motive behind and beyond the mere chance it afforded him to search his victim's house for the hidden cash. What was it? Jimmie Dale stared out at the black subway walls. The answer would not come. Station after station passed. At 14th Street he changed from the express to a local, got out at Astor Place, and a few minutes later was walking rapidly down the upper end of the Bowery. The answer would not come, only the fact itself grew more and more deeply significant. The ghastly, callous fiendishness that lured an old, half-witted man to his death had Jimmie Dale in that grip of cold, merciless anger again, and there was a dull flush now upon his cheeks. Whatever it meant, whatever was behind it, one thing at least was certain: he would get Connie Myers. He was close to the Sanctuary now. It was down the next cross street. He reached the corner and turned it, heading east. But his brisk walk had changed to a nonchalant saunter. There were some people coming toward him. It was the Gray Seal now, alert and cautious. The little group passed by. Ahead, the tenement bordering on the black alleyway loomed up. The Sanctuary, with its 3 entrances and exits. The home of Larry the Bat. And across from it was that other tenement that held a new interest for him now, where, in an empty room on the 2nd floor, she had said, old Doyle still lay. Should he go there? He was thinking quickly now, and shook his head. It would take what he did not have to spare: time. It was already 10 o'clock, and, granted that Connie Myers had committed the crime only a little over an hour ago, the man by this time would certainly be on his way to Doyle's house near Pelham, if, indeed, he were not already there. No, there was no time to spare. The question resolved itself simply into how long, since he had already searched twice and failed on both occasions, it would take Connie Myers to unearth old Doyle's hiding place for the money. Jimmie Dale glanced sharply around him, slipped into the alleyway, and, crouching against the tenement wall, moved noiselessly along to the side entrance. A moment more, and he had negotiated the rickety stairs with practiced, soundless tread, was inside the squalid quarters of Larry the Bat, and the door of the Sanctuary was locked and bolted behind him. Perhaps 5 minutes passed, and then, where Jimmie Dale, the millionaire, had entered, there emerged Larry the Bat, of the aristocracy and the elite of the Bad Lands. But instead of leaving by the side door and the alleyway, as he had entered, he went along the lower hallway to the front entrance. And here, instinctively, he paused a moment at the top of the steps, as his eyes rested upon the tenement on the opposite side of the street. It was strange that the crime should have been committed there. Something again seemed to draw him toward that empty room on the second story. He had decided once that he would not go, that there was not time. But, after all, it would not take long, and there was at least the possibility of gaining something more valuable even than time from the scene of the crime itself. There might even be the evidence he wanted there that would disclose the whole of Connie Myers' game. He went down the steps and started across the street, but halfway over he hesitated uncertainly as a child's cry came petulantly from the doorway. It was dark in the street, and likewise it was one of those hot, suffocating evenings when in the crowded tenements of the poorer class, miserable enough in any case, misery was added to 100-fold for lack of a single God-given breath of air. These two facts, apparently irrelevant, caused Jimmie Dale to change his mind again. He had not noticed the woman with the baby in her arms sitting on the doorstep, but now, as he reached the curb, he not only saw but recognized her, and he swung on down the street toward the Bowery. He could not very well go in without passing her, without being recognized himself, and that was a needless risk. He smiled a little wanly. Once the crime was discovered, she would not have hesitated long before informing the police that she had seen him enter there. Mrs. Hagan was no friend of his. One could not live as he had lived, as Larry the Bat, and not see something in an intimate way of the pitiful little tragedies of the poor around him, for bad, tough, and dissolute as the quarter was, all were not degraded there, some were simply poor. Mrs. Hagan was poor. Her husband was a day laborer, often out of a job, and sometimes he drank. That was how he, Jimmie Dale, or rather Larry the Bat, had come to earn Mrs. Hagan's enmity. He had found Mike Hagan drunk one night and in the act of being arrested, and had wheedled the man away from the officer on the promise that he would take Hagan home. And he was Larry the Bat, a dope fiend, a character known to all the neighborhood, and Mrs. Hagan had laid her husband's condition to his influence and companionship. He had taken Mike Hagan home, and Mrs. Hagan had driven Larry the Bat from the door of her miserable one-room lodging in that tenement with the bitter words on her tongue that only a woman can use when shame and grief and anger are breaking her heart. He shrugged his shoulders as, back along the Bowery, he retraced his steps, but now, with the hurried shuffle of Larry the Bat where before had been the brisk, athletic stride of Jimmie Dale. At Astor Place again, he took the subway, this time to the Grand Central Station, and well within an hour from the time he had left the Sanctuary, including the train journey to Pelham, he was standing in a clump of trees that fringed a deserted roadway. He had passed but a few houses once he was away from Pelham, and as well as he could judge, there was none now within a quarter of a mile of him, except this one of old Luther Doyle's that showed up black and shadowy just beyond the trees. Jimmie Dale's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the place. It was little wonder that, known to have money, an attempt to rob old Doyle should have been made in a place like this. It was even more grimly significant than ever of some deeper meaning, that in its loneliness, an ideal place for a murder, the man should have been lured from there for that purpose to a crowded tenement in the city instead. What did it mean? Why had it been done? He shook his head. The answer would not come now any more than it had come before in the subway, or in the train on the way out, when he had set his brain so futilely to solve the problem. From a survey of the house, Jimmie Dale gave attention to the details of his surroundings. The trees on either side, the open space in front, a distance of 50 yards on the road, the absence of any fence. And then, abruptly, he stole forward. There was no light to be seen anywhere about the house. Was it possible that Connie Myers was not yet there? He shook his head again impatiently. Connie Myers would not have wasted any time, as the Tocsin had said. There was always present the possibility that the crime in that tenement might be discovered at any moment. Connie Myers would have lost no time, for let the discovery be made, let the police identify the body, as they most certainly would, and they would be out here hotfoot. Jimmie Dale stood suddenly still. What did it mean? He had not thought of that before. If old Doyle had been murdered here, there would not have been even the possibility of discovery until the morning at the earliest, and Connie Myers would have had all the time he wanted. What was that sound? A low, muffled tapping, like a succession of hammer blows, came from within the house. Jimmie Dale darted forward, reached the side of the house, and dropped on hands and knees. One question at least was answered. Connie Myers was inside. The plan that she had given him showed an old-fashioned cellarway, closed by folding trap doors, that was located a little toward the rear, and, in a moment, creeping along, he came upon it. His hands felt over it. It was shut, fastened by a padlock on the outside. Jimmie Dale's lips thinned a little as he took a small steel instrument from his pocket. Either through inadvertence or by intention, Connie Myers had passed up an almost childishly simple means of entrance into the house. One side of the trap door was lifted up silently, and silently closed. Jimmie Dale was in the cellar. The hammering, much more distinct now, heavy, thudding blows, came from a room in the front. The connection between the cellar and the house, as shown on the Tocsin's plan, was through another trap door in the floor of the kitchen. Jimmie Dale's flashlight played on a short, ladder-like stairway, and in an instant he was climbing upward. The sounds from the front of the house continued now without interruption. There was little fear that Connie Myers would hear anything else, even the protesting squeak of the hinges, as Jimmie Dale cautiously pushed back the trap door in the flooring above his head. An inch, 2 inches, he lifted it, and his eyes on a level with the opening now, he peered into the room. The kitchen itself was intensely dark, but through an open doorway, well to one side so that he could not see into the room beyond, there struggled a curiously faint, dim glimmer of light. And then Jimmie Dale's form straightened rigidly on the stairs. The blows stopped, and a voice, in a low growl, presumably Connie Myers, reached him. "Here, take a drive at it from the lower edge." There was no answer, save that the blows were resumed again. Jimmie Dale's face had set hard. Connie Myers was not alone in this, then. Well, the odds were a little heavier, doubled, that was all. He pushed the trap door wide open, swung himself up through the opening to the floor, and the next instant, back a little from the connecting doorway, his body pressed closely against the kitchen wall, he was staring, bewildered and amazed, into the next room. On the floor, presumably to lessen the chance of any light rays stealing through the tightly drawn window shades, burned a small oil lamp. The place was in utter confusion. The right-hand side of a large fireplace, made of rough, untrimmed stone and cement, and which occupied almost the entire end of the room, was already practically demolished, and the wreckage was littered everywhere. Part of the furniture was piled unceremoniously into one corner, out of the way, and at the fireplace itself, working with sledge and bar, were 2 men. One was Connie Myers. An ironical glint crept into Jimmie Dale's eyes. The false beard and mustache the man wore could deceive no one who knew Connie Myers, and that he should be wearing them now as he knelt holding the bar while the other struck at it seemed both uncalled for and absurd. The other man, heavily built, roughly dressed, had his back turned, and Jimmie Dale could not see his face. The puzzled frown on Jimmie Dale's forehead deepened. Somewhere in the masonry of the fireplace, of course, was where old Luther Doyle had hidden his money. That was quite plain enough, and that Connie Myers, in some way or other, had made sure of that fact was equally obvious. But how did old Luther Doyle get his money in there from time to time, as he received the interest and dividends whose accumulation, according to the Tocsin, comprised his hoard? And how did he get it out again? "All right, that'll do," grunted Connie Myers suddenly. "We can pry this one out now. Lend a hand on the bar." The other dropped his sledge, turned sideways as he stooped to help Connie Myers, his face came into view, and with an involuntary start Jimmie Dale crouched farther back against the wall, as he stared at the other. It was Hagan, Mrs. Hagan's husband, Mike Hagan. "My God!" whispered Jimmie Dale under his breath. So that was it! That the murder had been committed in the tenement was not so strange now. A surge of anger swept Jimmie Dale and was engulfed in a wave of pity. Somehow the thin, tired face of Mrs. Hagan had risen before him, and she seemed to be pleading with him to go away, to leave the house, to forget that he had ever been there, to forget what he had seen, what he was seeing now. His hands clenched fiercely. How realistically, how importunately, how pitifully she took form before him. She was on her knees, clasping his knees, imploring him, terrified. From Jimmie Dale's pocket came the black silk mask. Slowly, almost hesitantly, he fitted it over his face. Mike Hagan knew Larry the Bat. Why should he have pity for Mike Hagan? Had he any for Connie Myers? What right had he to let pity sway him? The man had gone the limit. He was Connie Myers' accomplice, a murderer. But the man was not a hardened, confirmed criminal like Connie Myers. Mike Hagan, a murderer! It would have been unbelievable but for the evidence before his own eyes now. The man had faults, brawled enough, and drank enough to have brought him several times to the notice of the police. But this! Jimmie Dale's eyes had never left the scene before him. Both men were throwing their weight upon the bar and the stone that they were trying to dislodge. They were into the heart of the masonry now, seemed to move a little. Connie Myers stood up and, leaning forward, examined the stone critically at the top and bottom, prodding it with the bar. He turned from his examination abruptly and thrust the bar into Hagan's hands. "Hold it!" he said tersely. "I'll strike for a turn." Crouched, on his hands and knees, Hagan inserted the point of the bar into the crevice. Connie Myers picked up the sledge. "Lower! Bend lower!" he snapped, and swung the sledge. It seemed to go black for a moment before Jimmie Dale's eyes, seemed to paralyze all action of mind and body. There was a low cry that was more a moan, the clang of the iron bar clattering on the floor, and Mike Hagan had pitched forward on his face, an inert and huddled heap. A half laugh, half snarl purled from Connie Myers' lips, as he snatched a stout piece of cord from his pocket and swiftly knotted the unconscious man's wrists together. Another instant, and picking up the bar, prying with it again, the loosened stone toppled with a crash into the grate. It had come sudden as the crack of doom, that blow, too quick, too unexpected for Jimmie Dale to have lifted a finger to prevent it. And now that the first numbed shock of mingled horror and amazement was past, he fought back the quick, fierce impulse to spring out on Connie Myers. Whether the man was killed or only stunned, he could do no good to Mike Hagan now, and there was Connie Myers. He was staring in a fascinated way at Connie Myers. Behind the stone that the other had just dislodged was a large hollow space that had been left in the masonry, and from this now Connie Myers was eagerly collecting handfuls of banknotes that were rolled up into the shape of little cylinders, each one grotesquely tied with a string. The man was feverishly excited, muttering to himself, running from the fireplace to where the table had been pushed aside with the rest of the furniture, dropping the curious little rolls of money on the table, and running back for more. And then, having apparently emptied the receptacle, he wriggled his body over the dismantled fireplace, stuck his head into the opening, and peered upward. "Kinks in his hut! Kinks in his hut!" Connie Myers was muttering. "I'll drop the bar through from the top. Maybe there's some got stuck in the pipe." He regained his feet, picked up the bar, and ran with it into what was evidently the front hall, then his steps sounded running upstairs. Like a flash, Jimmie Dale was across the room and at the fireplace. Like Connie Myers, he, too, put his head into the opening, and then, a queer, unpleasant smile on his lips, he bent quickly over the man on the floor. Hagan was no more than stunned, and was even then beginning to show signs of returning consciousness. There was a rattle, a clang, a thud, and the bar, too long to come all the way through, dropped into the opening and stood upright. Connie Myers' footsteps sounded again, returning on the run, and Jimmie Dale was back once more on the other side of the kitchen doorway. It was all simple enough, once one understood. The same queer smile was still flickering on Jimmie Dale's lips. There was no way to get the money out except the way Connie Myers had got it out, by digging it out. With the irrational cunning of his mad brain that had put the money even beyond his own reach, old Doyle had built his fireplace with a hollow some 18 inches square in a great wall of solid stonework, and from it had run a 2-inch pipe up somewhere to the story above, and down this pipe he had dropped his little stirring-tide cylinders of banknotes, satisfied that his hoard was safe. There seemed something pitifully ironic in the elaborate, insane craftiness of the old man's fear-twisted, demented mind. And now Connie Myers was back in the room again, and again a puzzled expression settled upon Jimmie Dale's face as he watched the other. For perhaps a minute the man stood by the table sifting the little rolls of money through his fingers gloatingly. Then, impulsively, he pushed these to one side, produced a revolver, laid it on the table, and from another pocket took out a little case which, as he opened it, Jimmie Dale could see contained a hypodermic syringe. One more article followed the other two, a letter, which Connie Myers took out of an unsealed envelope. He dropped this suddenly on the table as Mike Hagan, 3 feet away on the floor, groaned and sat up. End of Part 1, Chapter 11B. Recording by Roger Moline.